Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. I was 12 years old when this happened, and even now, years later, it still feels unreal when I think about it. It's one of those memories that never really leaves you. You don't think about it every day, but when it comes back heavy, like it never aged with you. It still feels just as sharp and disturbing as it did back then. I had moved in with my dad when I was 10. That move changed everything in my life. New house, new area, new school, new faces. I didn't know anyone there at first, and at that age, feeling alone in a new place can feel overwhelming. The only people I really knew were a family my dad was friends with. They lived not too far away, and because my dad trusted them, I ended up spending time around their house more than anywhere else. It was a single mother with 3 kids. The house always felt busy, loud and a little chaotic, but in a normal way. I remember feeling relieved that there were kids around my age because it meant I wasn't completely alone anymore. One of her kids was a girl who was a couple of years older than me. She was about 12 when I first met her, the same age I was when everything happened later on. We weren't best friends. We didn't have that kind of close, inseparable bond, but we were around each other often enough. Over time, we started sharing the same group of friends. We'd see each other at get-togethers, hanging out outside, riding bikes, just doing normal kid things. She was quiet but friendly, and she always seemed kind. Nothing about her life seemed unusual from the outside. Her mom worked a lot. She had to, being a single parent with 3 kids. Because of that, the kids were sometimes home alone in the evenings. This wasn't strange to any of us. It was just how things were. Back then, it felt normal. One of our friends, Rob, was hanging out at her house one night. He was there with her and her younger brother. They were just doing what kids do, talking, watching TV, wasting time. There was nothing special about that night at first. It was just another evening where kids were left to entertain themselves while an adult worked late. What none of us really understood at the time was what was going on in the background of her mother's life. Through her work, her mom had been helping another woman. I don't know exactly what kind of help it was, but she got to know this woman fairly well. They talked, shared personal things, the way people sometimes do when they spend a lot of time together through work. During those conversations, she learned that the woman had a sister who was in a mental institution. Recently, that sister had been released. I don't know how much concern that raised at the time, or if it raised any at all. Back then, mental health wasn't talked about the way it is now. People didn't always question things, and they didn't always understand the risks. Life just kept moving forward. That night, while Rob was hanging out with my friend and her younger brother, there was a knock at the door. My friend didn't hesitate. Her mom had a specific way of knocking when she came home from work. A familiar pattern, something the kids recognized without thinking. When they heard the knock, my friend assumed it was her mom and opened the door. That single moment changed everything. Rob immediately realized something was wrong. I don't know if he saw the woman's face or just felt it, but he knew it wasn't their mom. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, and fear kicked in fast. Without thinking, he ran. He climbed out through a window and took off toward his own house down the road. Later, people would say things about that moment. Why didn't he stay? Why didn't he help? But when you're a kid, fear doesn't come with logic. It comes with instinct. And his instinct was to get away. The woman at the door was not their mother. She was the sister of the woman their mom had been helping. Somehow, through conversations with her sister, she had learned where the family lived. She had learned that the mother worked nights. She knew when the house would be empty, except for children. B. She walked inside. What happened after that is something I don't know in detail, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Even what I do know is more than enough to haunt someone. I've never wanted to know the exact sequence of events. The imagination is already cruel enough without the full picture. At some point, my friend's younger brother managed to escape. He ran to a neighbor's house and called the police. That part alone tells you how terrifying the situation must have been. A child running for his life, knowing something was horribly wrong, knowing he had to get help or something even worse would happen. But it was already too late. The woman murdered my friend. It happened just a week before Christmas. That detail has always stayed with me. The timing makes it even more cruel. A time that's supposed to be about warmth, family, and safety became something dark and unbearable. While people were decorating trees and buying presents, this family's world was being destroyed. The way my friend was killed is something I wish I had never learned, but it became known in the community. The woman decapitated her. She left her body naked in the bathtub. Her head was hidden somewhere else in the house. Even writing that now feels wrong. It feels unreal that this happened to someone I knew, someone I had talked to, laughed around, spent time with, even if we weren't close. She wasn't a story on the news to me. She was a real person. The police searched the house thoroughly. They had to. They were looking for her head. They ended up having to go through the Christmas presents that were already wrapped and waiting. Somewhere among them, they found it. I don't know where exactly it was hidden, and I don't want to know. Just knowing that it was hidden among gifts meant for children is enough to make my stomach turn. The idea of police opening Christmas presents not to bring joy, but to recover evidence from a murder is something that still feels deeply disturbing. The woman was caught. I don't know all the legal details of what happened to her afterward. At that age, no one explained things like that to me. All I knew was that my friend was gone, and she was gone in the worst way possible. The town changed after that. Even if people didn't talk about it openly, you could feel it. Parents became more protective. Doors were locked more carefully. Kids weren't left alone as often. There was a constant feeling of unease, like something fragile had been broken and couldn't be fixed. For me personally, it changed how I saw the world. Before that, danger felt abstract. It was something you saw on TV or heard about happening far away. After that, it felt close. It felt like something that could reach into a normal house on a normal night and destroy everything. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. At the time, I didn't understand why. I was hurt and confused. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to be there, even if I didn't know what that meant. But the adults decided it was too much for me. Maybe they were right. Maybe they were trying to protect me from something that would have stayed with me forever. Still, not being able to go made it feel unfinished. Like there was no proper ending. She just disappeared from my life, replaced by whispers and fear and silence. Even now, I sometimes think about her mother. I can't imagine the guilt she must have felt, even though none of it was her fault. Helping someone through work, trusting them, never imagining that kindness and openness could lead to something so horrific. Losing a child in such a violent way is unimaginable on its own. But losing her while you're at work, trying to provide for your family, must be a pain beyond words. I also think about her younger brother. He survived, but surviving doesn't mean escaping unchanged. He saw something no child should ever see. He had to run for help, carrying that terror with him. I don't know where he is now or how his life turned out, but I hope he found some kind of peace. For a long time after that, I was afraid of knocks at the door. Even expected ones made my heart race. I was afraid of being home alone. I was afraid of strangers, afraid of silence, afraid of the idea that someone could know your routines, your schedule, your life, just by listening. The scariest part of all of this isn't just the violence. It's how ordinary it all started. A familiar knock. A door opened without thinking. A normal night. No warning signs that a monster was standing on the other side of the door. That's what makes this story so terrifying to me, even now. There was no ghost, no supernatural force, no dark legend, just a real person walking into a house full of children and doing something unspeakable. I was 12 years old when this happened, and it forced me to grow up faster than I should have. It taught me that evil doesn't always look obvious. Sometimes it wears a normal face and waits for the right moment. And that is something you never really forget. I remember this happening so clearly because it was one of those moments that felt completely normal right up until it suddenly wasn't. Nothing dramatic had been going on before it happened. No build-up, no warning, just a quiet evening that turned unsettling in a matter of seconds. I had just gotten home from work and went straight up to my room on the second floor. I was tired in that dull, end-of-the-day way, the kind where you just want to sit down and exist for a bit without thinking. My room felt quiet and familiar. Downstairs, my little brother was in the living room watching TV, the sound drifting faintly up through the house. Everything felt routine. Our dog was lying in the hallway right outside my bedroom door. She was stretched out on the carpet, asleep, completely relaxed. That was normal for her. She liked to park herself there like she was guarding the hallway. The house felt settled, like everyone was exactly where they were supposed to be. Then, without any warning at all, the dog exploded into noise. She jumped up so fast it startled me. Her nails clacked loudly against the floor as she started bouncing around the hallway. She was barking, but not in a straight, aggressive way. It was mixed with howling, pacing, spinning, tail going crazy. It sounded like total chaos, like she was reacting to something exciting and important at the same time. At first, I thought maybe my brother had come upstairs and surprised her, or maybe someone had come in the house and she was greeting them. I started to get up from my bed to see what was going on, and that's when I heard it. A man's voice, clear as day from the hallway, right outside my door. "Ah, that's a good girl." It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It sounded casual and familiar, like someone talking to a dog they knew well. My first reaction wasn't fear. It was confusion mixed with assumption. I immediately thought it must be my dad's friend, our roommate. Sometimes he came home earlier than expected, so without really thinking about it, I called out, "Oh, you're home early." As I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, the feeling shifted instantly. There was no one there. The hallway was completely empty. No footsteps, no movement. Just the dog standing near the far end of the hall, tail wagging hard, staring intently at absolutely nothing. Her body language was happy and alert, like someone she recognized was standing right in front of her. I froze for a second, trying to process what I was seeing. I looked down the hallway. I checked the bathroom door, the stairs, every spot where a person could possibly be standing. There was nothing. No sound, no shadows, no sign that anyone had been there at all. Before I could even say anything, my little brother came upstairs, annoyed and half yelling. He asked why I got his dog all worked up. He sounded irritated, like I had done something on purpose. I told him I didn't do anything, that the dog just went crazy on her own. That's when he stopped and looked at me strange. He said he heard the same voice. He told me that from downstairs, over the TV noise, he clearly heard a man say something to the dog. He thought it was me talking to her, or the roommate coming home. That's why he hadn't thought much of it until the barking got louder and louder. That was the moment the fear really set in. If it had just been me, I could have brushed it off. I could have told myself I was tired, maybe I imagined it. Maybe my brain filled in a sound that wasn't there. But my brother hearing it too made that impossible to ignore. We both stood there in the hallway, the dog still wagging her tail and staring into empty space, like she was waiting for more attention. We decided to check the house. We didn't have real weapons, just what we could grab quickly. I took my butterfly knife, my brother grabbed his BB gun. It felt ridiculous and serious at the same time. We were both trying to act calm, but there was a tight, uneasy energy between us. We checked every room, upstairs first, closets, bathroom, spare room, nothing. No doors open that shouldn't have been, no windows disturbed, everything exactly as it should be. Then we went downstairs, living room, kitchen, laundry room. We checked behind furniture, doors, corners, still nothing. No signs of anyone having come in or moved through the house. No footsteps, no noises, no explanation. The front and back doors were locked. Windows were closed. There was no logical way someone could have been there without us seeing or hearing them leave. Eventually, the house went quiet again. The dog settled down like nothing had happened. She lay back down in the hallway and fell asleep, completely at peace. That part bothered me the most. There was no lingering tension from her, no alertness, just calm, like she had gotten exactly what she wanted. We didn't talk much about it after that. What was there to say? There was no answer that made sense. We just kind of went back to our routines. But the feeling lingered. Even now, thinking about it years later, it still gives me chills. It wasn't a shadow, it wasn't a sound in the distance. It was a clear human voice reacting to a real animal in real time. And the dog reacted back, like someone was truly there with her. I've replayed that moment in my head so many times, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a neighbor's voice somehow carried into the house, in a way that lined up perfectly with the dog's behavior. Maybe sound traveled strangely through the walls. Maybe exhaustion played tricks on us both. But none of those explanations fully sit right. What stays with me is how natural it all felt for those few seconds, how normal the voice sounded, how normal my response was. Yeah, and how wrong everything felt the moment I stepped into that hallway and realized there was no one there at all. To this day, when I hear unexplained noises in a quiet house, my mind goes back to that hallway, to the dog wagging her tail at empty space, to a voice that shouldn't have existed, and that feeling still hasn't gone away. This is something my aunt went through, and even though it didn't happen to me directly, hearing her tell it left a deep mark on me. The way she described it was calm on the surface, but you could hear it in her voice that it was the most terrifying moment of her life. It wasn't dramatic or loud at first. It started quietly, in a way that felt almost ordinary, which somehow made it even worse. It was winter, and my aunt was home alone. The house was quiet in that deep winter way where snow outside seems to swallow sound and everything feels muffled. Her husband, my uncle, wasn't supposed to be home for several hours. She knew his schedule well. There was no reason for anyone else to be there, and she wasn't expecting visitors. She was upstairs when she heard it, the sound of the front door opening, not a knock, not wind. The unmistakable sound of a door being opened, followed by footsteps moving into the hallway. Heavy footsteps, the kind that come from boots carrying snow. She froze for a moment, standing still, listening. Her first thought wasn't panic, it was confusion. She assumed maybe her husband had come home early, even though she knew that didn't make sense. She called out his name. No answer. That's when the unease started to creep in. The house didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied, like someone else was sharing the space with her. She stood there for a few seconds, debating what to do. She didn't hear any more movement, but that somehow made it worse, not better. Trying to stay calm, she went downstairs to check. She moved slowly, listening to every sound, every small creak of the floor beneath her feet. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, the hallway was empty. The front door was closed. Nothing looked out of place at first glance. No one was standing there. No one was calling out. It was silent again. She could have told herself she imagined it and gone back upstairs. A lot of people probably would have. But something didn't feel right, and she trusted that feeling enough to keep looking. She went to the front door and opened it. Outside, the ground was covered in fresh snow. Clean, untouched snow, the kind that shows every detail. Right away, she saw footprints. Clear footprints leading straight up to the front door. They were deep and obvious, not old or faded. Someone had definitely walked up to the house, but there were no footprints leading away. That's when her stomach dropped. She stood there staring at the snow, trying to understand what she was seeing. The footprints ended at the door. Whoever made them had gone inside, but there was no trail showing that they had left. The cold air hit her face, and suddenly the house behind her didn't feel safe anymore. She closed the door slowly and turned back into the hallway. That's when she noticed the shoes. They were sitting there like they belonged, placed neatly near the entrance. But she knew immediately they weren't hers, and they weren't her husband's. They were worn, dirty, and unfamiliar. Large shoes, men's shoes, shoes that didn't belong in her home. Fear hit her all at once. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't a misunderstanding. Someone was inside the house with her, and she had no idea where they were. She didn't yell. She didn't investigate further. She didn't call out. She ran. She ran back upstairs as fast as she could, locked herself in a room and called the police. Her hands were shaking so badly that she struggled to hold the phone steady. She told the dispatcher there was someone in her house, that she was alone and that she was terrified. While she waited, every sound felt amplified. The creak of the house settling, the hum of appliances, her own breathing. She was convinced at any moment she would hear footsteps on the stairs or a door opening. Those minutes felt endless. When the police arrived, she stayed upstairs while they searched the house. She could hear them moving around, opening doors, checking rooms. They took it seriously right away, especially after seeing the footprints in the snow and the unfamiliar shoes by the door. They searched everywhere, and they found him. A homeless man was hiding in a storage room inside the house. He had managed to get in and was staying out of sight. What made the situation even more horrifying was what he was holding: my uncle's shotgun. The police secured him quickly, and thankfully, no one was hurt. The man hadn't found the ammunition. It was stored somewhere else, hidden in a different location. If he had found it, the outcome could have been very different. That thought alone still makes my chest feel tight. The man was arrested and taken away, but the damage was already done. Even after he was gone, the house didn't feel the same. The sense of safety that comes with being alone in your own home was shattered in a single afternoon. My aunt later said that what scared her the most wasn't just that someone was inside the house. It was how quietly it happened, how easily he got in, how normal everything felt until it suddenly wasn't. The fact that if she hadn't gone to check the door, she might have stayed upstairs, completely unaware that someone was hiding below her. She still remembers the shoes in the hallway more than anything else. That small detail made it real. Shoes mean intention. Shoes mean someone made themselves comfortable enough to settle in, even briefly, in a place that wasn't theirs. To this day, she says it's the scariest thing she has ever experienced. Not because of violence, not because of a confrontation, but because of how close she was to something truly terrible without knowing it. Because danger was already inside her home, quiet and patient, while she was just going about her day. Stories like this stay with you. They change how you see the world. They remind you that sometimes the most frightening moments don't announce themselves. They slip in silently, leaving nothing behind but footprints in the snow that stop at your door, and the terrifying realization that someone came in and never left. A few years ago, something happened to me that I still can't fully explain, and even now, thinking about it makes my chest feel tight. It wasn't violent. Nothing actually touched me, but it was one of the most unsettling experiences I've ever had, mostly because of how strange and quiet it was. It didn't feel like a prank, and it didn't feel like something normal that my brain misunderstood. It felt wrong in a way that's hard to describe. I was home alone that night. It was already dark outside, the kind of dark where the neighborhood feels empty and still. I was sitting in the living room watching TV, not really paying attention to what was on. It was more background noise than anything else, something to fill the silence. The house was quiet otherwise. No music, no movement, no one else home. Being alone at night has always made me a little more alert than usual. I think a lot of people are like that. You listen more closely to sounds. You notice creaks and small noises that you might ignore during the day. Still, I wasn't scared at that point. I was relaxed, just passing time. Then the doorbell rang. The sound cut through the house sharply, louder than it normally felt. I remember my heart jumping a little when I heard it. I've always been cautious about answering the door, especially at night and especially when I'm alone. There was no reason for anyone to be stopping by. I wasn't expecting a delivery. No friends had mentioned coming over. Nothing made sense about it. I muted the TV and sat still for a moment, listening. I didn't hear any voices outside. No knocking followed the doorbell. Just silence. I decided to check, but carefully. I walked toward the front door slowly, making sure not to turn on any lights. I didn't want whoever was outside to know for sure that someone was home. I've always been careful about that. The porch light stayed off, and the inside lights near the door stayed off too. The house remained dark. I stepped up to the door and leaned toward the peephole. At first, it was hard to see anything. The porch light was off, and the street light didn't reach all the way to my front door. The area directly outside was mostly shadow, but after a second or two, my eyes adjusted enough to make something out. That's when I saw it. At the center of my view was a small figure, not tall, not adult-sized. It was low to the ground, maybe around 3 to 4 feet tall, but calling it a figure feels strange, because it didn't look fully solid or fully shaped like a person. It was more like a dark, opaque shape, almost like a shadow that was thicker than a shadow should be. I couldn't make out a face. I couldn't see clothing. I couldn't even tell for sure if it had legs in the way a person does. What I could see was movement. It was moving in a way that made my skin crawl instantly. The shape was dipping down slightly and then rising back up over and over again. At the same time, parts of it that looked like arms were moving outward and upward, then slowly back down. The motion reminded me of a person spreading their arms like wings, gracefully and deliberately, not jerky or rushed, almost like a dance, almost like it was performing. The movement was smooth, too smooth. It wasn't frantic, it wasn't aggressive. That somehow made it worse. It felt intentional, like whatever it was knew it was being watched, or at least knew it was there for a reason. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a child. It didn't look like an animal either. Animals don't move like that. People don't move like that either, at least not naturally. And if it were a person crouching or messing around, I should have been able to see some detail. Clothes, skin, a face catching light. But this thing stayed dark, darker than the night around it. Even though it was hard to see, it stood out clearly against the background, like it absorbed light instead of reflecting it. I stood there staring through the peephole, frozen. My breathing slowed down without me realizing it, like my body was trying not to make noise, even though there was no way it could hear me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After a few seconds, the fear became too much. I pulled my face away from the peephole quickly, like I had burned myself. I took a step back from the door, my hands shaking slightly. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I told myself it had to be something normal, a trick of the light, a shadow from a passing car, someone crouching down and messing around for some stupid reason, but none of those explanations fit. I stood there in the dark hallway staring at the door, listening. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear anything at all. The house felt heavy, like the air had thickened. Part of me wanted to run back to the living room and pretend none of this happened. Another part of me needed to know if it was still there. Not knowing felt worse than checking again. After a few moments, I forced myself to step back up to the door. Very slowly, I leaned forward and looked through the peephole again. The porch was empty. There was nothing there. No shape, no movement, no sign that anyone or anything had been standing there just seconds before. The space outside my door looked completely normal as a dark, empty porch can look at night. I kept staring, expecting something to move, expecting the shape to reappear, but it didn't. I stayed there longer than I probably should have, my eye glued to the peephole, scanning every inch of the view. Still nothing. No footsteps walking away, no shadow shifting, nothing. Eventually, I stepped back again. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last long. It was mixed with confusion and lingering fear. If it had been a person, where did they go so fast? I would have heard footsteps running away. I would have seen movement, even in the dark. If it had been a prank, someone would have laughed or knocked again or done something to get a reaction. None of that happened. The doorbell didn't ring again. There was no knocking, no sound at all. I locked the door, even though it was already locked. Then I checked the other doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Every small noise after that made me jump. The TV felt too loud, then too quiet. The house felt unfamiliar, like it wasn't fully mine anymore. I didn't open the door. I didn't go outside to check. There was no way I was stepping out into the dark after seeing that. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape moving in that slow, almost graceful way, dipping, raising its arms like it was doing something just for me to see, and then leaving the moment I looked away. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I've tried to explain it logically. I've gone over it again and again in my head. Maybe it was a person wearing dark clothing and crouching. Maybe it was a trick of my tired eyes adjusting to darkness. Maybe my brain filled in gaps and created something that wasn't really there. But the memory doesn't feel like imagination. It feels solid, clear, real. What bothers me the most is how deliberate it felt. The movement wasn't random. It wasn't chaotic. It was slow, controlled, almost calm. Like whatever it was had time. Like it wasn't in a hurry. Like it knew exactly where it was and why. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had turned on the porch light. Would it have vanished instantly? Would it have revealed itself as something normal? Or would I have seen it more clearly in a way I wouldn't have been able to forget? I'm not sure which answer scares me more. Even now, years later, I still hesitate when the doorbell rings at night. I still avoid turning on the porch light right away. And sometimes, when I'm standing at the door, listening, I think about that small, dark shape and the way it moved. And I get that same cold feeling all over again. Whatever it was, it stood right outside my door. It rang my doorbell. It waited long enough for me to look, and then it was gone. This happened years ago, when my ex-wife and I were still married. And it's one of those moments in my life that still makes me stop and think whenever it crosses my mind. It wasn't loud or dramatic when it happened. There was no sudden shock at first. It started quietly, with a phone call that didn't make sense at the time. and only later did its meaning sink in. My ex-wife worked the night shift back then. Because of that, our daily routines were completely opposite. I worked during the day, and she slept. We were used to barely talking while I was at work, unless something important came up. She almost never called me during the day. If my phone rang and it was her, I knew immediately that something was off. That's why I remember this call so clearly. I was at work, going through a normal day when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and saw her name. My first thought was that something bad must have happened. I stepped away to answer it, already feeling uneasy before she even spoke. Her voice sounded strange, not panicked, not crying, but unsettled, like she was trying to explain something she didn't fully understand herself. She told me she needed me to do something right away. She said I needed to call my friend Danny and make sure he and his family were okay. At first, I thought I misheard her. I asked her why. I told her I was at work and asked what was going on. She hesitated, then said something that caught me completely off guard. She told me she had just woken up from a dream, but she couldn't remember what the dream was about. She didn't see anything clearly. She didn't remember images or details. All she knew was that when she woke up, she felt this overwhelming sense that something was wrong with Danny and his family. She said it wasn't like a normal dream. It wasn't just a bad feeling that faded away. It stayed with her. She felt anxious and restless, like she couldn't go back to sleep. And the strongest thought she had was that I needed to call Danny. I didn't know what to say at first. I've always been a practical person. I believe in logic. I believe in explanations that make sense. Dreams don't usually mean much to me, but something about the way she sounded made me pause. She wasn't laughing it off. She wasn't acting dramatic. She sounded genuinely disturbed, like she was listening to something inside her that she didn't understand but couldn't ignore. Still, I tried to be reasonable. I told her that Danny was probably fine, that dreams can feel intense but don't always mean anything. She didn't argue. She didn't try to convince me with emotion. She just repeated herself calmly and firmly, saying she really felt I should call him. So I did. I stepped outside and called Danny. He answered like normal, his voice casual and relaxed. I asked him how he was doing. I asked how his family was. He told me everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Kids were okay. Life was normal. I felt a little foolish, to be honest. I explained why I was calling. I told him my wife had a strange dream and felt worried about him. He chuckled lightly, not in a cruel way, just amused. He said to thank her for the concern, but assured me that everyone was okay. There was no tension in his voice, no hint of anything wrong. We talked for a few minutes about regular stuff, work, life, nothing important. Then we hung up. I immediately called my wife back and told her what Danny said. I told her he was fine. His family was fine. Everything was okay. I expected her to relax after hearing that, but she didn't. She went quiet for a moment. Then she said she didn't feel relieved at all. She said something still felt wrong. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't point to anything specific. She just had this deep sense of unease that wouldn't go away. I remember telling her not to worry. I told her that I had talked to him directly and there was nothing wrong. I tried to comfort her, but I also remember feeling a little irritated inside. Not at her exactly, but at the situation. I wanted things to make sense. I wanted the feeling to go away so we could both move on. Eventually, the conversation ended. I went back to work. She tried to go back to sleep. For a while, everything seemed normal again. Later that day, I got another call. This time, it wasn't my wife. It was Danny. His voice was completely different from the one I had heard earlier. He sounded broken. He told me that his uncle had just called him from Florida. The call came less than half an hour after I had spoken to Danny earlier that day. His uncle told him that Danny's son had hanged himself. I remember feeling like the ground dropped out from under me. I couldn't process the words at first. I asked him to repeat it. I didn't want to believe what I was hearing, but there was no misunderstanding. His son was gone. It had already happened before I even made that first phone call. Danny was devastated. There was nothing I could say that would help. I listened while he talked through shock, disbelief, and pain. The kind of pain that doesn't sound real when you hear it through a phone. After the call ended, I just sat there in silence. The first thought that hit me wasn't about logic or explanations. It was my wife. She had called me before anyone knew, before Danny had been told, before the official phone calls went out, before reality caught up with what had already happened. I called her immediately. When I told her what had happened, she broke down, not because she felt proud or validated, but because the feeling she had that morning suddenly made horrible sense. She said she knew it, not in a clear way, not with images or facts, but in that deep, instinctive way that doesn't need explanation. She hadn't seen anything specific in her dream. She hadn't seen Danny's son. She hadn't seen what happened. She had only felt that something terrible had occurred and that it was connected to Danny. That's what unsettled me the most. If she had described a detailed dream, I might have dismissed it as coincidence, but she didn't remember the dream at all, just the feeling it left behind, the urgency, the need to act. For a long time after that, I tried to explain it away. I told myself it was coincidence, that bad things happen all the time and sometimes timing lines up in disturbing ways. I tried to tell myself that she worried about people often and this time it just happened to match something real. But no matter how I tried to frame it, it never sat right. She didn't worry about Danny all the time. She didn't randomly ask me to call friends and check on them. This was out of character for her. The timing was too precise. The urgency was too strong. And the fact that the event had already happened, but the news hadn't reached anyone yet, made it even harder to ignore. After that day, I started paying more attention to the strange things she experienced. She had moments like that occasionally. Sudden feelings, intense emotions tied to people she hadn't thought about in years. Sometimes nothing came of them. Sometimes something did. She didn't claim to know why it happened. She never said she had special abilities. In fact, she was uncomfortable talking about it. It scared her more than anything. She didn't like the idea of knowing things she couldn't explain. As for me, it changed how I see certain things. I'm still a rational person. I still look for explanations. But that experience taught me that not everything fits neatly into categories we understand. Some things exist in the space between logic and instinct, between coincidence and meaning. What haunts me most isn't just that she sensed something terrible had happened. It's that she felt it strongly enough to wake up, to call me, and to insist that I check on someone she barely interacted with. And she was right. Danny's life was changed forever that day. His family was shattered, and my wife's strange, half-remembered dream became something I've never been able to forget. Even now, years later, when I think about that phone call at work, I still get that same uneasy feeling. The feeling that sometimes, somehow, people can sense things they shouldn't be able to. That grief can echo outward before the words are spoken. That some moments arrive quietly, disguised as nothing more than a strange feeling you can't shake. And by the time the truth catches up, it's already too late. So there's an abandoned house right next to mine, and it's been that way for as long as I can remember. The previous owner moved out to California about 25 years ago and, for reasons no one around here really understands, never sold the place. It's just been sitting there, slowly decaying, like time forgot it but never fully let it go. Growing up, it was always just there, quiet, empty, a little unsettling but familiar enough that you stop questioning it. Over the years, people in the neighborhood speculated about it. Some said the owner left in a hurry. Others said he planned to come back and never did. A few claimed there were legal issues or that the house was tied up in some kind of dispute, but no one really knew. No one ever saw anyone go in or out. The lawn grew wild, the paint peeled, the windows clouded over with dust and grime. It became one of those places you don't really look at directly, even though it's right there. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. One evening, I decided I was finally going to check it out. I told myself I was just exploring. I wasn't going to break anything, wasn't going to take anything. I just wanted to see what was inside. I grabbed a flashlight, put on gloves, and walked over, while it was still light enough outside that I didn't feel completely stupid doing it. One of the basement windows was already cracked open, probably from years of weather and neglect. I pushed it the rest of the way open and climbed inside. The smell hit me immediately. Not rotten exactly, but old, damp, like dust, mildew, and time all mixed together. And the kind of smell that makes you feel like you shouldn't be breathing too deeply. I decided to start in the basement. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness as I stepped down. The basement was larger than I expected, and almost everything down there was still intact. That alone felt strange. It wasn't empty, it wasn't stripped. It felt preserved, like someone had just stopped living there one day and never came back. The first thing I noticed was a grand piano. It sat against one wall, covered in a thin layer of dust, but otherwise surprisingly well kept. I couldn't believe it had been left behind. I walked over and gently pressed a few keys. It still played. The sound echoed strangely in the basement, haunting and warped. Every note was horribly out of tune, but the fact that it made sound at all sent chills down my spine. Now, it felt like the house responding to my presence. As I moved around, I started finding more things. Old instruments leaned against the walls, guitars with strings rusted but intact, brass instruments tucked into corners. It looked like music had once been a huge part of someone's life down there. It didn't feel random, it felt intentional, like someone had poured their heart into that space. There were boxes, too. Inside them were old papers, photographs, and items from World War II, medals, uniform pieces, letters yellowed with age, stuff you'd expect a family to treasure, not abandon. I remember standing there, holding one of those items, thinking that no one just leaves this behind unless something really serious happened. Then I found what looked like a signed Elvis poster. At first, I thought it had to be fake. But the more I looked at it, the more real it seemed. It was framed, though the glass was cracked. The signature was bold and clear. Whether it was authentic or not, it clearly meant something to whoever owned it. It wasn't something you'd casually forget in a basement and never come back for. There were other personal things, too. A broken wedding picture frame caught my attention. The glass was shattered, but the photo inside was still visible. A couple smiling, frozen in a happier moment. Seeing that felt intrusive, like I was stepping into someone else's memories without permission. The basement felt like a story frozen in time. Every object felt connected, like you could almost piece together a life from what was left behind. A musician, a veteran, a husband, someone who had built a whole world in that house. Eventually, I made my way upstairs. The main floor was even more unsettling because it felt less like storage and more like someone had just stepped out and never returned. There was an unmade bed in one of the rooms. The sheets were stiff with age, but still rumpled, like someone had slept in them recently, even though I knew that wasn't possible. In the kitchen, I opened the fridge. That was a mistake. Inside were containers of food that had long since molded into unrecognizable shapes. The smell was awful, thick and sour. On the stovetop were pots and pans with food still inside, frozen solid from years of neglect and cold. Half-empty beer bottles sat on the counter, their contents turned cloudy and solid. It looked like someone had been in the middle of living their life and then just stopped. The lights were still on. That part really messed with me. Switches flipped up, bulbs long dead, but still in the on position. It felt like a small detail, but it made the whole place feel wrong, like the act of leaving had never been completed, like something interrupted it. I kept telling myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe the owner planned to come back the next day. Maybe there was an emergency. Maybe they were forced to leave suddenly. But none of those explanations fully fit. As I moved through the house, the silence felt heavier, not peaceful, expectant. Every creak of the floorboard sounded louder than it should have. My flashlight beam jumped with every small movement of my hand. I became painfully aware of how alone I was. Then I started up the stairs. The staircase groaned under my weight, the sound echoing through the empty house. I was halfway up when I heard it, crying. At first, I thought my brain was playing tricks on me. The house made noises, old houses always do. Pipes shift, wood settles, wind finds its way through cracks. I stopped and listened, holding my breath. The sound came again. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it was quiet, steady, and unmistakably human. Crying, coming from one of the side rooms upstairs. That was the moment everything inside me screamed that I had made a mistake. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The flashlight shook in my hand, casting erratic shadows along the walls. I stood there, frozen, trying to decide if I should run or investigate. Every horror story I'd ever heard flooded my mind at once. I didn't want to believe it was real. Yet I didn't want to believe there was someone else in that house. And I definitely didn't want to believe that something had been there the whole time, surrounded by all those frozen remnants of a life that never moved on. The crying continued. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned around and got out of there as fast as I could, without tripping down the stairs. I don't remember every step clearly. I just remember adrenaline and fear taking over. I ran back the way I came, climbed out through the basement window, and didn't look back. I haven't been back since. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I don't know what I heard. I don't know if it was someone living there secretly or something else entirely. I don't know if the crying was real or if my mind filled in the blanks after seeing so many deeply personal, abandoned things. What bothers me most is how complete everything felt. The house wasn't empty, it was paused. Like whatever happened there never reached a conclusion. Like the emotions tied to that place never left. Sometimes when I'm at home at night, I look at that house sitting next to mine. Dark, silent, windows staring back like empty eyes. And I think about that piano still down there, slowly going further out of tune. The wedding photos shattered but still intact. The lights left on. And somewhere upstairs, in a room I never saw, something crying. I don't know what happened in that house, but I know I don't want to find out. This happened in the late 80s or early 90s, back when I was around 6 or 7 years old. Some details from that time are fuzzy, like they tend to be when you're that young. But this night has stayed clear in my mind in a way that almost feels unfair. It's one of those memories that never softened with age. If anything, it feels sharper now because I understand what could have happened. I was at home with my sister that night. She was about 14 or 15 at the time. We grew up in a small town in Texas, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, where people wave when they pass you on the road because they know who you are, or at least who your parents are. It felt safe in that way small towns often do. There wasn't much crime, and when something bad happened, everyone heard about it fast. My parents trusted my sister to babysit me pretty often. Because of the age gap, we actually got along really well. She wasn't annoyed by me, and I wasn't scared of her, the way little kids sometimes are with older siblings. I liked hanging out with her. That night felt normal, just another evening with my sister watching TV while our parents were out. It was winter, and even though people don't always think of Texas as cold, the desert gets surprisingly cold at night. By around 8 in the evening, it was already dark outside. Not just dim, but pitch black. The kind of dark where you can't see anything unless there's a light on. We were sitting in the common room because that's where the TV was. The house wasn't huge, but the common room was the biggest space, and it had a layout that mattered a lot that night. The one whole wall facing the backyard was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows, with a large glass door in the middle that led outside. If the backyard light wasn't on, all you could see through those windows was blackness. Just your own reflection faintly bouncing back at you. The front door was on the opposite side of the room. It was a solid door, so you couldn't see through it, but it had a glass storm door on the outside. That meant someone could open the storm door and still be blocked by the main door. At the time, that detail never meant anything to me. Later, it meant everything. We were watching one of those one-hour news shows. 60 Minutes, 48 Hours, Hard Copy, something like that. Those shows that dive deep into crimes and awful things, telling the story slowly and dramatically. Even as a kid, I remember those shows being unsettling. They felt heavier than regular TV, more serious. This episode was about a manhunt. The story they were telling was already scary on its own. A quiet guy, the kind no one ever suspects, had snapped. He broke into his neighbor's house, brutally attacked them, and kidnapped their young daughter. The show was going through the details, showing pictures of the neighborhood, talking about how no one saw it coming. They were explaining that the man was still on the run, that police were searching for him. Even at 6 or 7, I could feel the tension in the room. I didn't fully understand everything they were saying, but I understood enough to know it was bad. I remember sitting close to my sister, feeling uneasy, but also feeling safe because she was there. About 45 minutes into the show, they were still talking about the manhunt. The TV was the main light source in the room, flickering blue and white across the walls. The kitchen light was on down the hall, but that was it. The rest of the house was dark. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a loud, violent banging on the front door. Not a knock, not a tap. Someone slammed into it hard. Bam, bam, bam. The sound filled the house. It was so sudden and so loud that both of us jumped up at the same time and screamed. I don't even remember deciding to scream. It just happened. Pure instinct. My heart felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. After that, there was dead silence. The banging stopped completely. No footsteps, no voices, just the TV still playing and our breathing, loud and shaky. For a moment, my brain tried to make sense of it. I was a kid. And even then, I wanted it to be something explainable. We stood there frozen, listening. My sister started trying to calm herself down. She whispered that it was probably nothing. Maybe something on the porch had blown into the door. We had planters out there. There was a rocking chair, too. West Texas winds can be brutal, and things get knocked around all the time. That explanation felt thin, but we wanted to believe it. We stayed there, holding on to each other, waiting. A minute passed, maybe 2. Nothing happened. The silence stretched out, and slowly, the rush of adrenaline started to fade, just enough for us to think again. Just as we were about to convince ourselves everything was fine, we heard it. The storm door closed, not slammed by the wind, closed. There is a very specific sound a storm door makes when someone opens it and then lets it shut. It's not violent, it's controlled. And to be able to bang on the front door the way someone had, the storm door would have had to be open. That realization hit both of us at the same time. Someone had opened the storm door, which meant someone had been standing on our porch. We didn't scream this time. We couldn't. Fear locked us in place. We were both on the floor now, frozen where we had dropped after the initial scare. I remember my sister's face going pale in the dim light. I remember her eyes darting between me and the front door. She crawled over to the TV. She didn't stand up. She stayed low, moving slowly like she was afraid sudden movement would draw attention. The TV was old, one of those big box ones with a metal dial. When she reached it, she turned it off. The dial made a solid mechanical thunk as it clicked into place. That sound felt impossibly loud in the silence that followed. Now the room was dimly lit only by the kitchen light down the hall. Shadows stretched across the walls. The windows to the backyard were just black mirrors reflecting faint shapes of us sitting on the floor. I don't know how long we sat there after that. Time didn't feel normal. It could have been seconds or minutes. I just remember the feeling of being trapped inside my own body. I was aware of my breathing, of my heartbeat, of how cold the floor felt under my legs. My sister was crouched near the TV. We kept making eye contact, then looking back at the front door. Neither of us spoke. It felt like speaking would somehow make things worse. Then I turned around. I don't know why I did. Maybe some part of me sensed something. Maybe it was just a child's instinct. But I turned on my knees to look at the back wall of windows and the glass door. That's when we heard it. The back door knob turned. I saw it happen. The metal knob rotated slightly. It was locked, but not deadbolted. The door rattled softly like someone was gently testing it, checking to see if it would open. Neither of us made a sound. I don't think either of us even breathed. Then the gentle rattling stopped. For a split second, I thought maybe that was it. Maybe whoever it was would leave. And then all hell broke loose. Bam, 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 bam. The back door was yanked violently back and forth. Someone was trying to force it open. The sound was deafening. The entire wall of windows shook. I could see my reflection in the glass warping with every jerk of the door, going fuzzy and clear and fuzzy again. It didn't feel like someone trying a door anymore. It felt like someone desperate, angry, determined. That's when my sister lost it. She screamed, loud and raw and terrified. It wasn't a controlled scream. It was pure panic. Hearing her scream snapped something in me, but instead of helping me move, it made me feel even smaller. I stayed frozen on the floor, shaking so hard my teeth hurt. My sister grabbed me. She didn't ask me to move. She didn't wait for me to react. She hauled me up and dragged me down the hall toward her bedroom. I remember stumbling, barely able to keep my feet under me. She slammed her bedroom door shut and immediately started shoving things in front of it. Her mattress, her desk chair, anything she could move. She was crying and yelling at the same time, but she didn't stop moving. Somehow, in the middle of all that, she remembered the phone. It was one of those old, portable phones, beige plastic, heavy, with a long metal antenna. She grabbed it and tried to call the sheriff. In her panic, she couldn't remember the number. We didn't have speed dial the way people do now. She was shaking so badly her fingers slipped on the buttons. She hit redial. The phone rang and someone answered. It was one of her friends. She started yelling into the phone, her words coming out broken and rushed. She told them someone was trying to get into our house and that they needed to get there right now. I remember her swearing, which stuck out to me more than anything else. She didn't swear often, and hearing it made everything feel even more serious and real. I curled up on the floor near the bed. I couldn't stop shaking. My whole body felt like it was vibrating. I remember staring at the door, expecting it to burst open at any second. After what felt like forever, we saw headlights through the window. My sister's friend had come, along with her parents. Their car pulled into the driveway, lights washing over the front of the house. We didn't hear anything else from outside after that. No more banging, no more rattling. When it was finally safe to come out, the house felt different, like something had been taken from it. The sheriff came. Our parents came home. Everyone searched the house and the yard. They didn't find anyone. There were a couple of scuff marks near the bottom of the back door, but no one could say for sure if they were new or had been there before. We never found out who was at the door. We never found out why. Nothing like that ever happened again, not to me and not to my sister. But that night changed something in both of us. It taught us how thin the line between safety and danger really is, how quickly normal can turn into terrifying. To this day, I don't forget to lock a door, and every time I hear a sudden bang in the night, part of me is right back on that cold floor staring at a glass door shaking under someone else's hands, knowing that if it broke, there would be nothing left between us and whatever was trying to get in. I was 11 years old when this happened, and even now, decades later, it still flashes into my mind without warning. It's not a long story in terms of what actually happened, but the fear packed into those few moments stretched time in a way I didn't know was possible back then. At that age, you feel invincible and stupid at the same time, and I learned very quickly how dangerous that combination can be. It was a normal day. Nothing about it stood out. I was riding my bike around the neighborhood like I had done 100 times before. I knew the streets well. I knew which corners were usually quiet, which ones had more traffic, and which ones I could cut through quickly without thinking too much. I had that careless confidence kids get when they've done something often enough, without consequences. I was riding fast, not because I was in a hurry, but because riding fast felt good. The wind in my face, the sound of the tires on the pavement, the feeling that I was in control of something. I wasn't thinking about cars. I wasn't thinking about danger. I was thinking about nothing at all. That's when I rode straight out in front of a car. I didn't see it until the last second. One moment the road looked clear, and the next moment there was a car right there, close enough that I could see the front grille and the headlights in detail. The driver slammed on the horn, and the sound exploded around me. It was loud, aggressive, and terrifying in a way that only a car horn can be when you're right in front of it. My heart jumped straight into my throat. I wobbled on the bike, but managed not to crash. I kept riding for a few feet, then slowed down. Adrenaline flooding my body, I knew I had messed up. I knew it was my fault. But instead of feeling embarrassed or apologetic, something else kicked in. Anger, not the justified kind, the stupid kind, the kind that comes from fear mixed with pride. I was scared, and instead of dealing with that feeling, I reacted the worst way possible. I turned around and flipped the car off. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach tighten. I was 11 years old, on a bike, flipping off a grown adult in a car. I didn't think about consequences. I didn't think about who they were or what kind of person they might be. I just reacted. The car screeched to a stop. The sound of the tires was sharp and violent, like they were tearing into the pavement. Everything went quiet after that, in a way that felt unnatural. The engine was still running, but it sounded distant, like it was underwater. I stopped pedaling and put one foot down on the ground, suddenly very aware of how small I was. The driver's door opened. A huge guy stepped out of the car. When I say huge, I mean huge in the way an 11-year-old understands size. He was tall, broad, and thick through the shoulders. He filled the space beside the car effortlessly, like he belonged there and the rest of the world should move around him. He didn't rush. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything at all. That scared me more than if he had. He walked calmly toward the back of the car. My mind started racing. Every warning my parents had ever given me, every story I had ever heard about road rage, suddenly crashed into my head all at once. I wanted to move. I wanted to get back on my bike and ride away as fast as I could. But my body didn't listen. I was frozen. Then the passenger door opened. A woman got out of the car. I assumed she was his girlfriend or partner, but I don't really know. What I do know is that she was crying, not quietly, not just tearing up. She was crying hard, like She was already in the middle of a breakdown before she even stepped out. She started screaming at him. Her voice cracked as she begged him not to do it. She kept saying his name over and over, telling him to stop, telling him not to open the trunk, telling him it wasn't worth it. Her words came out fast and desperate, like she was trying to outrun something terrible she knew was about to happen. "Don't open the trunk." She said it again and again. That phrase burned itself into my brain. I didn't know what was in the trunk. I still don't. But the way she reacted made my blood run cold. This wasn't someone calming down an angry driver. This was someone genuinely afraid of what he might do if he followed through. I remember the look on his face when he reached the trunk. He didn't look angry anymore. He didn't look emotional at all. He looked focused, like he had made a decision and was halfway through carrying it out. He put his hand on the trunk, and for a split second, I was sure he was going to open it. In that moment, my entire life narrowed down to a single thought. I am about to die over something unbelievably stupid. I thought about my parents. I thought about how mad they would have been if they knew what I had just done. I thought about how unfair it would be to die because I flipped someone off when I was supposed to be watching the road. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I couldn't. My mouth was dry. My hands were locked around the handlebars, and my legs felt like they didn't belong to me anymore. I don't even remember breathing. The woman kept screaming. Her voice was desperate now, almost hysterical. She moved toward him, hands out, like she was afraid to touch him, but also afraid not to. She kept saying his name and shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Something changed. I don't know if it was her voice, or the reality of what he was about to do finally sinking in, or maybe something else entirely. But he stopped. He stood there for a moment, hands still on the trunk, like he was arguing with himself. Then he turned around. He walked back to the driver's side without looking at me. He didn't say a word. He got into the car, slammed the door shut, and the woman scrambled back into the passenger seat. The car roared to life and sped off, tires squealing as it disappeared down the road. Just like that, it was over. I stood there for a long moment after they were gone, still frozen, staring at the empty street. Everything felt unreal. The world looked the same, but I didn't feel the same inside it. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my bike. Eventually, my legs started working again. I got on my bike and rode home as fast as I could, not caring how tired my legs felt or how much my chest burned. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down until I was safe. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to think about it any more than I already had to. I went to my room and sat there, trying to calm down, replaying the moment over and over in my head. What was in the trunk? That question has followed me ever since. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just tools. Maybe it was something harmless that only seemed scary because of the situation. But the woman's reaction tells a different story. You don't beg someone like that over nothing. You don't scream and cry like your life depends on it unless you believe something truly terrible is about to happen. I'll never know what was in that trunk. And honestly, I'm grateful for that. Because whatever it was, the important thing is that it stayed there, closed, unused. The choice not to open that trunk was the difference between a terrifying memory and something far worse. That experience changed me in ways I didn't understand at the time. It taught me how quickly things can escalate, how fragile safety really is, how one stupid, impulsive gesture can put you in the path of someone else's anger in a way you can't control. It also taught me something else. You never know who you're dealing with. People carry things with them. Anger, violence, regret. Sometimes those things are metaphorical. Sometimes they're sitting in the trunk of a car, waiting for the wrong moment. I was lucky that day, incredibly lucky. I walked away with nothing but fear and a hard lesson learned. I never flipped someone off in traffic again. I became a lot more careful, not just on a bike, but in how I treated strangers. Because I learned at 11 years old that the world doesn't always give warnings. Sometimes it just gives you a choice. And sometimes that choice belongs to someone else entirely. And sometimes survival comes down to a single decision, not to open a trunk. I have a lot of stories that scare me, but this is the one that still sits the deepest. Even telling it feels risky, like I'm opening a door inside my own head that I usually keep locked. I don't know how other people react to things like this because no one else lives inside my brain. All I know is that what I've experienced feels real enough to still haunt me years later. Shortly after I graduated from high school, my life split into a before and an after. One morning I woke up like any other day. There was nothing unusual about the start of it. No sense of dread, no warning. I walked out of my bedroom toward the living room, still half asleep, still thinking about normal things. And then I saw my father. He was dead. He was lying there in the living room, and for a moment, my brain refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. I remember thinking he must be asleep or sick or passed out, anything other than what it actually was. I rushed to him and tried to give him CPR, my hands shaking, my thoughts scattered and panicked. But it was already too late. He had been gone before I even came out of my room. That moment rewired me. People talk about trauma like it's an emotional scar, something you remember and feel sad about. But this was different. It wasn't just a memory. It was like my brain got stuck on that morning and refused to move forward. I developed PTSD almost immediately, though I didn't have a name for it at the time. All I knew was that I was breaking. The nightmares started not long after. They were always the same at first. In the dream, I would be walking toward the living room, just like that morning. Everything would feel normal for a few seconds. Then I would realize where I was going. I would suddenly understand what I was about to see. That realization was the worst part. The dread would hit me like a wave, and I would start screaming before I even reached the living room. Then I would wake up screaming. This didn't happen once or twice. It happened constantly, night after night, sometimes multiple times a night. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming, my heart pounding like I had been running for my life. For about a year, I wasn't a functioning human being. That's not an exaggeration. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't relax. I couldn't sleep. I became terrified of sleep. Sleep meant the dream. The dream meant reliving that morning. So I started staying awake as long as I possibly could. I would go days without sleeping, pushing myself past exhaustion, because being awake felt safer than closing my eyes. When I did finally pass out, the nightmares were waiting for me. My girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, saw me fall apart in ways I barely remember myself. One day, in the middle of the day, something finally snapped. According to her, I suddenly tensed up like I was having a seizure. My entire body locked. I wasn't shaking, but I was rigid, unmoving, completely gone. This lasted for about an hour. Inside my mind, I was trapped. I was reliving that morning over and over again, walking toward the living room, feeling the dread rise, knowing what was there. But this time something was different. Instead of waking up when I started screaming, I stayed there. Over and over. I would stop myself just before entering the living room, releasing this raw, primal scream. My wife later told me that I was screaming like that in real life too, not words, just sound, pure terror ripping out of me. This loop kept repeating in my head until something finally gave way. At some point, I stopped fighting it. I let myself go into the living room. I let myself see my father's dead body again, fully, without waking up or pulling away. I stood there in my mind and faced it. When I finally came out of that episode, something had changed. The nightmares stopped, just like that. After nearly a year of constant torment, they were gone. I could sleep again. I could exist again. I didn't understand why it worked, but I was grateful. I thought maybe that chapter of my life was over, that my mind had finally processed what happened. I was wrong. Years later, in 2005, I joined the army and found myself in Iraq. Life there was a different kind of stress, a different kind of fear. It wasn't abstract. It was constant and real and waiting for you around every corner. I was leading a convoy one day when we got intel that terrorists were sending children out in front of convoys. The idea was to force vehicles to stop or slow down, making them vulnerable to ambush. We were given clear orders: do not stop. Run over anyone who gets in the way. Those orders sat heavy in my chest, but I understood why they existed. Still, understanding doesn't make it easier. As we were driving, I saw a kid run out into the road about 300 meters ahead of my vehicle. He was small, too small to be a threat on his own. My brain froze. Everything slowed down. I knew what I was supposed to do. I knew the orders. I knew the danger of stopping, but all I could see was a child in front of me. For a split second, I couldn't move. My truck chief started screaming at me to floor it. His voice cut through my paralysis. I pressed the accelerator, my heart slamming against my ribs, my stomach turning. At the last second, the kid dodged out of the way. He disappeared off the road, and we kept moving. I didn't say a word. When we reached the next FOB, I tried to get some sleep. I was exhausted, but my mind wouldn't let go of what had happened. I kept thinking about the decision I almost had to make, about how close I came to killing a child, about how easily things could have gone differently. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. That's when the nightmare came back. In the dream, I was driving again. Same road, same situation. The kid ran out in front of me. This time, I didn't freeze. I ran him over. I felt the impact. I felt the truck roll over something that should never be under it. The horror of it washed over me, heavy and sickening. Then I stopped. I got out of the vehicle, my legs feeling numb, my head buzzing. I walked toward the back of the truck to check the body. As I moved, a familiar feeling crept in. That old dread. The same one I used to feel in my nightmares years earlier. Somewhere in my mind, I recognized it. I told myself it wasn't the same. I tried to reassure myself that this was different, that I wasn't walking into my father's living room, that this was a different nightmare, a different horror. I kept walking. As I rounded the back of the truck, I saw my father. His dead body was there, just like that morning years ago. Something inside me broke completely. I went straight into that same primal screaming, raw and uncontrollable. But this time, I didn't just wake up in bed. I woke up running. I mean, full sprint. My body was moving before my brain caught up. I was screaming as I ran, disoriented, terrified, not even knowing where I was. When I finally became aware of my surroundings, I realized I was in a part of the FOB I didn't recognize. I had run out of wherever I was sleeping and into somewhere else entirely. People were staring. Someone grabbed me. Someone else was yelling my name. I don't remember all of it clearly. Just fragments, confusion, embarrassment, fear. Thankfully, I haven't had nightmares like that since. But that doesn't mean I'm free. What scares me now isn't the dreams themselves. It's my own mind. It's knowing what it's capable of doing to me. It's knowing that trauma doesn't just disappear, that it can lie dormant for years and then resurface in ways you never expect, blending memories together, twisting them, turning them into something new and horrifying. I live with a constant low-level fear of myself, of what might be buried in my head, of what might come back if the wrong wire gets crossed again. I don't trust my own brain the way I think most people do. I function, I live my life, I love my wife, I do my best to be normal, but there's always that awareness in the background that I've been to places in my own mind that I never want to return to. And the scariest part is knowing that I didn't choose to go there in the first place. It just happened. I've told this story before in another place, but it still stands as one of the strangest and most unsettling things that has ever happened to me and my wife. It's not loud or violent or dramatic in the way some scary stories are. It's quiet, personal, and that somehow makes it worse. My mother-in-law was an incredible woman. She was funny, warm, and had a personality that filled a room without ever trying. My wife was extremely close to her. They talked constantly, laughed constantly, shared everything. When she passed away, it hit my wife hard in a way that never fully went away. What made it even harder was the timing. She died when our son was only about 4 months old. He never really got the chance to know her in any meaningful way. Years passed. By then, we were living in an old craftsman house in Pasadena, California. The house dated back to the 1930s. It had all the usual things old houses have. Hardwood floors that creaked in certain spots, doors that didn't quite line up right, a layout that felt cozy but also a little strange, like it had grown and changed over time instead of being planned all at once. Our son was about 3 years old at this point. One night I was giving him a bath. Everything was normal. The water was warm. He was playing with his toys, splashing, doing what 3-year-olds do. I was sitting there watching him, half paying attention, half lost in my own thoughts. Then I noticed he was staring over my shoulder, not in a random way, not like when kids look around because they're bored. He was focused. His eyes were locked on something behind me. And he had that look kids get when they're listening or watching something very specific. A few seconds passed. Then he asked me a question that stopped me cold. He asked why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. There was a long pause where my brain just didn't respond. At first, I thought he meant my mom. That would have made sense. So I asked him what he meant, already halfway dismissing it as kid nonsense. Then he said the name. He said my wife's nickname, the nickname her mother used to call her since she was a baby. I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't a nickname my wife and I ever used, not even once. It wasn't something we said jokingly. It wasn't something friends used. It was deeply personal. It was something only her mother called her, and she had been gone since before our son could even talk. I asked him where he heard that name. Without hesitation, he said, "The farmer told me." I remember blinking, trying to process that. I asked him who the farmer was. He said it was his friend. That was the end of the conversation. He went back to playing in the bath like nothing unusual had been said. I finished bathing him, but my mind was racing the entire time. Later that night, I told my wife what happened. As soon as I said the nickname out loud, she broke down. She started crying hard. Not fear at first, but emotion. That nickname was her mother. Hearing that our son knew it, somehow, from nowhere, hit her in a place she wasn't prepared for. We talked it through. We tried to be logical. There was no possible way he could have known that name. No videos, no recordings, no stories where it was mentioned. Nothing. We both knew that, and all we could really do was sit there and marvel at it, unsettled but not panicking. At that point it was strange, but it didn't feel threatening. That changed the next weekend. My wife worked retail at the time, so she worked weekends. I worked Monday through Friday, which meant I was home alone with our son that Saturday. He was in his room playing while I was in another part of the house. Then I started hearing him talk. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids talk to themselves all the time. But as I listened more closely, it didn't sound like pretend play. It sounded like a conversation. He was responding to something. He was saying things like, yes, no, and I don't know that. Then I heard him laugh. That laugh is what made me get up. I walked into his room and asked him what he was doing. He said he was playing. I asked him who he was playing with. He said, the farmer. At that moment, I felt a chill crawl up my back. My mind immediately jumped to every horror movie and possession story I'd ever seen, whether I wanted it to or not. I tried to stay calm and asked him where the farmer was. He looked around the room and said the farmer left when I came in. That was the moment I felt truly unsettled. There was no imaginary friend explanation that felt right anymore. Not with the nickname, not with the timing, not with the way he spoke about it so casually. When my wife got home, I told her everything. By then, she wasn't just emotional, she was disturbed. We talked about what to do, but honestly, we had no idea. We agreed that if it kept happening, we would figure something out. Until then, we decided not to make a big deal out of it in front of him. A few days later, in the middle of the night, we heard our son talking again. This time, both of us heard it. He wasn't playing, he wasn't laughing. His voice was calm, almost serious. He said, "Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore." My wife and I sat straight up in bed. We got out of bed and went into his room together. He was sitting up in his bed, awake but calm. Not scared, not crying, just sitting there like he had just finished a normal conversation. I asked him if he was okay. He said yes. I asked him what he meant. He said Grandma told him he couldn't play with the farmer anymore. That was it. After that night, the farmer was never mentioned again. Not once, not in passing, not years later, nothing. Our son is 13 now. He doesn't remember any of this. We've asked him casually before, carefully, without pushing. He has no memory of the farmer, no memory of the nickname, no memory of talking to anyone in his room. But my wife and I remember. We remember every word, every moment, every cold, unsettled feeling that came with it. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was grief bleeding through somehow. I don't know if kids are open to things adults aren't. I don't know if it was coincidence layered on coincidence in a way that feels impossible. All I know is this: there was no way for him to know that nickname. There was no way for him to invent that connection. And whatever the farmer was, it left when Grandma told him to. That's the part that still stays with me, not fear, authority, like something else stepped in and put an end to it. And just like that, it was over. My grandmother lives in a house that feels like it belongs to another time entirely. It was built in the late 1700s, and you can feel that age the moment you step onto the property. The walls are thick, the floors uneven, the air always a little cooler inside no matter the season. The house sits between two graveyards, one on each side, so close that some of the old stones can be seen through the trees if you stand in the right place. It's the kind of place people either find charming or deeply unsettling. For me, it had always just been normal. I grew up visiting it, so I was used to the quiet, the history, and the graves that surrounded it. A few days ago, a friend of mine came to visit. I hadn't seen him in months. He'd been away at a drug treatment program, and this was the first time we'd really had a chance to talk since he got back. He seemed different in a way that was hard to pin down. Healthier, maybe, calmer, but also more intense in some strange way. We were walking together along the old cobblestone driveway that leads up to my grandmother's house. Those stones have been there longer than anyone alive today, uneven and worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, wagon wheels, and weather. As we walked, he started talking about his experience while he was away. Not the program itself, but what he described as a kind of awakening. He said he felt tuned in now. Not religious, he was clear about that. He wasn't talking about God or faith or anything like that. He was talking about awareness, about sensing things he said he never noticed before, energy, presence, connections. He talked about feeling like there was more going on around us than most people realize, and that being sober had opened something up in his mind. Normally, I might have brushed that kind of talk off, but the way he spoke about it didn't feel forced or dramatic. He wasn't trying to convince me of anything. He was just explaining how he felt. Given everything he'd been through, it didn't seem impossible that something in his perception had shifted. So I listened. I didn't argue. I didn't tease him. I believed that whatever he was experiencing felt real to him. As we were talking, my cat came trotting over from the yard. She's usually friendly, but not clingy. She'll rub against your leg once or twice, then wander off to do her own thing. This time was different. She walked straight up to me and started rubbing against my leg over and over again, hard, pressing her whole body into me, tail flicking, weaving back and forth around my ankles. At first, I absent-mindedly scratched her head and kept talking, but she wouldn't stop. She kept circling me, rubbing, almost nudging me in a specific direction. Every time I paused or tried to stand still, she would turn around, walk back to me, and press herself against my leg again like she was insisting on something. After a minute or two, I realized this wasn't normal behavior for her. I mentioned it to my friend, half jokingly, and started paying closer attention. When I took a few steps forward, she moved ahead of me. When I stopped, she stopped, turned, and came back to rub against my leg again until I started walking. That's when I noticed where she was leading me. Toward the graveyard. One of the two graveyards sits just off the driveway, partially hidden by old trees and overgrown grass. I'd walked past it hundreds of times without thinking much about it. But this time, following my cat step by step, it suddenly felt different, more intentional. I followed her, my friend walking beside me now, quiet. Every time I slowed down or hesitated, she turned around and nudged me again, weaving around my legs until I moved forward. There was no randomness to it. She knew exactly where she was going. When we reached the edge of the graveyard, she didn't hesitate at all. She walked straight in, weaving between the old stones like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Then she jumped. She leapt up onto a gravestone, not the flat kind. One of the older, upright stones with a narrow top. She balanced herself on the slender head of it with ease, her paws perfectly placed, tail steady. It looked uncomfortable, almost impossible, but she stayed there like it was exactly where she wanted to be. When I walked up and reached for her, she hissed. That alone shocked me. She almost never hisses. She's gentle, patient, and tolerant. But this time the sound was sharp and warning. When I tried again, she hissed louder and pulled back, digging her claws slightly into the stone to keep her balance. My friend tried next, slowly, carefully. Same reaction. Hissing, tense, defensive. She wasn't scared. She was protective. We stepped back and looked at the gravestone she was standing on. Really looked at it. The name, the dates, the worn lettering. That's when it clicked. The person buried there had lived in my grandmother's house. Not just nearby. In that house. The same one looming behind us, quiet and ancient. The realization sent a strange chill through me. I'd known, in a general way, that people buried in those graveyards had once lived in the surrounding homes. But seeing it laid out so plainly, with my cat standing guard on that specific grave, made it feel suddenly personal. My friend didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at the cat, then at the gravestone, then back at the house. Eventually he took out his phone and snapped a picture. The cat stayed perfectly still the entire time, eyes alert, body tense, like she was exactly where she needed to be. After a while, she finally jumped down on her own. No hissing, no resistance. She walked away calmly, like her job was done. When I called her, she ignored me and wandered back toward the house without looking back. We stood there in silence for a bit after that. I didn't know what to say. Neither did he. The conversation about spirituality felt irrelevant now, almost trivial compared to what had just happened. My friend finally broke the silence by saying, very quietly, that some places remember the people who lived there, and sometimes animals notice. I don't know what I believe. I don't know if my cat sensed something real or if it was all coincidence layered on top of an already eerie setting. I don't know if my friend's so-called awakening had anything to do with it or if it was just strange timing. All I know is this: my cat led me directly to a specific grave. She refused to move from it. She reacted in a way I had never seen before. Yeah, and that grave belonged to someone who once lived under the same roof as my grandmother. I still think about that image sometimes. My cat balanced on that narrow stone, framed by centuries-old graves, the house watching silently from behind us. It didn't feel aggressive. It didn't feel threatening. It felt deliberate, and that's what unsettles me the most. When I was a kid, somewhere between 8 and 11 years old, my sister used to babysit me whenever our parents went out. She was about 7 years older than me, which meant she was old enough to feel grown up and fearless, and I was young enough to think she could handle anything. We got along well, mostly because she tolerated me, and I thought everything she did was interesting. At that time, she smoked a lot. My parents were strict about it and made her smoke outside, never in the house. So whenever she went out for a cigarette, I usually followed her. Not because I cared about the smoking, but because I was bored and liked being near her. She'd stand in the carport, which faced the street, leaning against one of the support beams or sitting on the hood of the car. I'd mess around nearby, kick rocks, ride my bike in circles, ask annoying questions, or just talk non-stop like kids do. The carport was open on one side, looking straight out onto the road. Our driveway wasn't very long, just long enough for a car or two, and it ended right at the street. It was a quiet neighborhood. Not much traffic, mostly families, people walking dogs, kids riding bikes. Nothing about it ever felt dangerous to me back then. One afternoon, while my sister was smoking, she suddenly went quiet. That alone was unusual. She was usually talking back at me or telling me to stop being annoying. I remember her posture changing slightly, like she had stiffened up. She was staring straight down the driveway toward the street. She asked me to come closer to her, which was odd. When I looked where she was looking, I saw a white SUV sitting at the very end of our driveway, stopped in the road. It wasn't parked along the curb, it was just stopped there, engine running, facing our house. It was an older SUV, maybe mid-90s. I remember it being white, kind of boxy, with a bike rack on top. What stood out the most were the windows. They were the darkest tinted windows I had ever seen. You couldn't see inside at all. Not a silhouette, not a face, nothing. From the side, it looked completely black, like the windows weren't even there. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cars stop on roads sometimes. People check their phones, look for an address, turn around. But my sister didn't move. She watched it carefully, cigarette burning down between her fingers. The SUV sat there longer than made sense. Not 30 seconds, not a minute, it just sat there. Then, eventually, my sister finished her cigarette and went back inside. I followed her, already forgetting about the car. A few minutes later, she went back out for another smoke. That's when we realized something was wrong. The SUV came back. It drove slowly down the road and stopped again in the exact same spot at the end of our driveway. Same position, same angle, same dark windows. It didn't pull into the driveway. It didn't roll past. It just stopped. My sister frowned and muttered something under her breath. She kept smoking, pretending not to notice. After a bit, she went back inside again. This time, instead of leaving, the SUV drove down the road and pulled into the church parking lot a short distance away. From where we were, you could still see it sitting there, waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't understand. When my sister went back outside again, the SUV came back too. This pattern repeated itself over and over. Whenever she was outside, the SUV would be there. Whenever she went inside, it would move down the road and wait. Then it would return. At 8 or 9 years old, I didn't fully understand how strange that was, but I could tell from my sister's behavior that something wasn't right. She was still acting brave, still pretending it didn't bother her, but she was watching it constantly now. Her jokes stopped. She stood closer to the house. She kept her body angled so she could run inside quickly if she needed to. The next day, it happened again. Our parents were out, and my sister was babysitting me like usual. When she went outside to smoke, the SUV showed up again. This time, I stayed inside and watched from the front window. From there, I could see it clearly. It sat at the end of the driveway, unmoving. It didn't honk. It didn't flash lights. It didn't roll down a window. It just sat there, facing her. Even as a kid, I could tell it was watching her. Eventually, my sister told my father about it. That part mattered because my dad was a sheriff's deputy at the time. He took it seriously. He called the police and made a complaint. Officers came out, drove around the area, checked the nearby streets and the church parking lot. The SUV was gone. No one could find it. There were no witnesses, no license plate, no clear description beyond white SUV with tinted windows. The officers told us to call again if it came back. Then months went by. Nothing happened. Life went back to normal. I stopped thinking about the SUV entirely. Kids are good at forgetting scary things when they don't happen again right away. My sister relaxed too. She still smoked outside, still babysat me, still acted like herself. About 9 months after the first time, it came back. I remember that moment clearly because it felt unreal, like something out of a bad dream suddenly bleeding into real life. My sister was outside smoking again. I was nearby, and there it was, at the end of the driveway, exactly the same as before. Same white SUV, same bike rack, same impossibly dark windows. This time it didn't just show up once. It became a regular occurrence again. Not every single day, but often enough that my sister started expecting it. She'd go outside, and sooner or later it would appear. Sometimes it would already be there, waiting. She still tried to ignore it. She was brave, or maybe just stubborn, but I could tell she was scared now. She stayed closer to the door. She cut her smoking short. She didn't let me wander far from her anymore. One day, something changed. My sister was outside smoking, and the SUV showed up again. This time, she didn't roll her eyes or sigh or pretend not to care. She got angry. I remember her flicking her cigarette away hard, like she was fed up. She told me to stay in the carport and not move. She said she was going to go talk to them. That scared me more than the SUV ever had. She started walking down the driveway toward the car. At first, she looked confident, shoulders back, walking fast, like she had made up her mind. She got about halfway down the driveway when she stopped dead. Later, she would tell us that in that moment she felt absolute terror, not nervousness. Why, not fear, terror. She said it was like every part of her body suddenly knew something her brain didn't want to accept. She said it felt like if she took even one more step, she was going to die. She froze. She stood there for a second, completely still, then turned around and ran back into the house. She didn't say anything to me. She didn't look back at the SUV. She just went inside and shut the door. That was the first time I truly understood how dangerous the situation might be. Not long after that, something else happened that finally ended it. One evening, the family car was in the shop, so my parents were home. We had ordered food, and everyone was inside together. At some point, my sister went outside to smoke again. I followed her out like always. It didn't take long. The SUV appeared again at the end of the driveway. This time, my sister didn't hesitate. She told me to run inside and get our dad immediately. I didn't ask questions. I ran. My father came out with his gun in his hand. He wasn't pointing it. He wasn't yelling. He was calm, controlled, and very serious. He walked briskly down the driveway toward the SUV, gun visible but not raised. The reaction was instant. The SUV floored it. It sped away down the road, tires squealing, and peeled out onto the nearby highway. It was gone in seconds. My dad watched it leave, memorizing everything he could. The model, the year range, the bike rack, every detail. Then he noticed something that made his face change. The license plate was covered in duct tape. Not dirty, not damaged, covered deliberately. We never saw the SUV again after that. Not once. Years passed. I grew up. My sister grew up. The life moved on. When the story comes up now, my sister just shrugs it off like it was nothing, like it was some weird coincidence from childhood. But I remember the way it watched, the way it waited, the way it followed her schedule. I remember the moment she froze halfway down the driveway, knowing something was wrong on a level deeper than logic. And I remember my dad standing there, gun in hand, as the SUV fled with its identity hidden. Whatever that was, whoever was inside that vehicle, they were there for a reason. And the fact that we never found out what that reason was is the part that still unsettles me the most. I still have a hard time talking about this one, even now. Not because it sounds unbelievable or dramatic, but because of how real it was and how much it changed me afterward. It didn't involve ghosts or shadows or unexplained figures. It was something far more grounded and, in a way, that made it worse. It happened when I was 15, and even though years have passed, it still sits heavy in my chest. It was around 3 in the morning. I was asleep in my basement room. The basement had been converted into a bedroom, and it was technically separate from the rest of the house. The door to my room locked from the outside, not the inside, which at the time felt like a weird quirk of the renovation. I never imagined how important that detail would become. I woke up to a sound that didn't immediately register as danger. It was moaning, low, strained, full of pain. At first, my half-asleep brain tried to explain it away. I assumed I was dreaming, or that it was just some noise from upstairs carrying through the vents, or maybe I was imagining it entirely. My room was laid out in such a way that from my bed, I couldn't see the couch in the basement common area. The wall blocked my view, so I couldn't tell if anyone was actually there. I lay still, listening, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But it didn't stop. The moaning continued. It sounded like someone in agony, not yelling, not screaming, just this constant, miserable sound that didn't belong in the middle of the night. I remember feeling annoyed more than afraid at first. I tried to roll over and go back to sleep, telling myself my brain was playing tricks on me. A few minutes passed. 5, maybe. The sound was still there. I leaned up slightly in bed, just enough to look toward the edge of the wall. From that angle, I could see legs, shoes. Someone was lying on the couch. My first thought was that a friend must have stayed over and passed out. A friend had been over earlier that night, and the shoes looked similar. I remember thinking, annoyed but relieved, that he must be sick or hurt or just making noise in his sleep. Then my brain caught up. That wasn't my friend. I leaned up farther, my heart starting to pound. I could see more of him now. He wasn't Greek like my friend. He was Hispanic, a complete stranger. His clothes were unfamiliar. His posture was wrong. Everything about the situation suddenly snapped into focus all at once. There was a man in my basement. I froze. I sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably around 30 seconds. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. I had a 3-inch knife on my nightstand. I remember my first instinct was pure animal fear mixed with anger. Part of me wanted to grab it and attack him while he hadn't noticed me yet. The room was weirdly quiet, except for his moaning. He didn't seem aware I was there. But then another thought cut through the panic. My door locks from the outside. That realization changed everything. If I left my room, even for a second, and he got inside, I would be trapped. There would be no way to lock him out. I wouldn't be able to protect myself. Suddenly, fighting didn't seem brave anymore. It seemed stupid. I decided to run. The moment I moved, he heard me. His head snapped toward my room. The moaning stopped instantly. He got up and started moving toward me fast. I don't remember what his face looked like in that moment. I just remember the sudden, sharp terror when I realized he was chasing me. I bolted out of my room, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I sprinted for the door, adrenaline taking over. I reached it first and slammed it shut, locking it from the outside. I could hear him hit the door almost immediately after. I didn't stop to think. I ran. I sprinted up 2 flights of stairs, barefoot, barely feeling the steps under me. I burst into my parents' room, frantic, yelling that there was a man in the basement. I was shaking, gasping for air, barely able to get the words out. They didn't believe me. At first, they thought I had woken up from a nightmare. It was 3 a.m. I was 15. They assumed I was confused, half asleep, maybe having a bad dream. I remember the frustration, the fear turning into desperation as I tried to convince them. Eventually, they agreed to come downstairs with me. As we walked toward the basement, I felt sick. I kept thinking, what if he's gone? What if they don't see anything and think I made it all up? What if he's hiding? Then, right as we approached my room, something slammed into the door from the inside. The edge of a 10-pound weight broke through the door. Wood splintered. The sound was loud and violent. There was no denying it anymore. Someone was in there. Someone real. Someone strong enough and desperate enough to try to break their way out. My mother immediately reached for the phone and called 911. My father didn't hesitate. He told me to stay back and ran upstairs to the middle floor. We had this mostly decorative suit of armor in the living room, something my family had always joked about. He pulled a broadsword from it like this was some medieval movie instead of real life. He handed my mom the phone and told me to fetch the cavalry saber from the umbrella stand. Yes, we had one of those too. Weird family. I remember my hands shaking as I grabbed it. Everything felt surreal, like I had stepped into someone else's story. My father stood there with an actual sword, guarding the hallway, while my mother spoke calmly but urgently to the dispatcher. We waited. Every second felt like an hour. We could hear the man inside my room, still moving, still making noise. The door creaked and groaned under the pressure of his attempts to escape. I remember thinking about how thin that door really was, how flimsy it suddenly seemed. After what felt like forever but was probably only 5 minutes, the police arrived. They moved quickly and professionally. They opened the door and rushed in. I didn't see much of what happened next. I stayed back with my parents, heart pounding, ears ringing. They arrested him without much trouble. The man was completely out of his mind. Drugged, they said. PCP. He wasn't coherent. He wasn't aggressive anymore, just confused and barely aware of what was happening. Apparently, he had gotten into the house by diving through a basement window. Glass everywhere. I take sleeping medication, which explained why the sound of the window shattering hadn't woken me up. The police told us something else that stuck with me. Because I had locked him in my room and prevented him from leaving, It technically counted as a citizen's arrest. That detail felt absurd at the time, almost darkly funny in a way that made my stomach twist. The immediate danger was over, but that wasn't the end of it. A few months later, I was diagnosed with PTSD. The nightmares came first, then the flashbacks, the hallucinations. I would hear sounds that weren't there, see shapes move out of the corner of my eye, wake up convinced someone was in my room again. Sleep became the enemy. The fear didn't fade with time the way people tell you it will. It changed shape. It settled into my body, into my reactions, into the way I see the world. But the worst part wasn't the fear. It was the shame. Shame that I froze. Shame that my first instinct was violence. Shame that I didn't scream immediately. Shame that I needed help. Or shame that something like this broke me when other people go through worse. Even now, that shame is hard to shake. People talk about trauma like it's a single moment, but it isn't. It's a long echo, a memory that keeps replaying itself when you least expect it. A door slamming in your mind over and over again. What happened that night didn't just scare me, it changed me, and that's the part I'm still learning how to live with. About 2 years ago, I went through one of the worst periods of my life, and even now it's hard to think about without my chest tightening. It wasn't something supernatural or unexplained like some of the other stories I've shared. What made it terrifying was that it was completely real, completely human, and completely out of my control. My ex and I had a brutal breakup. Not the kind where people drift apart quietly, but the kind full of screaming arguments, crying, accusations, and words you can never take back. Over time, it became clear that she had serious emotional issues I hadn't fully seen while we were together. There was a lot of anger in her, a lot of instability, and a lot of lying that only came to light once everything started falling apart. What made it even stranger was that she was the one who broke things off. And not once, but multiple times. Each time she'd leave, come back, leave again. When I finally accepted it and told her that it was over for good and that she needed to move out and move on, something flipped in her. She became absolutely furious. It was like me accepting the breakup took away something she needed, like control or validation. Around 3 weeks after the final breakup, I started seeing someone new. It wasn't rushed or reckless. It was calm, healthy, and honestly the first time in a long while that I felt grounded. When my ex found out, it enraged her. She took it as a personal betrayal, even though she was the one who had ended things. One day she showed up at my place to collect some belongings she had left behind. I thought it would be awkward and uncomfortable, but manageable. I couldn't have been more wrong. She came inside and told me to sit down on the bed. Her tone wasn't frantic at first. It was controlled, cold. She handed me a note and told me to read it out loud. I looked at it and immediately knew it was bad. It wasn't a letter, it was a speech. A list of insults, accusations, and pure venom. It talked about how I was incapable of love, how I was a terrible person, how I had ruined her life, how I deserved to die. I refused to read it. That's when she started screaming, not crying, screaming. She demanded that I read it over and over, her voice rising, her face twisted with rage. I was exhausted, emotionally beaten down, and I just wanted the situation to end. I remember thinking that if I read it, maybe she would finally leave. So I did. I read the whole thing out loud, every awful word, my voice shaking, my throat tight. When I finished, I looked up at her, expecting the confrontation to be over. Instead, she reached into her purse. She pulled out a gun. Loaded. Time did something strange in that moment. Everything slowed down, but my thoughts raced so fast I couldn't keep track of them. My body felt heavy and light at the same time, like I might pass out or bolt. but I couldn't do either. She sat there holding the gun and started talking. She said she knew the law. She knew she'd be caught. She knew exactly what prison she'd go to and how long she'd be there. She said she was fine with it because once she pulled the trigger, I'd be gone. Off the planet. That's how she phrased it. For about 15 minutes, she sat there trying to work herself up to doing it. 15 minutes doesn't sound long. But when you're sitting in front of someone holding a gun and talking about killing you, it stretches into something unbearable. Every second felt like it might be the last one I'd ever experience. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. My hands were shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the bed to steady myself. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I didn't fight. I cried. Tears were streaming down my face as I tried to talk to her, to reach whatever part of her was still human. I told her she wasn't a killer. I told her this wasn't who she was. I told her that if she did this, it would destroy her life and everyone who loved her. I told her she needed to leave and go live her life without me, that killing me wouldn't give her peace. I don't know which words mattered or if any of them did. I don't know if it was something I said, or if something inside her finally broke through the rage. But eventually she lowered the gun. She stood up, still shaking, still furious, and left. When the door closed behind her, I collapsed. I don't remember standing up or moving. I just remember sitting there afterwards, staring at nothing, trying to understand how close I had come to dying in my own bedroom at the hands of someone I once loved. That experience changed me, not in a dramatic, cinematic way, in a quiet, lasting way. It shattered my sense of safety, my trust in my own judgment, and my belief that emotional volatility is harmless just because it's emotional. I realized how thin the line can be between anger and violence, and how quickly things can spiral when someone feels like they've lost control. I survived, but it left scars that aren't visible. Loud arguments still make my chest tighten, sudden movements still make me flinch, and sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, my mind goes back to those 15 minutes and wonders how easily they could have ended differently. There was nothing supernatural about this story, and that's exactly why it still scares the hell out of me. I have had a few strange or paranormal things happen to me throughout my life, but most of them were small and easy to brush off. They were the kind of moments you think about once or twice and then forget. Nothing that really shook me, but there is one experience that still sits deep in my mind, even years later, and no matter how much time passes, it has never truly left me. About 4 years ago, I was finishing up my freshman year of college. I lived in the dorms, and honestly, up until that point, it had been a great experience. I had an amazing roommate, the kind you instantly click with, and we got along so well that living together felt natural. We studied together, hung out late into the night, joked around, and made what felt like lifelong memories. College life felt exciting and full of energy, and I genuinely enjoyed being there. Toward the end of my last semester, though, something started to feel different. It is hard to explain exactly when it began, because nothing obvious had changed. The people were the same. We were still loud, still laughing, still being our usual college selves. But there was this heavy feeling that started to follow us whenever we walked into our hall. It was like the air itself felt wrong. Every time I stepped through the entrance, I felt a deep sense of dread settle in my chest for no clear reason. At first, all of us brushed it off. Finals were coming up, stress levels were high, and everyone was exhausted. We joked about how the building just felt depressing because of exams and lack of sleep. But deep down, at least for me, it felt like more than stress. It felt like something was watching, something unseen but present. I never said that out loud because it sounded ridiculous even to me. One night, after hours of studying, I decided to take a shower. I figured I would clean up, get a little refreshed, and then try to sleep for a few hours before class. It was late, and most people were either asleep or still studying in their rooms. The hall was quiet, which was unusual but not alarming. Before I continue, it helps to understand the layout of our hall and the bathroom, because it plays a huge role in what happened. Our floor was divided into multiple halls, and each hall had 4 rooms. Each room held 2 students, except for one that was sometimes reserved for an RA. At the end of the hall was a massive steel door with a small window in it, so the door always made the place feel more like a prison block than a college dorm. Directly across from that door was the bathroom. The bathroom itself was unsettling even on a normal day. When you walked in, there were 2 sets of sinks immediately on either side, 2 sinks on the left and 2 on the right. Above them were large mirrors facing each other, creating this endless reflection effect that went on forever. If you stared into it too long, it almost made you dizzy. Past the sinks on the left side were 2 urinals and a toilet stall. On the right side were 2 shower stalls. What made it worse was how the mirrors worked. If you stood at the left sinks and looked into the mirror, you could clearly see the shower stalls if the doors were open. If you stood at the right sinks, you could see the reflection of the showers from the opposite mirror. No matter where you stood, it felt like you could always see more than you wanted to. The bathroom door was just as heavy and industrial as the hall door. Thick steel, small window, barely letting any light through. The door was usually held open by a large wooden wedge. It was heavy enough that you could not move it by accident. If the door closed, it was because someone intentionally forced it. That night, I was completely alone in the bathroom. I remember feeling slightly on edge, but I told myself it was just because I was tired and overstimulated. I had consumed a ridiculous amount of caffeine. Red Bull, Adderall, coffee, anything to keep me awake for finals. I tried to laugh it off in my head as I got ready to shower. I placed my clean clothes on the right side sink so I could easily reach around the shower stall and grab them afterward. As I was doing that, I happened to glance up into the mirror. At first, I didn't notice anything clearly, but something felt off, like a movement that didn't belong. In the distance, reflected deep within the mirror, I saw something faint. It almost looked like a shimmer, like heat waves in the air, but darker. It was inside the reflection of the shower stall. I stared at it, confused, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. As I watched, the thing began to move closer, not in a normal way, but like it was jumping from one layer of reflection to the next. It would appear in the farthest reflection, then suddenly be one layer closer, then another. Slowly, at first. I felt uneasy, but I tried to rationalize it. I told myself my eyes were tired, that my brain was playing tricks on me after too much caffeine and no sleep. But then it started moving faster. Each jump brought it closer, and with every movement my heart began to race harder. I could start to see more detail, but it was still unclear. It looked like a dark mass, almost like it was covered in hair. I remember my body going stiff. I couldn't move. I couldn't even look away. I felt glued to the spot, staring into that mirror. By the time it reached the 4th layer of reflection, I finally saw it clearly, and I wish more than anything that I hadn't. What I thought was hair wasn't hair at all. It was something like a long, flowing veil. It moved in a way that didn't feel natural, almost like it was floating underwater. You could partially see through it, but from the torso down, it was completely solid black, just emptiness. The face is the hardest part to describe. It was human, but not really. The shape was wrong somehow. Familiar, yet completely alien. There were eyes, and they were black, but they glowed in a way that didn't make sense. Not bright, not reflective, but glowing from within. The kind of glow that feels alive. I only saw it clearly for maybe a second. but that second has replayed in my head thousands of times. It is burned into my memory in a way I can't escape. Suddenly, the lights went out. The bathroom was plunged into complete darkness. At the same time, I heard the door slam shut with incredible force. The sound echoed through the room, loud and final. I couldn't see the thing anymore, but somehow that made it worse. My mind filled in the gaps. I ran to the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't move. It was stuck. Panic took over completely. My breathing became shallow and fast. Then, out of nowhere, a strong metallic smell filled the air. The smell of blood. It was overwhelming, thick and suffocating. After that, everything went blank. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. According to my RA, he had gone to use the bathroom sometime after all this happened. When he walked in, he found me collapsed in the shower stall. My shirt was soaked in blood from a massive nosebleed. He tried talking to me, asking what happened, but apparently I was completely out of it. The only thing I kept saying was, "It saw me." Over and over, I was panicking, screaming, completely incoherent. He had no choice but to call an ambulance. On the way to the hospital, now I was so agitated and terrified that the paramedics had to sedate me just to keep me calm. I started coming to around the time my parents arrived. They were terrified, of course, seeing me like that. I asked them what happened, trying to piece things together. The doctors told us they believed I had a seizure. They ran CAT scans once I was calm enough, but they found no evidence of seizure activity, no signs of epilepsy, no abnormalities at all. Epilepsy doesn't run in my family. I had taken Adderall many times before and even after that incident, and I had never experienced anything remotely similar. No hallucinations, no seizures, nothing. To this day, I can't look into a mirror for more than a minute. Being in a room with mirrors for too long makes my chest tighten and my vision blur. I start shaking. Sometimes I completely break down. I've been in therapy for almost 3 years because of this. I've talked to religious leaders from different backgrounds, searching for answers. Most of them give the same response, telling me to turn to God in times of fear. None of them recognize what I described as anything demonic or evil. They just don't know what to make of it. The strangest part is that before my experience, there were no reports of activity in that dorm. No stories, no rumors. And since I left, there haven't been any either. Nothing before, nothing after. It was just that one night, one isolated incident, and somehow it changed me forever. Now, a small pause. 3 stories. No interruptions. No ads stealing the moment. Just you and the darkness. Exactly the way it should be. You made this happen. You told me what mattered, and I listened. I chose your experience over everything else. Here's something I rarely say. When this happened, I didn't think much of it at first. It wasn't dramatic or terrifying in the way some paranormal stories are. There were no shadows, no strange figures, no sudden noises in the night. But over time, the slow buildup of it all became deeply unsettling in a way that still bothers me when I think about it. I had just moved to Montreal, and like anyone relocating to a new country, I needed a new phone number. I signed up with a Canadian provider, got my new number, and didn't think twice about it. It was just another step in starting a new chapter of my life. New city, new routines, new experiences. Everything felt fresh and exciting. Not long after getting settled, I started receiving phone calls and text messages in French. At first, I assumed they were wrong numbers or maybe automated messages. I didn't speak much French at the time, but I knew enough to understand that the callers were asking for someone named Nina. The first few times, I brushed it off. Wrong numbers happen all the time, especially when you get a new phone number. I replied politely when I could, saying they had the wrong number. Sometimes I ignored the calls if I didn't recognize the number. It didn't seem like a big deal. But then it kept happening. Over the next several months, the messages and calls continued. Not every day, but often enough that I noticed a pattern. Sometimes it would be a text. Sometimes it would be a call. The people on the other end were always French-speaking, and they always asked for Nina. Some of them sounded confused when I said I wasn't her. Others sounded frustrated, like they had been trying to reach her for a long time. But what made it more uncomfortable was the timing. These calls didn't always come during normal hours. I'd get them early in the morning, late at night, sometimes at hours when no one should reasonably be calling a stranger. A few times my phone rang so late that it startled me awake. Each time it was the same question. Were they speaking to Nina? At first, I joked about it to friends. I laughed it off as some weird mix-up. I even started referring to Nina like she was a ghost roommate who refused to leave me alone. But as the months went on, the humor faded. The consistency of it was strange. 8 months is a long time for wrong number calls to continue, especially when multiple people are involved. It felt like this number wasn't just recently reassigned. It felt like people genuinely believed Nina should still be answering it. Then came the call that changed everything. It was an April morning. I was still in bed, half asleep, when my phone rang. The number was withheld, which immediately caught my attention. I almost didn't answer it, but something made me pick up. Maybe curiosity, maybe instinct. A woman spoke in French. Her voice was calm, professional, and serious. She asked for Nina. I told her, again, that she had the wrong number. There was a pause. Then she told me she was with the Montreal police. That alone was enough to make my heart jump. She explained that they had been trying to contact Nina and that she had been missing for over a year. She asked if I knew her, if I had any information, if I had recently been in contact with her. I told her the truth. I had no idea who Nina was. I had only just moved to Montreal. Yeah, I had received calls and texts asking for her, but I had never met her, never spoken to her, and didn't know anything about her life. The officer thanked me for my time and ended the call. I lay there in bed, staring at my ceiling, my phone still in my hand. My mind was racing. The idea that I had been receiving calls meant for a missing person for months. Without knowing it made my skin crawl. This wasn't just a wrong number anymore. This was someone real, someone who had disappeared. And somehow I had her phone number. At first, I felt angry. I remember thinking, almost bitterly, about my phone provider. Good job, Fido, reassigning the number of a missing person without a second thought. But that anger quickly gave way to something else. Unease. Confusion. A strange sense of guilt, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. I couldn't stop thinking about Nina. Who was she? How old was she? Why were so many people trying to reach her? And how had her number ended up with me if she was still considered missing? A few days later, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to submit an inquiry through the Montreal police website. I didn't expect much. I just wanted to know if there was anything I should be aware of. If I was somehow holding on to a number connected to an active missing person case, I felt like I should at least understand the situation. In my message, I explained that I had received a call from someone claiming to be with the Montreal police, asking for Nina. I told them that I had been receiving calls and texts for her for months, and that I wanted to know if there was anything I should know or do. Then I waited. Weeks passed with no response. Part of me hoped I wouldn't hear back. Another part of me kept checking my email, wondering if there was more to this story than I already knew. Eventually, I received a reply. The message was brief, cold even. It confirmed that yes, Nina was missing, but no, they could not share any further details. That was it. No explanation, no reassurance, no guidance, just confirmation that the person whose calls I had been receiving for months was real and was still missing. That response unsettled me more than the original phone call. After that, I tried doing my own research. I searched missing persons databases for Quebec, Montreal, and Canada as a whole. I scrolled through pages of cases, filtering by date, name, age. I searched for Nina in every way I could think of. I found nothing. No Nina listed as missing within the past year. No case that matched what the officer had told me. No articles, no alerts. Nothing that explained why the police were actively trying to contact her through my number. That's when the situation started to feel truly wrong. If Nina was missing and the police were involved, why was there no public record? Why were people still calling her number months after it had been reassigned? Why had I never received a voicemail clearly explaining the situation? Even after the police call, the texts and calls didn't immediately stop. A few still came in afterward. Each one felt heavier than the last. Every time my phone buzzed, I wondered who it was this time. A friend, a family member, someone desperately trying to reach a person who no longer answered. I started to feel like I was standing in the shadow of someone else's life, like I had inherited a fragment of a story that wasn't meant for me, a story that had no clear ending. Eventually, the calls slowed down. Then they stopped, but the feeling never fully went away. To this day, I still think about Nina. I think about the idea that her number lived on, passing into my hands while she herself had vanished. I think about how many people tried to reach her, unaware that their messages were going to a stranger. And I think about that moment, half asleep in bed, when a police officer told me she had been missing for over a year. It wasn't terrifying in a traditional sense. There was no single moment of fear, just a slow, creeping realization that sometimes, without realizing it, you can step into the aftermath of something tragic. And all you're left with are unanswered calls, withheld numbers, and a name that no longer belongs to anyone you can reach. And that, in its own quiet way, is deeply unsettling. This one still hits me in a strange way when I think about it, not because anything supernatural happened, but because of how close it came to going very, very wrong. It's one of those moments where, afterward, you realize how thin the line was between a scary story and a tragic one. At the time, I was staying over at my girlfriend's house. We were together back then, and it wasn't unusual for me to crash there or hang around while she and her roommates were out. That particular day, she and her roommates had all gone to class. I had stayed behind because I was badly hungover and honestly just wanted to sleep it off in a quiet house. The house itself was nothing special, a normal place in a normal neighborhood. I had been there plenty of times and felt completely comfortable. I was laying in bed, half asleep, drifting in and out, not really thinking about anything. Just that dull, heavy feeling you get when your head is pounding and your body feels like it's made of cement. My girlfriend had a small Pomeranian, and her roommate, who was also her cousin, had a Chihuahua. I never really knew how to spell it, but it was tiny and loud, like most Chihuahuas are. Normally, the dogs would bark at random noises or get excited over nothing, so hearing them make noise wasn't unusual. But this time was different. Suddenly, both dogs completely lost it. Not normal barking, not playful noise. This was full-on panic, high-pitched yelps, frantic sounds like they were terrified and in distress. It was coming from the hallway outside the bedroom, the kind of noise that immediately puts you on edge, because animals don't sound like that unless something is very wrong. At first, I just lay there trying to process it through the fog of my hangover. I thought maybe they were fighting each other, or maybe someone had come to the door and they were freaking out like dogs usually do. But it didn't stop. If anything, it sounded worse by the second. That's when concern kicked in. I got out of bed and stood up. I should mention, because it matters to the story, that I'm a big guy. I'm about 6'1", very athletic, muscular. At the time, I was in good shape, but I was also half asleep, hungover, and standing there in nothing but my boxers. No shirt, no shoes, no weapon, just me. I walked toward the bedroom door and opened it, stepping into the hallway, and that's when everything stopped making sense. Right there in the hallway were two men I had never seen before. They looked rough, not like friends stopping by, not like people who belonged there. They were crouched down, holding the dogs, trying to physically restrain them and shut them up. One had his hands over the Pomeranian, the other was grabbing the Chihuahua. For a split second, my brain didn't know what to do with the image. I genuinely froze, not out of fear, but confusion. There's this weird delay when something happens that your mind can't immediately categorize. I remember thinking, are these her friends? Did someone come by for some reason I don't know about? Why are they touching the dogs? That moment of confusion probably lasted less than a second. Then instinct took over. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I didn't yell. I just said, "What's up?" But the way it came out shocked even me. It was harsh, aggressive, low, and firm. There was no friendliness in it at all. It was the kind of tone that says, "You are not welcome here." The effect was immediate. Both of them looked up, eyes wide, and then they bolted. They didn't say a word. They didn't threaten me. They didn't hesitate. They just ran. Full sprint straight out of the house. I didn't chase them. I didn't try to grab them. I didn't even move forward. I stepped backward instead and slammed the bedroom door shut. And then I just stood there. My heart was pounding, but it hadn't fully caught up yet. I remember standing in that room, staring at the door, trying to process what had just happened. Burglars. They were burglars. They had broken into the house while everyone was gone, and I had been laying in bed the entire time. The realization hit me all at once. Now I walked over to the window in the bedroom and looked outside. That's when I saw the Pomeranian. It was outside, trotting around like nothing had happened. That made my stomach drop. They had taken the dog outside, or it had escaped during the chaos. Either way, it confirmed how real the situation was. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. After a moment, I opened the bedroom door again and carefully checked the house. Every room, every corner, slowly, cautiously. The house was empty. They were gone. No sign of them anywhere. A little while later, I found out that the neighbors had picked up the Pomeranian and were keeping it safe. That was a relief. But the Chihuahua was missing. My girlfriend's cousin and her cousin's boyfriend were frantic when they found out. They searched everywhere. Eventually, thankfully, they found the Chihuahua later on, unharmed. I don't remember all the details of where it ended up, just that it was okay. No one was hurt. And that's the part that still makes me pause, because it could have gone so differently. Those guys could have had knives. They could have had guns. I was unarmed, half asleep, and wearing boxers. If my tone had come out differently, if I had sounded scared instead of aggressive, if I had hesitated longer, they might not have run. They might have panicked. They might have attacked me, or worse. It scares me how close it came without me realizing it at the time. At the moment, it almost felt unreal, like a scene from someone else's life. Only afterward did the weight of it settle in. The what-ifs, the delayed fear, the realization that I was incredibly lucky. I didn't feel brave afterward. I didn't feel tough. I felt shaken. I kept replaying it in my head. The dogs panicking, opening the door, seeing strangers in the house, that split second of confusion, the sound of their footsteps as they ran. I also thought about how random it was. If I had gone to class that day, if I had left earlier, if I had been asleep just a little longer, those guys would have had more time. They might have taken more, or hurt the dogs, or worse. People talk about fight or flight like it's a clean, heroic thing. But in reality, it's messy and confusing. You don't feel like a hero in the moment. You feel disoriented. You feel wrong-footed. You react before your brain fully understands what's happening. I'm still grateful nothing worse happened. Grateful the dogs were okay. Grateful my girlfriend and her roommates weren't home. Grateful those guys chose to run instead of fight. Because when I think back on it now, the scariest part isn't that burglars broke into the house. It's knowing how easily that moment could have turned into something I wouldn't be able to walk away from. I never told anyone in my house about this, and even now it feels strange to put it into words. It wasn't dramatic in the way horror stories usually are. There was no build-up, no warning, no shape stepping out of the shadows. Just one sound in the dark that instantly convinced every part of my body that something was very wrong. This happened on a normal day, doing something completely ordinary. I was doing laundry in the basement. Our basement was old, unfinished in places, and laid out in a way that always felt a little off. The laundry room itself was separated from the rest of the basement by a wall and a door. It was a small room, just big enough for the washer, dryer, a folding table, and some shelves. It had its own light, so once you were inside, it felt contained and manageable. The rest of the basement was another story. To get upstairs, you had to leave the laundry room, go through the larger open area of the basement, and then reach the staircase at the far end. That open area wasn't pitch black normally, but it relied on a single overhead light. When that light was on, everything felt fine. When it wasn't, the basement turned into a cavern of shadows and half-seen shapes. Old boxes, support beams, pipes along the ceiling, random stored furniture, all of it blurred together into something that felt bigger than it was. While I was down there switching loads, I heard a sharp pop. The light in the other part of the basement blew out. I remember standing still for a second, listening to the sudden silence that followed. The laundry room light was still on, humming softly, but beyond the door it was now completely dark, not dim, not shadowy. Dark enough that I couldn't see anything past the doorway. I swore under my breath and told myself it was no big deal. Light bulbs blow all the time. I just needed to finish what I was doing and then deal with it later. Still, I felt that familiar unease creep in. I hate walking through dark basements, always have. There's something about being underground, surrounded by concrete and dirt and old things, that makes your imagination work against you. Every sound feels louder. Every shadow feels intentional. I tried to shake that off, reminding myself I was an adult, not a scared kid. I stayed in the laundry room longer than I needed to. I folded clothes slowly. I checked my phone. I rearranged things that didn't need rearranging. Anything to delay having to open that door and walk through the darkness. The whole time, I kept glancing at the doorway, where the darkness pressed up against the light like a solid wall. Eventually, I ran out of excuses. I turned off the washer, grabbed the basket, and stood in front of the door. I told myself I would just walk straight across, not stop, not look around, and go up the stairs. It would take maybe 10 seconds. I opened the door. The darkness on the other side felt heavier than I expected, like it had weight to it. The laundry room light spilled out behind me, creating a weak rectangle of light that barely reached a few feet into the basement. Everything beyond that was swallowed up completely. I stepped out and closed the door behind me. That was my first mistake. Now the only light was behind me, and it faded quickly as I moved forward. The farther I walked, the less I could see. My eyes tried to adjust, but there was nothing to adjust to. The darkness didn't soften, it just stayed thick and absolute. I took a few steps, then a few more. Every sound suddenly felt amplified. My footsteps echoed faintly on the concrete floor. Somewhere above me, the house creaked as it settled. Pipes made a soft ticking noise as they cooled. All normal basement sounds I had heard 1,000 times before. But in the dark, they felt different. I was about halfway across the basement when it happened. Right behind me, close enough that it felt personal. I heard a loud cackle, not a laugh, not a chuckle, a cackle. It was sharp and ugly and full of intent. The kind of sound people make when they imitate a witch, except this wasn't exaggerated or playful. It sounded old, hoarse, like whoever or whatever made it had been screaming or smoking or laughing like that for decades. Imagine a witch's laugh dragged down into a deeper register, roughened, thick, wet at the edges. That's what I heard, clear as day, right behind me. Every hair on my body stood up at once. My heart slammed so hard, it felt like it skipped a beat entirely. I didn't stop to think. I didn't turn around. I didn't even fully process what I had heard. I ran. I bolted for the stairs like my life depended on it. I don't remember my feet hitting the ground, just the sensation of movement and panic. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly tripping, my breath coming out in short, sharp gasps. I didn't stop until I was at the top, in the light, with the basement door slammed shut behind me. I stood there shaking, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no more laughter, no sound at all from below. Just the normal quiet house, the hum of appliances, the faint noise of traffic outside. The world continuing exactly as it always had. I stood there for a long time, my hand still on the door handle, my chest tight and my pulse racing. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that stress and darkness had made my brain fill in something that wasn't really there. But the sound had been too clear, too specific, too close. If it had been a noise from upstairs or outside or even farther away in the basement, I might have accepted a rational explanation. But this wasn't distant, it wasn't muffled, it wasn't ambiguous, it was right behind me. I didn't go back down. I waited until my father got home later that day. When he asked why the basement light was out, I just said the bulb had blown. He went down, replaced it, flipped the switch, and the basement filled with light again like nothing had ever happened. I watched from the top of the stairs. Nothing looked out of place. No signs of anyone else having been there. No movement. No shadows where they shouldn't be. Just boxes, walls, and concrete. Just a basement. After that, I went down there plenty of times. I did laundry. I grabbed things from storage. I walked across that same spot where I had heard the sound. I never heard the cackle again, not once. That might sound comforting, but in a way, it made it worse. If it had happened more than once, I could have tried to find a pattern, a cause, some explanation. But it didn't repeat. It stood alone, like a single crack in reality that sealed itself immediately after. I never told anyone in my family about it. Not my father, not my mother, not anyone. I didn't want to sound ridiculous. I didn't want someone to laugh it off and tell me I scared myself. I didn't want to hear explanations that didn't fit what I knew I had experienced. So I kept it to myself. Even now, years later, I can still hear it if I think about it long enough. That hoarse, ugly cackle exploding out of the darkness behind me. I still avoid turning off lights in basements until I'm already at the stairs. I still walk a little faster when I'm down there alone, and sometimes when the house is quiet and the lights are low, I think about how easily something can happen once and never again, and still change the way you move through the world forever. Whatever made that sound doesn't matter as much as the fact that it made it at all, because for one moment in the dark, something let me know it was there, and then it never did again. I used to live way out in the country, not completely isolated, but far enough that nights were quiet in a way that felt heavy. We had a few neighbors scattered around, but there was a lot of land between houses, a lot of darkness once the sun went down. In the summertime, that quiet stretched on forever. Crickets, wind in the trees, the occasional distant sound that you couldn't quite place. It was the kind of place where nights felt longer than they should. Summer also meant very late nights for me. Back then, the internet was still something you shared, not something you carried around in your pocket. We had one computer in the house, and it wasn't in my room. It was set up in the guest bedroom on the opposite side of the house. Our house was wide, not tall, so to get from my bedroom to the computer, I had to pass through several rooms. There was no shortcut. If I wanted to go online, I had to make that walk every time. I didn't mind it most nights. I was a night owl, always had been. When everyone else went to sleep, that was when I felt most awake. I'd stay up chatting with friends, browsing random websites, doing whatever people did online back then to kill time. It felt like my own private world, especially when the rest of the house was dark and quiet. That night was no different at first. It was around 2 in the morning. The house was completely still. My parents were asleep in their bedroom, which sat between the kitchen and the living room. The only light in the house was the glow from the computer screen in the guest bedroom. I remember feeling relaxed, comfortable, half lost in whatever conversation I was having. At some point, I realized I needed to grab something from my room. I don't remember what it was. Maybe a charger, maybe a notebook, maybe just something dumb I convinced myself I needed. It didn't feel important at the time, and it still doesn't. What matters is that I stood up, pushed my chair back quietly, and opened the guest bedroom door. The moment I stepped into the hallway, the darkness felt thicker. The lights were off everywhere except the guest bedroom, and once I closed that door behind me, the glow disappeared. I didn't turn any lights on. I didn't want to wake my parents. I knew the house well enough to walk through it in the dark. First was the laundry room. I crossed it quietly, feeling the cold tile under my feet. Then the kitchen. I slowed down there because the floor creaked badly if you stepped in the wrong spots. I had learned where to place my feet over the years, how to move in a way that kept the house quiet. I held my breath as I passed my parents' bedroom door, listening for any sign that I'd woken them. Nothing. I continued into the living room. The living room was large and open, with the dining area just off to one side. The dining table sat close to the path I always took when walking through. There wasn't much space there, just enough to walk by. I'd done it 1,000 times. My bedroom door was right there. I was maybe 6 feet away from it. I could already picture myself reaching it, opening it, grabbing whatever I came for and getting back to the computer. Everything felt normal, quiet, predictable. And then it happened. A sound exploded into the air right beside my left ear. Not across the room, not down the hallway. Right beside me. It was a shriek. Not a scream like someone startled or angry. Not a yell. A shriek. High, piercing, violent, the kind of sound that rips through your body before your brain even understands what it is, the kind of sound people make when they're in absolute terror or pain. It was so loud and so sudden that my vision blurred instantly. My eyes watered without me choosing to cry. Every muscle in my body locked up at once, then released into pure panic. The worst part wasn't just the sound. It was where it came from. The shriek came from the space right next to my left ear, the side where the dining room table was. There was no room there, no space for a person to stand, no doorway, no shadow, nothing. There was physically nowhere for anyone to be, and yet something had screamed directly into my ear. I didn't turn my head. I didn't look. I didn't think. I ran. I sprinted the last few steps to my bedroom like something was chasing me. I slammed the door behind me so hard it rattled the frame. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. My breathing came out in short, sharp gasps that I couldn't control. I grabbed whatever I had come for without even looking at it. To this day, I don't remember what it was. I don't even know why I grabbed it. Part of me thinks I was looking for something to defend myself with, something solid, something that made me feel less exposed. I backed up to the corner of my bed and sat down hard, still facing the door. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I listened. The house was silent, no footsteps, no movement, no voices, no more screaming. Just the same quiet country night I'd known my whole life. Crickets outside, the faint hum of the refrigerator somewhere in the kitchen, the normal sounds of a house at rest. That almost made it worse. I sat there for a long time. I don't know how long. Minutes felt like hours. I kept replaying the sound in my head, trying to understand it, trying to convince myself it had to be something explainable. Maybe my mother had a nightmare. Maybe she screamed in her sleep. But even as I thought that, I knew it wasn't right. Her bedroom was down the hall, behind walls and doors. The sound wouldn't have been right in my ear, and it wouldn't have sounded like that. This was too close, too direct, too precise. Eventually, the adrenaline faded enough that my shaking slowed. I didn't sleep. I don't think I could have, even if I tried. I just sat there until the sky outside my window started to lighten. In the morning, I asked my parents about it. I tried to sound casual. I asked if my mom had woken up screaming that night. I said I thought I heard something and wanted to make sure everything was okay. They both shook their heads. No one had screamed. No one had woken up. No one had heard anything unusual. That answer stuck with me. That was the only strange thing that ever happened in that house. Nothing before it, nothing after it. No footsteps, no voices, no shadows. Just that one moment, that one sound. In some ways, that made it harder to process. If things had kept happening, maybe I could have found a pattern. Maybe I could have told myself the house was old, or the land held memories, or my mind was playing tricks on me because it was late. But there was no pattern, no repeat, just one sudden violent interruption of normal life. The strangest part is what I did after. After sitting on my bed for a while, after calming down just enough to function, I eventually got up. I opened my door. I stepped back into the hallway. I walked through the living room again, heart pounding, eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing was there. I went back to the guest bedroom and sat down at the computer. And I told my friends what had just happened. I don't know why I did that instead of going to sleep. Maybe I needed to ground myself. Maybe I needed someone else to hear it so it felt real. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that I was still in control of my environment. But even as I typed it out, my hands were shaking. That sound stayed with me for a long time. Even now, thinking about it makes my chest feel tight. I can still hear it if I let myself. That sharp, piercing shriek delivered from a place where nothing should have been able to stand. I've tried to explain it over the years. Maybe it was auditory hallucination brought on by exhaustion. Maybe it was some freak acoustic trick. Sound traveling in a way that made it feel closer than it was. Maybe my brain filled in something terrifying in a moment of vulnerability. But none of those explanations feel complete. Because the fear wasn't delayed. It was instant. My body reacted before my thoughts did. Like some deep, primitive part of me knew that sound didn't belong there. Like something had crossed a boundary it wasn't supposed to cross. And my instincts recognized it immediately. I've lived in other houses since then. I've walked through dark rooms. I've stayed up late. I've lived alone. I've never heard anything like that again. And maybe that's what makes it stick. Not the idea that something followed me, but the idea that for one moment, something was there, close enough to scream in my ear, and then it was gone. When this started happening, I didn't immediately think of it as something frightening. At first, it felt more like an annoyance than anything else. Just another strange inconvenience tied to owning a phone. But as time went on, the pattern became harder to ignore, and what once felt mildly irritating slowly turned into something deeply unsettling. This was before I moved out of the country. I had a local phone number and lived a pretty normal, quiet life. Nothing unusual was going on around me. No drama, no major stress, just work, daily routines, and the usual distractions of everyday life. That's why the phone calls stood out so sharply once they began. They all came from Richmond. That was the first thing I noticed. Every single call traced back to Richmond, even though I had no real connection to the area. I hadn't lived there. I didn't have friends there, didn't do business there, and as far as I knew, had never given my number to anyone or any place in that region. The calls came from a wide variety of numbers, but they always shared that same geographic origin. Sometimes the caller ID would show the name of a business. Other times, it would just be a number. Hardware stores, nursing homes, places I had never heard of and definitely never contacted. There were two very distinct types of calls. The first type seemed almost harmless at first. The first time it happened, I answered the phone without any hesitation. On the other end was a man with a very upbeat, cheerful voice. He sounded friendly, almost overly so. He asked me my name, casually, like this was a normal conversation. I told him my name. There was a brief pause. And then he said he had the wrong number. His tone didn't change. Still cheerful, still polite. He hung up immediately afterward. I didn't think much of it. People dial wrong numbers all the time. I shrugged it off and went about my day, but then he called again, and again, and again. Each time it was the same routine, same upbeat male voice, same casual question asking for my name, same response afterward telling me he had the wrong number before hanging up. The thing that started to bother me wasn't the repetition, it was the phone numbers. Every time he called, it came from a different number. At first, I assumed it was some kind of call center issue or maybe a misconfigured phone system. But all the numbers were different, and all of them were from Richmond. Some of them were listed as businesses, others weren't. There was no consistency except for the location and the voice. Over the course of a few weeks, I received several calls like this. I started to feel uneasy answering the phone when I didn't recognize the number. Something about it felt off. It didn't feel like someone who was genuinely trying to reach a specific person. It felt rehearsed, mechanical almost. The last time that particular caller contacted me, something changed. When I answered, he didn't ask for my name. He didn't sound confused. He didn't even sound cheerful anymore. He simply said, "I have the wrong number," and hung up. That was it. No explanation, no question, no pause, just that single sentence delivered flatly, and then silence. After that, I never heard from him again. If that had been the only strange thing, I might have eventually forgotten about it. But it wasn't. The second type of call was far worse. These calls didn't start with a voice at all. When I answered, there would be nothing but a low hiss in the background. It sounded like static, but not the kind you hear from a bad connection. It was constant, like white noise. I would say hello a few times, waiting for someone to speak. Then, after several seconds, a voice would emerge. It was an old man's voice. At least, that's what it sounded like. His voice was low, rough, and shaky, like it took effort for him to speak. He would start mumbling, saying things I could never fully understand. It wasn't one clear sentence or even a recognizable conversation. It sounded like rambling, like someone talking to themselves rather than to another person. The most disturbing part was that he never paused. He would just keep going, mumbling, muttering, drifting from one unintelligible phrase to the next. There were no breaks, no moments where he waited for a response. It was like he wasn't aware I was on the line at all. Every time this happened, I would hang up. I couldn't stand listening to it. The sound of his voice made my skin crawl. It wasn't just confusing, it felt intrusive, like I had accidentally tapped into something I wasn't supposed to hear. Just like with the first type of call, these also came from different numbers every time. And just like before, every number traced back to Richmond. Sometimes the caller ID would show a location tied to a nursing home or some other care facility. Other times it was just a number with no name attached. The frequency of the calls varied. Sometimes I'd go a few days without hearing anything. Other times, I'd get multiple calls in a single week. There was no predictable schedule. That unpredictability made it worse. Every time my phone rang, I felt a small spike of anxiety. I started screening calls more often, letting unfamiliar numbers go to voicemail. But most of the time, no voicemail was left. Just missed calls. Silent reminders that someone or something was still dialing my number. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe my number had once belonged to someone else. Someone who lived in Richmond. Someone who had been contacted by all these places in the past. That would explain why businesses and institutions were calling. It would explain the confusion. It didn't explain the voices. It didn't explain the man who kept asking for my name, or the old man who mumbled endlessly into the receiver, or why every single call came from a different number, or why none of them ever seemed to correct the mistake permanently. I considered changing my number, but for one reason or another, I kept putting it off. Life got busy. The calls, while disturbing, weren't constant enough to completely disrupt my day. I learned to live with them, even though they left me unsettled. They continued right up until the day I moved out of the country. When I left, I canceled that phone number entirely. The calls stopped immediately simply because the number no longer existed. There was no resolution, no explanation, just silence. To this day, I still don't know who those callers were. I don't know how they got my number or why they kept calling from different lines within the same city. I don't know if it was one person using multiple phones, a broken system looping endlessly, or something stranger. All I know is how it made me feel. It felt like my number had been pulled into someone else's life, or maybe several lives, like I was receiving echoes of conversations that weren't meant for me. Each call felt like a reminder that I was connected, however briefly and unwillingly, to something I couldn't see or understand. There was no dramatic climax, no moment where everything clicked into place, just a steady stream of calls, different voices, different numbers, always Richmond. And even now, years later, I still sometimes think about what might have happened if I had answered one of those calls and stayed on the line longer, if I had spoken to the old man, if I had asked more questions, if I had pushed for answers. But part of me is glad I didn't, because whatever was reaching out through that phone, it never felt like it wanted a conversation. It felt like it was simply calling because that's what it had always done. And that, more than anything else, is what made it creepy as all hell. When I was a kid, the thing I hated more than anything else was taking my clothes down to the basement. It sounds ridiculous now, but back then it felt like being asked to walk straight into a nightmare. My job was simple. Carry my clothes downstairs and dump them in a big pile next to the washing machine so my mom could wash them later. That was it. No tricks, no danger, just a chore. But the basement ruined everything. That side of the basement wasn't finished. No drywall, no carpet, no warmth, just concrete floors, exposed beams, pipes running along the ceiling, and shadows that didn't seem to stay still. The light was always wrong down there. Even during the day, it felt dim and heavy, like the basement swallowed whatever light came into it and kept the rest for itself. I was terrified of that place. It wasn't just fear, either. It crawled into my sleep. I had nightmares about the basement constantly, not normal bad dreams that fade when you wake up, but vivid, repeating nightmares that felt more real than being awake. The worst part was that I often knew I was dreaming while it was happening, but I couldn't escape. I was trapped inside the dream, fully aware of what was about to happen, completely powerless to stop it. One nightmare came back more than any other. In it, I would be awake in the house, walking around, completely alone, No parents, no voices, no noise except my own breathing. At some point, I would suddenly realize that it was almost time. I don't know what time it was. I couldn't read a clock or point to a number, but I could feel it in my body, in my bones, like a pressure building in the air, like the house itself was holding its breath. Now I knew with absolute certainty that something bad was about to happen. Every time I would panic and run to the kitchen. The door to the basement was in the kitchen, right there against the wall. In the dream, I would crawl under the kitchen table and curl myself up as tightly as I could. I remember the feeling of the cold tile against my knees, my hands pressed over my mouth to keep myself from making any noise. My heart would be racing so hard, it felt like it might give me away. Then the basement door would open. I never saw the door itself open, I just knew it had. I would see the legs of a man step into the kitchen. Only his legs, from the knees down, dark pants, heavy shoes. I never saw his face. I never knew who he was. But I knew what he was. I knew that if he caught me out in the open, he would do terrible things to me. The worst part wasn't even that. The worst part was knowing that he knew exactly where I was. In the dream, I was always certain of it. He knew I was under the table. He could hear my breathing. He could probably hear my heart pounding. But he didn't rush. He didn't grab me right away. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed knowing how afraid I was, curled up under that table, trying desperately not to be seen or heard. That knowledge was unbearable. Sometimes the dream would end there. Sometimes it would fade into something else. Other times, another nightmare would take over. In that one, I would be walking down the basement stairs. I always knew what was coming. Even before I took the first step, I knew exactly how it would end. I could feel the dread building as I went down each step, my body screaming at me to turn around, to run, to stop. But I couldn't. My legs kept moving on their own. When I stepped off the last stair, the basement would go completely dark, not dim, not shadowy, total darkness. And something would grab me. I can't explain the terror that produced. It was pure, overwhelming panic, the kind that fills your chest and throat and leaves no room for thought. The worst part was that I knew it was going to happen the entire time I was walking down those stairs, and I was completely unable to stop myself. There were other dreams too, different versions, different details, but they all centered around the basement. That place was always the heart of the fear. Even when I was awake, the basement felt wrong, like it was watching me, like it was waiting. I hated the basement. One day I had to take my laundry down like usual. My parents weren't home. It was just me and the dog. I stood at the top of the basement stairs for a long time, holding my clothes, staring down into the dim space below. My chest felt tight, my stomach twisting in on itself. That's when I had an idea. If the dog came with me, it wouldn't be so bad. She was a good dog, big enough to make me feel safer, loyal, always happy to follow me anywhere. I figured that having her down there with me would somehow keep the bad things away, like monsters wouldn't dare show up if a dog was present. So I grabbed my laundry, called the dog over, and headed down the stairs. It was daytime, which helped. Sunlight streamed down through the small slit windows near the ceiling, cutting thin lines of light across the concrete floor. The basement didn't look as terrifying as it usually did. Still creepy, but manageable. I told myself I was being stupid. I walked more confidently than I felt, trying to prove something to myself. I made it to the washing machine. I casually tossed my clothes onto the pile like it was no big deal at all. Like this was just another normal part of my day. I even felt a little proud of myself. See, nothing happened. Then I turned around and started back toward the stairs. That confidence didn't last. No matter how brave I pretended to be, there was one rule I always followed. I never walked up the basement stairs slowly, ever. Once the task was done, I ran. Every time. I didn't care how silly it looked. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. I was a scrawny kid, light on my feet. When I ran up the stairs, you could barely hear my footsteps. I took the first step, then the second, then the third. And suddenly behind me, I heard it, thudding, scrambling, heavy, frantic movement coming up the stairs right behind me. It was loud, way louder than my own footsteps. It sounded wild and desperate and fast, like something charging upward with full force. The noise filled the stairwell, echoing off the walls, closing in on me. My brain shut down. I didn't think, maybe it's the dog. I didn't think anything at all. Every nightmare I had ever had about that basement slammed into me at once. This was it. This was the moment monsters turned out to be real. This was the moment where everything I had been told was a lie. I screamed. I felt my heart pounding so hard it hurt. My body wouldn't respond anymore. I couldn't keep climbing. I couldn't turn around. My legs gave out completely. I collapsed onto the stairs and curled up into a tight ball, arms over my head, face buried against the steps. I shut my eyes as hard as I could. I genuinely believed I was about to die. Can you imagine that feeling as a kid? Growing up being told monsters aren't real, that there's nothing to be afraid of, and then facing what feels like undeniable proof that your worst nightmare is charging straight at you inside your own home. I didn't try to fight. I didn't try to scream again. I just waited, and then something warm touched my face, a tongue. Wet, sloppy, happy. My dog started licking my face, tail probably wagging like crazy, thrilled to be playing what she clearly thought was an exciting new game called Race You Up the Stairs. I opened my eyes and burst into tears. Not quiet crying, full sobbing, shaking, gasping. I can't breathe crying. The kind that comes from adrenaline crashing all at once. My dog didn't understand what she'd done wrong. She just kept licking me, bouncing around, completely oblivious to the fact that she had just scared the soul out of me. Eventually, I calmed down. I laughed a little too, though it came out shaky and weak. I hugged her and climbed the rest of the way upstairs, still trembling. The basement door closed behind me and the house felt safe again. But that fear never fully went away. Even after I understood what happened, even after I could logically explain it, the basement never stopped feeling wrong. Those nightmares stayed with me for years. The feeling of dread, the sense that something was waiting, the knowledge in the dreams that I was about to face something terrible and couldn't stop it, even now. As an adult, basements still make my skin crawl. I don't like unfinished ones. I don't like walking through them in the dark. I don't like that heavy silence they have. Somewhere deep down, there's still that kid who knows what it feels like to be frozen on the stairs, waiting for something to grab him out of the dark. And even though that day ended with nothing more than a dog who wanted to play, the fear was real. Terrifyingly real, and for a moment it felt like every nightmare I had ever had was finally coming true. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my family lived in a house tucked away in a quiet little neighborhood at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was the kind of place where nothing ever seemed to happen. No through traffic, no noise, no reason to feel unsafe. From the outside, it looked like a perfectly normal family home, the kind you would never expect to carry anything strange with it. The backyard was massive. It stretched farther than most yards in the neighborhood, wide and open, with grass that seemed to go on forever when you were a kid. But in one far corner of that yard, there was something that never felt right. Sitting there was an old, rusted trailer, the flat kind people use to tow dirt bikes or equipment. It was worn down, brown with rust, half sunken into the ground, like it had been abandoned for years. None of us liked that corner of the yard. It didn't matter how bright the sun was or how normal everything else felt. That spot always felt wrong. My sisters and I never played near it. We didn't run past it. We didn't explore it. Even our dog avoided it completely. She would run around the yard freely, chasing toys or birds, but she would always stop short of that corner, turning away like there was an invisible wall there. As kids, we didn't talk about it much. We didn't have the language to explain why it made us uncomfortable. We just knew instinctively that it wasn't a place we wanted to be. Inside the house, things were mostly normal, at least on the surface. My two younger sisters shared a bedroom, and I had my own room down the hall. Every now and then, usually late at night, my sisters would quietly come into my room and ask if they could sleep on the floor or at the foot of my bed. They said they were seeing weird lights in their room. My parents brushed it off. They said it was probably street lights shining through the window or car headlights passing by. It was a reasonable explanation, and at that age, we accepted it, even if it didn't fully sit right. The street wasn't busy, and the lights my sisters described didn't really match that explanation. Still, none of us pushed the issue. Then there was the night that changed everything for me. I woke up suddenly, in the middle of the night, with a feeling I had never experienced before. It wasn't fear at first. It was anger. Not my own anger, but the sensation of being near someone who was furious. The kind of presence you feel when someone is standing right next to you, absolutely seething even if they haven't said a word. My room was dark, quiet, and still. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a shape standing in my doorway. It looked like a person, just a dark outline against the darkness. Near where its face should have been was a single red glowing light. It looked exactly like the cherry at the end of a cigarette. Both of my parents smoked. In my sleepy, confused state, my brain immediately tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I assumed it was one of them, standing in the doorway, maybe checking on me. I sat up in bed and softly said, "Mom? Dad?" There was no response. The figure didn't move. It didn't shift or react. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, both the shape and the red light were gone. The doorway was empty. The silence felt heavy. A wave of fear rushed over me all at once. I didn't want to look around. I didn't want to move. I yanked the covers up over my head as fast as I could and curled into a tight ball, pressing myself into the mattress, trying to make myself as small as possible. I lay there, heart pounding, listening. That's when I felt it. A tug at the blankets near the bottom of the bed. It wasn't hard at first, just enough to let me know something was there. My breath caught in my throat. I tightened my grip on the covers, pulling them closer to my chest. A moment passed, and then there was another tug, stronger this time. I was terrified. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body felt locked in place. All I could do was hold on to the blankets with everything I had, as if that thin layer of fabric was the only thing protecting me. The tugging stopped. I lay there, frozen, afraid that if I moved even slightly, it would start again. Time stretched on in a way that made it impossible to tell how long I was awake. Minutes felt like hours. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep again. In the morning, I told my parents what had happened. I described the figure, the red light, the tugging at my blankets. They listened, but their expressions were calm, reassuring. They told me they had both been asleep all night. Neither of them had come into my room. They said it must have been a nightmare. I wanted to believe them. As I got older, we moved out of that house. Life went on. For a long time, I didn't think much about it during the day, but at night, in my dreams, the house came back. Years later, well into adulthood, I started having recurring nightmares about that place. They weren't always the same, but they followed similar patterns. The house would appear the way it looked when we lived there, but something was always wrong. The worst part was the garage-turned-den at the back of the house. In my dreams, that room looked like a black hole. It was impossibly dark, darker than any shadow should be, even though the house was only one story in real life. In my dreams, I would be running downstairs toward that den. I knew with absolute certainty that if I went too close to that darkness, something evil would get me. I could feel it waiting. Sometimes in the dreams, I would try to escape the house. I would run to neighboring homes, banging on doors, begging for help. But even in the dreams, I knew that those houses were wrong too. I knew that if I went inside them, I would die. The entire neighborhood felt hostile, like it was all part of the same trap. These dreams followed me for years. I never talked about them much. They felt too strange, too personal. I assumed they were just the result of childhood fears lingering into adulthood. Then one night, many years later, my younger sister and I were talking with our mom about that old house. It came up casually at first, just memories of the neighborhood, the yard, the layout. Then the conversation shifted. My mom mentioned that she used to have nightmares about that house. My sister and I looked at each other. She started describing them. In her dreams, she would be running downstairs into the kitchen. The cupboards would be opening and closing by themselves, slamming loudly. She felt panicked, chased, like something was forcing her forward. She also mentioned seeing a man standing in the den, near the same area where I always saw the black hole in my dreams. My blood ran cold. She was describing details she had no way of knowing. We had never talked about our dreams before. I had never told her what I saw in mine. And yet, the locations matched. The feelings matched. Even the presence matched. All three of us sat there in silence for a moment. It wasn't just one person anymore. It wasn't just a kid's nightmare or an overactive imagination. Three people from the same house across decades had experienced the same patterns of fear, the same locations, the same sense of something being wrong. Needless to say, we were all deeply unsettled. There was no dramatic conclusion, no explanation, no discovery of some tragic history tied to the house. Just shared memories, shared dreams, and a lingering sense that something had followed us long after we left. Even now, when I think back on that house, it isn't the figure in the doorway that scares me the most. It's the consistency, the way the fear showed up in different forms at different ages to different people, but always tied to the same place. Whatever it was, it didn't need to make itself known often. It only needed to be remembered. When I was a kid, around 10 or maybe 11 years old, something happened that has stayed with me just as strongly as any nightmare I've ever had. Even now, thinking back on it makes my stomach tighten. At the time, I didn't fully understand what I was witnessing, but as I've grown older, the memory has only become more unsettling, not less. My great-grandfather was very old by then, and his health had started to decline quickly. About a month before this happened, his wife, my great-grandmother, had passed away. They had been together for most of their lives, and after she died, it was obvious to everyone in the family that he was no longer the same person. It was like something inside him had shut down. He barely ate, barely slept, and spent most of his time sitting alone in his house, staring off into space. We all knew, without saying it out loud, that he didn't have much time left. There was this quiet understanding in the family that we were in the final stretch. Visits became more frequent. Conversations became softer. Everyone tried to be kind and patient with him, even when he started saying things that didn't make much sense. Not long after my great-grandmother died, my great-grandfather began telling people that he was seeing strange things in his house. At first, he mentioned shadows that didn't belong to anyone. Then he talked about shapes moving where nothing should be moving. Sometimes he would say he saw figures standing in rooms that were empty. No one really believed him. Most of the adults brushed it off as grief stress, or his age catching up with him. They said he was confused, that losing his wife had shaken him deeply, and that his mind was just trying to cope. I remember overhearing conversations where people would say things like, "He's just imagining things," or "That's what happens when you get that old." No one took him seriously, but he was clearly disturbed by what he was seeing. He wasn't joking about it or telling stories for attention. He looked scared sometimes, genuinely scared, and that always stuck with me. Even as a kid, I could tell there was something different about the way he talked about it. Instead of arguing with anyone or trying to convince them with words, he decided to do something else. My great-grandfather had an old Polaroid camera. It was the kind that printed photos instantly, the kind where you could watch the image slowly appear. One day, he announced that he was going to start taking pictures of the things he was seeing. He said that if no one believed him, he would show them. I remember watching him walk around his house with that camera, carefully pointing it at different corners of rooms, hallways, doorways, and furniture. To everyone else, it probably looked pointless. Most of the photos didn't turn out at all. Some were too dark, some were blurry, and some were just blank-looking images of walls or floors. The adults would shake their heads and quietly confirm their belief that he was just confused. Then there was one photo. I remember the moment clearly, even though I was young. He called everyone over and said he had finally gotten one that worked. The room felt different when he said that, like the air got heavier. He was holding the photo carefully, waiting for it to fully develop. When we all gathered around and looked at it, everything went silent. The picture was of his television. The TV was turned off when the picture was taken, so the screen was black. But on that black screen, there was something visible. At first glance, it looked like a shadow, but it was too defined to be just a shadow. It clearly had a shape that looked like a person, but it wasn't normal. The figure had arms, but the hands were wrong. On each arm, there were 4 distinct fingers, not 5, and the ends of them looked pointed. Not like claws exactly, but sharp enough to feel unnatural. The body was dark, almost like it was made entirely of shadow, but it stood out clearly against the black screen in a way that made no sense. The most disturbing part was above its head. There was something that looked like a halo, but not the kind you see in movies or paintings. It wasn't a simple glowing ring floating above the head. It was shaped almost like a horseshoe, stretching from one shoulder to the other. Inside that shape were perfect triangles arranged so cleanly and evenly that it didn't look random at all. It looked deliberate, almost precise. The head of the figure wasn't facing forward. It was turned completely sideways to the right, so you could see the outline of its face. Even though there were no clear facial features, you could still tell where the head ended and the neck began. The outline alone was enough to make my skin crawl. I remember staring at that photo, feeling frozen. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know how to explain what I was seeing. I just knew it scared me. Everyone else saw it too. My entire family was standing there, looking at the same image. No one laughed. No one brushed it off immediately. There was a long pause, and then my aunt broke the silence by saying, "It looks like a monster." The way she said it wasn't joking or dramatic. It was quiet, almost shocked. I will never forget that moment. Even the adults who had been dismissing my great-grandfather's claims looked uneasy. You could see it on their faces. They didn't know what they were looking at, and for a brief moment, it felt like they were questioning everything they had been saying. My great-grandfather didn't say, "I told you so." He didn't gloat. He just looked tired, almost relieved, like he finally had proof that he wasn't crazy. After that day, things got strange in a different way. A little while later, someone asked my grandmother about the photo. We wanted to see it again. We assumed she had kept it somewhere safe. It felt impossible to imagine that something like that could just be thrown away or lost. When we asked her, she looked genuinely confused. She said she had no idea what we were talking about. At first, we thought she was joking. Then we thought maybe she just didn't remember. But she insisted over and over that there was no photo. She said my great-grandfather never took any pictures like that. She denied the whole thing completely. What made it worse was how serious she was. She wasn't laughing it off or changing the subject. She looked annoyed, even defensive, as if the idea itself bothered her. No matter how much we pressed, she refused to acknowledge that the photo ever existed. That scared me almost as much as the picture itself. I knew what I saw. I knew my family had seen it too. My aunt's reaction alone was proof that it wasn't just in my head. But suddenly, it was like the memory was being erased, at least for some people. Not long after that, my great-grandfather passed away. After his death, the topic was never brought up again. No one talked about the things he claimed to see. No one mentioned the camera or the photo. It was like an unspoken agreement to forget it ever happened. But I couldn't forget. Even now, I can see that image clearly in my mind. The dark figure, the pointed fingers, the strange halo with perfect triangles, the sideways head. It's burned into my memory in a way that feels permanent. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if that photo still existed, if someone had kept it, if technology today could analyze it or explain it. Other times, I wonder if it's better that it disappeared, like it wasn't meant to stay. What unsettles me the most is that my great-grandfather had been seeing these things before the photo was taken. He was already aware of them. The picture wasn't creating the experience, it was documenting it. I don't know what he was seeing in those final weeks of his life. I don't know if it was grief, something psychological, or something else entirely. But I do know that one image changed the way I look at the world. To this day, I can probably draw it if someone asked me to. The shape is that clear in my head, and sometimes late at night I find myself wondering if what he saw was something waiting for him, or something that noticed him noticing it. Whatever it was, it made sure at least one of us would never forget. About 10 years ago, when I was 19, I was very close friends with a girl who shared my interest in the paranormal. We were the kind of people who stayed up late talking about ghosts, strange experiences, and the possibility that there was more to the world than what we could see. Neither of us approached it from a place of mockery. We were curious, respectful, and genuinely fascinated by the unknown. At some point, she bought a spirit board, not a classic Ouija board, but one marketed under the name Psychic Circle. It was covered in words, symbols, and images, and it came with a small book that explained how to use it and how to interpret responses. We were excited when she got it, imagining all the possibilities. We tried it several times together, usually late at night, sitting on the floor with dim lighting, trying to follow the instructions exactly as written. Nothing ever happened. No movement, no responses, no strange feelings. It always felt quiet and empty. Eventually, we joked that maybe we were doing it wrong, or maybe nothing wanted to talk to us. Still, neither of us felt scared using it. If anything, it felt a little disappointing. One night, though, she took the board over to her aunt's house. Her aunt lived alone and had always been described as a little eccentric, but nothing alarming. According to my friend, that night turned into something completely different. She told me that they had an intense experience using the board, something far beyond anything we had ever felt together. She didn't go into many details at first, just said that it was overwhelming and emotional. After that, her aunt asked if she could keep the board for a few nights so she could use it on her own. My friend agreed, and we made plans to go over that weekend so we could all use it together. That Friday night, we got into the car and headed over to her aunt's house. Almost immediately, I felt something was wrong. It wasn't fear exactly. I had experienced strange things before, and the idea of another paranormal encounter didn't usually scare me. This was different. It was a deep, heavy sense of dread that settled in my chest as soon as I sat down in the car. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just nerves or excitement mixed with anticipation, but the feeling didn't fade as we drove. If anything, it got stronger the closer we got to her aunt's house. By the time we pulled into the driveway, my stomach felt tight, like I had just received terrible news without knowing what it was. The moment I stepped inside the house, the feeling intensified. Her aunt greeted us, but the warmth just wasn't there. I could tell almost instantly that she didn't like me, not in a subtle way either. Her tone was cold, her eyes lingered on me longer than felt comfortable, and there was an edge to everything she said. I couldn't figure out why. I had never met her before, and I had done nothing to offend her. The dread I felt earlier grew heavier, almost suffocating. I tried to brush it off as paranoia. I smiled, made polite conversation, and did my best to be friendly. My friend didn't seem to notice anything unusual at first, which made me question myself even more. I kept telling myself I was overthinking it. Then her aunt brought out the board. But the moment I saw it, my heart dropped. It looked nothing like it had before. When my friend first bought it, it had been colorful, clean, and new. Now it looked old, extremely old. The surface was weathered, the colors faded and dull, like it had been left outside in the sun for years. The edges looked worn, and the whole thing had an unnatural, aged appearance that made no sense given how recently it had been purchased. My friend immediately noticed it too. She asked her aunt what had happened to the board. Clearly shocked by how different it looked, her aunt answered casually, almost dismissively, and said that the board had been sweating. That word stuck with me. Sweating, not warped, not damaged, not stained. Sweating. Her aunt placed the board on the table. As she did, she kept glancing at me. Her expression filled with suspicion, almost hostility. By that point, I was terrified. My palms were clammy, my hands shaking slightly, and my heart was pounding in my ears. I felt like I was somewhere I absolutely did not belong. Still, I sat down with them. When it came time to place our hands on the oracle, I reached out, trying to steady myself. The moment my fingers touched it, her aunt snapped, "No!" I pulled my hands back instantly, startled. She looked straight at me and said, "They don't like you. They don't want to answer your questions. I can just tell." The room went completely silent. I didn't know what to say. I felt embarrassed, confused, and deeply unsettled all at once. My friend looked shocked. This behavior was completely out of character for her aunt. She wasn't joking, she wasn't dramatic, she was dead serious. At that point, I just wanted to leave. We didn't stay much longer after that. The atmosphere was unbearable. The dread I had felt earlier had turned into pure fear. My friend was upset as we left. She kept saying that her aunt had never acted like that before. She couldn't explain it. It didn't make sense to her either. Her aunt refused to give the board back. Eventually, I bought my own version of the board, thinking maybe what happened was just a strange coincidence. But I never had any luck with it either. Nothing ever happened. No movement, no responses. It stayed completely silent. After a while, I took that as a sign. I gave it away to some other friends and decided to stop messing with things I didn't fully understand. Even now, thinking back on that night, what unsettles me the most isn't the board itself. It's the feeling. That immediate sense of dread before anything even happened. And the way her aunt looked at me like she knew something I didn't. To this day, I don't know what her aunt experienced while she had that board alone. I don't know what made it change the way it did. And I don't know why, out of everyone there, I was singled out. But whatever was involved that night, it made it very clear that I was not welcome. This is one of those memories that has never faded, no matter how much time has passed or how many times I've tried to explain it to myself in a logical way. I know how it sounds. I know how easy it is to dismiss something like this, especially when it happened to a kid. But I also know what I saw, and more importantly, I know that I wasn't alone when it happened. Around 5 years ago, when I was about 12 years old, my life changed in a big way. My parents, my brother and I moved from the United States to Querétaro, Mexico. It was a huge adjustment. New country, new language, new routines, and a completely different environment from what I had grown up with. Everything felt unfamiliar, and for a while, nothing felt stable. When we first arrived, we didn't have a place of our own, so my grandmother let us stay at her house. What was supposed to be temporary ended up lasting a couple of years before we finally moved out. I loved my grandma, but her house was in a rough neighborhood, not the kind of place where kids played outside freely or where you felt relaxed walking around, especially early in the morning or late at night. Because of that, my mom was very careful about everything. One of the biggest issues was parking. She didn't feel safe leaving the car on the street near the house, so she rented a spot in a guarded parking lot about 2 blocks away. It wasn't ideal, but it was the safest option we had. That meant that every weekday morning, we had the same routine. We would wake up extremely early, usually around 4:30 in the morning. By 5 a.m., we were out the door. It was always dark at that hour, quiet in a way that feels unnatural. Like the world hasn't fully woken up yet. The streets were mostly empty, and the only sounds were distant dogs barking or the occasional car passing far away. Every morning we would walk those 2 blocks together. My mom, me, sometimes my brother, heading toward the parking lot to get the car and then drive to school. We did this so often that it became automatic. I barely thought about it. I just followed her, half asleep, carrying my backpack, waiting for the day to start. Until that one morning, it started like any other. The air was cool, the sky still dark, that deep blue-black color before sunrise. Streetlights cast long shadows that stretched across the sidewalk. I remember feeling tired but calm, just focused on walking and waking up. Then suddenly my mom stopped. Not slowly, not casually. She stopped hard, like something had triggered her instincts instantly. She reached out and put her hand on me, gripping my arm firmly, and whispered for me to be quiet. That alone scared me. My mom wasn't the type to panic over nothing. She was cautious, yes, but also practical. When she told me to be quiet like that, something in her voice told me this wasn't a joke or a drill. Confused, I whispered back, asking what was going on. She didn't answer with words. She just slowly lifted her hand and pointed. About 8 to 10 meters away from us, there was a tree. It wasn't a big tree, but it was thick enough to hide someone behind it. At first, I didn't see anything. My eyes were still adjusting, scanning the shadows, trying to understand what she was pointing at. Then I saw movement. Something peeked out from behind the tree. At first glance, my brain tried to make it into something familiar. A kid, a small person, maybe a homeless child. It popped its head out in a way that almost felt playful, like when a kid hides behind something and leans out to see if you're looking. But immediately I knew it wasn't a kid. What I saw didn't fit. The figure was small, much smaller than an adult, smaller than a teenager. Its head was oddly shaped and the ears were pointed, sticking out in a way that didn't look human at all. Its skin was gray, not pale like a sick person, not shadowed, but genuinely gray like a solid color with no warmth to it. And the eyes. That's the part I can never forget. They were huge compared to the size of its head. Dark, deep, and reflective. They weren't blinking. They weren't moving around nervously. They were just fixed on us, watching. I didn't feel curiosity in that moment. I felt fear. Not screaming panic, but that cold, sinking fear that hits you when your brain realizes something is deeply wrong. I remember my heart starting to pound, my mouth going dry, and my legs feeling weak. The creature didn't fully step out from behind the tree. It just leaned enough for us to see its head and part of its upper body. It felt deliberate, like it wanted to be seen, but only just enough. My mom didn't hesitate. The second she saw it clearly, she grabbed my hand tightly and turned us around. She didn't shout. She didn't run. She just started walking fast in the opposite direction, pulling me with her. Her grip was firm, almost painful, and I could tell she was terrified, but trying to stay controlled. As we turned away, I looked back. I saw the creature move. It didn't walk like a person. It ran, but not in a normal human way. It was fast, low to the ground, and it disappeared in the opposite direction from where we were heading. Within seconds, it was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the street. The rest of the walk was silent. My mom didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. We just kept moving until we reached the parking lot. I remember getting into the car, my hands shaking, my mind racing, trying to replay what I had just seen. On the drive to school, I finally asked her what that was. She didn't give me a clear answer. She told me not to talk about it. Not at school, not to anyone else. She said we might have been mistaken, that it was dark, that our eyes could have played tricks on us. But her voice didn't sound convincing. It sounded like she was trying to protect me, or maybe protect herself. What stuck with me was that she never said I imagined it. She never laughed it off. She never said it wasn't real. For a long time after that, I tried to forget it. I told myself it was just fear, shadows, my imagination filling in the gaps. But the image never went away. The shape of the head, the pointed ears, the size, the eyes, the way it moved. Years passed. About 3 years later, I started getting interested in researching strange sightings and unexplained phenomena. Not because of that experience at first, but because I was curious in general. Late one night, while scrolling through images and stories online, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a picture. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was close enough that my heart started racing. A small gray being, large eyes, pointed features, similar proportions, similar posture. I just stared at the screen. The longer I looked, the more certain I became. This wasn't just similar, it was the same type of being, maybe not the exact same one, but the same kind, the same shape, the same presence I remembered from that early morning in Querétaro. I felt sick. All the feelings I had buried came rushing back. The fear, the confusion, the disbelief. The memory felt suddenly fresh again, like it had happened yesterday instead of years ago. I thought about my mom. I thought about how quickly she reacted, how she told me to be quiet, how she grabbed me and walked away without hesitation, how she never dismissed what we saw outright. That's what convinces me the most. I wasn't alone. This wasn't just a child seeing something strange. An adult saw it too. An adult who had no reason to pretend, no reason to encourage fear, and every reason to deny it if it wasn't real. I know what people will say, that it was an animal, a prank, a trick of the light, a hallucination. I've heard all of it. I've said it to myself over and over, trying to find an explanation that fits. None of them do. Animals don't have faces like that. They don't peek playfully from behind trees. They don't lock eyes with you in that way. Shadows don't run. Imagination doesn't create the same detailed memory in two people at the same time. I can swear on my life that this happened. I'm not saying I know what it was. I'm not saying it was here to hurt us. I'm not saying it came from another planet with certainty. All I know is that it wasn't human, and it wasn't something I've ever seen before or since. Sometimes I wonder how many people have seen things like this and never talked about it. How many moments like mine get buried because they don't fit into the world we're comfortable with. I don't talk about this often. Most people wouldn't believe me anyway. but the memory is still there, clear as day, burned into my mind. That early morning, the empty street, the tree, the small gray figure with the big eyes, and the feeling deep in my gut that for just a few seconds, something was watching us. This story has been told in my family for as long as I can remember, and every time it comes up, the room goes quiet. Not because anyone doubts it, but because there is something about it that feels heavy, even decades later. It isn't dramatic in the way horror movies are. There are no screams, no shadows on the walls, no violent events unfolding in front of anyone's eyes. What makes it unsettling is how calm it is, how gentle, and how precise. My Nan had a very close friend she had known since her nursing days. They had trained together, worked long shifts side by side, and formed one of those bonds that only comes from sharing exhaustion, responsibility, and emotional strain day after day. Even after they both left nursing and went on to have families of their own, they stayed close. Their children grew up, their lives changed. But that friendship stayed. Back when both women had young children who were growing into adulthood, my Nan's friend went through a painful divorce. Her ex-husband didn't take it well at all. He became deeply depressed, isolated, and struggled to cope with his life falling apart. He wasn't a violent or angry man, just a sad one, quiet, withdrawn. The kind of person who carried his pain inward instead of lashing out. One evening, not long after my father was born, that ex-husband rang my Nan. At the time, my Nan had just had a newborn baby, my dad. She was exhausted in the way only new mothers understand. She was breastfeeding, running on broken sleep, and spending most of her time at home. My granddad was working night shifts then. So many evenings she was alone in the house with just the baby and the dog for company. When the phone rang, she answered and recognized his voice immediately. He sounded low, tired, emotionally drained. He told her he was struggling and that he really needed someone to talk to, someone who would listen, someone familiar. My Nan cared deeply about him, both because of her friendship with his ex-wife and because she was simply that kind of person, compassionate, kind. The sort of nurse who never really stopped being a nurse, even after leaving the profession. She wanted to help him, but she couldn't. She explained gently that she had just had a baby, that she was breastfeeding, and that she couldn't leave the house to come and see him. She apologized, told him she wished things were different, and tried to comfort him over the phone as best she could. He was quiet for a moment after she said that. Then he told her he understood. His voice didn't sound angry or upset, just calm. Too calm, maybe. He told her not to worry and said very simply, "I'll see you soon then." They said goodbye, and the call ended. At the time, those words didn't stand out. People say things like that all the time. It sounded like he meant they would talk another day, or that he would visit when things were easier. My Nan didn't think twice about it. That evening went on like any other. The baby needed feeding. The house was quiet. The fire was lit and burning strongly in the living room, filling the space with warmth and the familiar crackle of flames. Outside, the street was calm. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime around 9 o'clock that night, my Nan heard the front gate open. That gate was important to her. It was old, heavy, and loud. She liked it that way. It made a very distinct noise when it opened and closed, a creak and clang that you couldn't mistake for anything else. When my granddad was working nights and she was alone in the house, that gate gave her a sense of security. If anyone walked up to the house, she would hear it. So when she heard the gate open, she didn't panic. Her first thought was that my granddad must have come home early. Maybe he had forgotten something and needed to grab it. Maybe his shift had been cut short. She stayed seated in her chair, holding the baby, not overly concerned. But then something else happened. The family dog, Ben, suddenly stiffened. Ben was not an aggressive dog. He had been raised around 4 young children and was known for being placid, patient, and gentle. He tolerated being climbed on, pulled at, and played with endlessly by kids without ever showing anger. He wasn't a guard dog. He didn't growl at strangers. He didn't bark without reason. That night he stood up slowly and began to growl. Not a playful sound, not a warning bark. A deep, low growl directed straight at the front door. His body was rigid, his attention fixed. Then he began to bark loudly and urgently as if something was very wrong. My Nan had never seen him behave like that before. She felt confused and uneasy. If someone was at the door, why weren't they knocking? Why was the dog reacting so strongly? She decided she would get up and open the door, if only to tell off some kids messing around with the gate. But when she tried to stand, she couldn't. Her body wouldn't respond. She later described it as being frozen in place, like her muscles simply refused to move. She was fully awake, fully aware, holding her baby, but unable to get up from the chair. Panic didn't set in right away. At first, it was confusion, then fear, and then the cold came. She said it felt like an icy wave washed over her, starting in her chest and spreading outward. Not a normal chill, not the kind you get when a window is open. This was deep, penetrating cold, the kind that settles into your bones. And yet, the fire was burning brightly only a few feet away. The room should have been warm. The dog continued to bark. The front door did not open. No footsteps approached. No knock came. The cold lasted for what she estimated was about 2 minutes. During that time, she still couldn't move, still couldn't speak. She just sat there, frozen, she listening to the dog and feeling that unnatural chill wrap around her. Then slowly, the cold began to fade. As it did, something strange happened. Instead of fear, she felt calm. Not relief exactly, but a deep sense of serenity. The kind of calm that settles over you unexpectedly, like everything is suddenly okay, even if you don't understand why. And then she heard the front gate again, the same sound, the unmistakable creak and clang of it closing. Ben stopped barking. Everything went quiet. She found she could move again. The rest of the night passed without incident. She didn't sleep much, but she didn't feel afraid either. Just thoughtful, puzzled. She didn't wake anyone. She didn't call anyone. She told herself she would mention it to my granddad in the morning. When my granddad returned home from work the next day, she told him what had happened. She explained hearing the gate, the dog's behavior, the cold, and how strange it all felt. She told him the time as best as she could remember, around 9 o'clock. My granddad went quiet. Then he told her he had some terrible news. Her friend's ex-husband had taken his own life the night before. The time of death was estimated to be around 8:50 p.m. My Nan's house was about a 10-minute walk from his. The room fell silent as the realization settled in. The phone call earlier that day, the words he had said, "I'll see you soon then." The timing, the gate, the dog, the cold, the calm, the gate closing again. Nothing else ever happened after that. No more strange noises, no repeated events, no lingering presence, just that one night. My Nan never claimed to know exactly what it meant. She never said she saw him. She never said she believed in ghosts in the traditional sense, but she never dismissed it either. She was a practical woman, grounded, experienced, not prone to fantasy. She believed that somehow, in whatever way was possible, he had come to say goodbye. What makes the story so powerful isn't just the experience itself, but how consistent it remained. She told it the same way every time. The details never changed. The timing never shifted. The emotions she described stayed the same. Fear at first, then cold, then calm, and the dog. People can argue about imagination, coincidence, or stress, But Ben's reaction is what always gives people pause. Animals don't understand social cues. They don't misinterpret conversations or overthink. They react to what they sense. Ben had never behaved like that before, and he never did again. To this day, my Nan insists that she didn't feel threatened that night, just cold, and then peaceful, as if whatever had passed through her home hadn't come with malice or anger, but simply to be acknowledged one last time. It's not a story that ends with fear. It ends with a strange kind of sadness, a reminder that sometimes people don't leave quietly. Sometimes they reach out in the only way they can. And sometimes the people who feel it most aren't the ones who go looking for answers, but the ones who were simply kind when kindness mattered. Whether you believe it was coincidence, grief, or something beyond explanation, the timing alone is enough to make anyone stop and think. And once you do, it's very hard to forget. This is one of those stories that feels heavy no matter how gently you try to hold it. There's no shock twist, no single moment that defines everything. Instead, it's a slow accumulation of loss, trauma, and consequences that never quite loosen their grip. The kind of story that makes you realize how deeply a single act of violence can ripple outward, shaping an entire lifetime. My brothers were friends with this boy all through their childhoods. He wasn't just someone they knew at school. He was around a lot. He came over to the house. He played, laughed, argued, got bored, did all the normal kid things. If you didn't know his background, you would never guess that something so horrific had already happened to him before he was even old enough to form proper memories. When he was 3 years old, his father murdered his mother and his grandmother, not somewhere else, not behind closed doors far away, in front of him. It's almost impossible to comprehend what that does to a child's brain. At 3 years old, you don't have the language to understand violence or death, but you absolutely absorb fear, chaos, and terror. You absorb the emotional weight of what's happening around you, even if you can't later explain it. Trauma doesn't wait for comprehension. It embeds itself anyway. After that night, his entire world was gone. His mother was gone. His grandmother was gone. His father, the person who should have protected him, became the source of the horror. He was taken in and raised by his grandfather. From everything I saw and heard, his grandfather did the best he could. He provided stability. He gave him a home. Say, he raised him with structure and care. As far as anyone could tell, the boy had a good childhood given the circumstances. He wasn't neglected. He wasn't abused. He wasn't left to fend for himself. And yet, trauma doesn't need ongoing abuse to stay alive. It just needs to exist once deeply enough. As a child, he was pleasant. That's the word that always comes to mind. Polite, friendly, quiet but not withdrawn. He didn't cause trouble. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't cruel. If anything, he seemed a little older than other kids his age, like he carried a seriousness he couldn't quite explain. You could tell that what happened had stuck with him, even if he never talked about it directly. Sometimes it showed up in subtle ways, a certain distance, a sudden shift in mood, a hyper-awareness of adults' emotions. The kind of behaviors that adults sometimes praise as maturity, without realizing their survival skills. I remember one moment in particular that stands out, not because it was shocking, but because it was sad in a very specific way. He was at our house, and someone caught him watching porn. He must have been 8 or 9 years old. At that age, kids are curious, yes, but this felt different. Not playful curiosity, not giggling embarrassment. It felt like something he had found early, maybe as a way to cope, maybe as a way to feel something, maybe as a way to understand intimacy in a world where the people who were supposed to model love and safety had failed so catastrophically. No one yelled at him. No one made a huge scene. but I remember feeling unsettled by it in a way I couldn't quite articulate back then. Now, as an adult, it makes a heartbreaking kind of sense. Trauma has a way of pushing children toward adult concepts before they're ready. It blurs boundaries. It rewires how comfort, control, and escape work in the brain. Despite everything, he actually did well growing up. He had friends. He laughed. He played sports. He went to school. He showed a genuine interest in a particular career path. And impressively, he was very good at it. Naturally talented, focused, motivated. It was one of those situations where people would say things like, "He's going to go far," or "He's got a real future." For a while, it seemed like maybe he would be one of those stories where someone overcomes unimaginable beginnings and builds a solid life anyway. But trauma doesn't disappear just because life looks okay on the surface. It waits. In his teenage years, he found drugs, or maybe drugs found him. That distinction matters because for people carrying deep, unresolved trauma, substances don't just feel fun or rebellious. They feel like relief, like silence, like control, like a break from memories and feelings that never shut off. Once he started, it escalated quickly. He became an addict. Not in a vague, experimental way, not in a party phase way, in a way that took over everything. His priorities shifted. His talents faded into the background. The future people had imagined for him started slipping out of reach. Now he's barely out of his teenage years, and as far as I know, he hasn't broken free. That's the part that hurts the most, because from the outside, it's easy for people to judge, to say he had a good upbringing after the tragedy, to say his grandfather did everything right, to say he had opportunities, to say he was smart and capable and could have chosen differently. But that way of thinking ignores how trauma actually works. Watching your father murder your mother and grandmother at 3 years old doesn't just go away because someone gives you a stable home afterward. It becomes part of how your brain develops. It shapes your stress response. It alters how you experience safety, trust, and emotional regulation. Even if you don't consciously remember every detail, your nervous system remembers. Drugs, for someone like him, aren't just substances. They're medicine. Terrible, destructive medicine, but medicine nonetheless. They numb what never stopped hurting. They quiet what never stopped screaming. And once that relief is found, it's incredibly hard to give it up. What makes this story especially painful is that there's no villain left to blame in the present. His father committed an unforgivable act and destroyed multiple lives in one moment. But the damage didn't end when the police arrived or when the court process ended. The damage kept unfolding, slowly, quietly, over decades. In childhood, it looked like early exposure to adult material. In adolescence, it looked like addiction. In adulthood, it looks like being stuck, unable to escape the gravity of something that happened before he even knew what life was. There's also a particular kind of sadness in knowing that he was pleasant, kind, and talented. That this wasn't a case of someone being cruel or reckless or malicious. He didn't hurt others. He hurt himself. And often, the world is much less forgiving of that. People have sympathy for children who survive trauma. They have sympathy for victims in the immediate aftermath. But once those children grow up and their trauma manifests in inconvenient ways like addiction, society's compassion tends to dry up. Suddenly it's about choices. Suddenly it's about personal responsibility. Suddenly it's about wasted potential. Very few people stop to think about how unfair it is to ask someone to build a healthy life on a foundation that was shattered before it ever set. I sometimes think about what his inner world must be like. What memories surface when he's sober. What images come back when he's trying to sleep. What emotions hit him out of nowhere with no clear trigger. And I think about how exhausting that must be. How relentless. How easy it would be to reach for anything that offers even temporary relief. I also think about his grandfather, the man who stepped in and raised a child who had lost everything. How much guilt he might carry, even though none of this is his fault. How painful it must be to watch someone you love struggle so deeply and feel powerless to fix it. This story doesn't have a neat ending. There's no redemption arc yet, no recovery milestone, just uncertainty. And that in itself is hard to sit with, because we like stories where survival leads to triumph, where trauma creates strength, where pain turns into purpose. But real life doesn't always work that way. Sometimes trauma just creates more trauma, passed quietly from one stage of life to the next. This boy didn't choose what happened to him at 3 years old. He didn't choose to witness that violence. He didn't choose to have his brain shaped by terror. And while addiction involves choices, those choices don't exist in a vacuum. They're made under the weight of everything that came before. It's heartbreaking because you can see the outline of who he might have been, the career he was interested in, the talent he had, the decent, kind person he was underneath it all. And you can also see how fragile that outline was, how easily it could be eroded by pain no child should ever have to carry. Whenever I think about him, I don't feel anger or disappointment. I feel grief. Grief for the child who lost his family in the worst way imaginable. Grief for the teenager who found relief in something that slowly destroyed him. Grief for the young adult who is still trapped in the aftermath of someone else's violence. And grief for the fact that this story is not rare. There are so many people walking around carrying trauma from early childhood that never got properly addressed. So many people whose addictions, struggles, and failures make perfect sense when you actually look at where they started. This story is sad, not because of one bad choice or one bad outcome, but because it shows how long violence lasts. A man made a decision one day, and decades later, the consequences are still unfolding in the life of a child who never asked to be part of that decision. I still hope he breaks free someday. I really do. People do recover. People do find help. People do rebuild, even after years of addiction. It's possible. But even if he does, he will always carry what happened to him. It will always be part of his story, and that's what makes this so deeply sad. Not just that his life went off course, but that it was never truly allowed to begin without shadow. Some wounds don't bleed forever, but they ache in ways that shape everything. And sometimes surviving isn't the same as being okay. Hopefully this doesn't end up too long, but this is one of those experiences that has stayed with me for years, and no matter how much I try to explain it away, it never quite sits right. My grandparents, for whatever reason, had a strange talent for always ending up in houses where odd things happened. None of the places they lived were outright terrifying or obviously creepy. They looked normal, lived in, comfortable. But there was always something off, something small at first, easy to ignore until it wasn't. There were plenty of stories tied to their houses, things they experienced themselves, or things other family members noticed when staying over. To keep things focused, this is just about what happened to me. I was around 13 or 14 years old at the time, and it was summer vacation. That meant no school, no schedule, and a lot of late nights. I would stay up until 1, 2, sometimes even 3 in the morning, eating junk food and playing video games with the volume low enough that my grandparents wouldn't complain. By that age, I knew the house well. I knew every sound it made. I knew the rhythm of it. My bedroom was at the very end of the hallway. Directly across from me was my grandparents' bedroom. The hallway itself was carpeted, and because the house was quiet at night, you could feel and hear the vibrations of anyone walking down it. Even the softest footsteps carried through the floor. Over time, I learned to recognize patterns. My grandpa, in particular, had a very specific nighttime routine. He would wake up with heartburn and walk down the hallway to the cupboard where he kept his Tums. Every time it was the same. The sound of his feet on the carpet, slow and steady, moving away from his bedroom. A brief pause near the cupboard, then the footsteps coming back. And finally, the soft click of his bedroom door closing again. It was so consistent that I could practically time it. If I heard footsteps late at night, I didn't even need to look. I knew exactly what was happening. At least, I thought I did. At some point during that summer, I started noticing something strange. Randomly throughout the night, I would hear footsteps in the hallway. They sounded just like my grandpa's. Same weight, same pacing, same carpeted thud. The only difference was the timing. Sometimes it would be after 1 in the morning, sometimes closer to 2. When I heard them, my instinct was to check. If it was really my grandpa, I should be able to see him. So I would quietly open my bedroom door and look out into the hallway. Nothing. The hallway would be completely empty. Dark, silent, no movement at all. At first, I stayed rational. I told myself he must have just stepped back into his bedroom before I opened the door. The timing could be off. Maybe I was slower than I thought. Maybe I hesitated too long. It made sense, at least enough that I didn't immediately jump to anything strange. But then it kept happening. I started changing how I checked. Instead of opening my door as soon as I heard the footsteps, I would wait. I would listen carefully and wait until I heard them reach the far end of the hallway, right near the cupboard where the Tums were kept. That way, there was no way he could get back to his bedroom that fast. Then I would open the door. Still nothing. The hallway would be exactly the same every time. Pitch dark, no movement, no sound, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I tried to convince myself I was just imagining it. After all, it was late. I was tired. My sleep schedule was completely wrecked. Maybe my brain was filling in sounds that weren't really there. Footsteps on carpet aren't loud. It would be easy to mishear things, especially when you're half focused on a game or a TV show, so I got used to it. That sounds strange to say, but it's true. The footsteps became part of the background noise of the house at night. They weren't aggressive or loud. They didn't rush or stomp. They were just there. And because nothing ever followed them, nothing bad ever happened afterward, I stopped reacting as strongly. Until the night everything changed. One night, I was laying in bed watching TV. The room was dimly lit by the screen and everything else was quiet. The head of my bed shared the same wall as my bedroom door, so I was very close to it. I could hear even the smallest sounds from that part of the room. That night, I heard the footsteps again. At first, I barely reacted. They started at my grandparents' end of the hallway and moved down toward the cupboard. Same pace, same sound, same rhythm. I didn't even sit up. I just kept watching TV, barely paying attention. Then the footsteps turned and started coming back toward my end of the hallway. Still normal. Still familiar. I remember thinking, half jokingly in my head, that it could be my grandpa or it could be the ghost. By that point, the idea of something strange happening had almost become a background thought, not something that really scared me anymore. Then the footsteps stopped. They didn't fade away. They didn't continue past my door. They just stopped, right outside my room. Before I could even process that, my doorknob started to move. Not slowly, not gently. It made this loud, frantic clacking sound, like someone was rapidly twisting the knob back and forth as fast as they could without actually opening the door. It wasn't a single turn. It wasn't a test. It was aggressive, erratic, desperate. My heart jumped straight into my throat. I shot out of bed instantly, adrenaline flooding my body. Every rational thought disappeared. All I could think was that someone was right outside my door, someone real, someone touching it. I ran to the door and flung it open, fully expecting to see my grandpa standing there laughing. because he could be kind of a jerk sometimes and might think this was funny. There was nothing. The hallway was completely empty, dark, silent. The air felt still, like it hadn't been disturbed at all. I stood there, breathing hard, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of it. The sound had been so clear, so close. There was no way I had imagined it. I stepped into the hallway and looked both directions. Still nothing. Then I slowly walked over to my grandparents' bedroom and gently opened their door. They were both asleep. My grandma was breathing softly and my grandpa was snoring, loud and steady, exactly the way he always did when he was deep asleep. There was no way he had just been out in the hallway. No way he could have gotten back into bed that fast and fallen asleep that deeply. I stood there for a moment, watching them, waiting for one of them to stir, to move, to prove that this was all just some misunderstanding. Nothing happened. I quietly closed their door and went back to my room. That was the last time I ever heard the footsteps. After that night, the hallway stayed silent. No late-night walking, no vibrations, no familiar pattern, nothing. It was as if whatever had been making those sounds had decided it was finished. I didn't sleep much that night, or the next few nights. Every creak of the house made me tense. Every tiny noise felt amplified. I kept replaying the sound of the doorknob in my head over and over again. Years later, I still think about it. What bothers me most isn't just the sound itself. It's how intentional it felt. The footsteps stopping directly outside my door. The knob being twisted violently. Like whatever was there knew exactly where I was. Like it wanted a reaction. Like it wanted me to open the door. I've tried to explain it logically. Old houses make noise. Temperature changes can cause metal to move. Air pressure can make doors shift. Maybe my grandpa got up in his sleep and didn't remember. Maybe my brain filled in details that weren't really there. But none of those explanations fully account for how clear it was. How loud. How specific. I've stayed in plenty of other houses since then. I've lived in apartments, dorms, and homes of all ages. I've heard strange noises before, pipes knocking, floors creaking, doors settling. None of them ever sounded like that. None of them ever felt like someone standing just on the other side of the door, waiting. And that's why, even now, I still remember that night as clearly as if it just happened. Because whatever made those footsteps sound exactly like my grandpa, whatever knew the rhythm of the house well enough to mimic it, and whatever chose that one moment to make itself known, it felt deliberate, and that's the part I've never been able to forget. When my sister and I were little, we spent a lot of time playing outside. This was before everything felt dangerous all the time, before parents hovered, before kids were constantly supervised. We lived in an old house that had been built sometime in the 1800s, and behind our yard was a cemetery. It wasn't hidden or fenced off in any serious way. It was just there. Old headstones, many of them crooked or worn down, names and dates barely readable. Most of the graves belonged to children who had died long ago, mostly from illnesses like the flu, back when things like that could wipe out whole families. Because of that, the cemetery was something of a local attraction. Tourists would stop by sometimes, especially older people who were interested in history. We were used to seeing strangers walk past our yard, us stopping to look at the graves, take pictures, or quietly read the stones. It never felt strange to us. It was just part of where we lived. There were always creepy stories floating around about the place. Whispers about ghosts, children laughing at night, shadows moving between the graves. But none of that ever really scared me. It felt like background noise, like campfire stories people tell, because a place is old and quiet and surrounded by death. What happened to us that day was different. It wasn't a story. It wasn't something half imagined. It was real, and it still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. My sister and I were outside, playing in the yard like we had done countless times before. I don't remember exactly what we were doing. Probably running around, pretending something, using sticks as toys, just being kids. The sun was out, and everything felt normal. There was no sense of danger, no strange feeling in the air. At some point, an elderly couple came walking down the road. That alone wasn't unusual. Older people walked past all the time to look at the cemetery. What I remember clearly is how slow they were walking, and how they didn't just pass by like everyone else usually did. They stopped near the edge of our yard. The man and the woman both looked old. Gray hair, worn faces. The kind of couple you wouldn't think twice about seeing anywhere. They didn't look threatening. They didn't look angry. They looked ordinary. At first, they smiled at us. Then they started talking. They focused almost immediately on my sister. She was older than me, but still very young, just a child. They asked her what her name was. She didn't answer. She looked at me, then back at them. Kids are taught not to talk to strangers, and something about them made her hesitate. They asked again, and again. They kept pestering her, repeating the question, stepping closer each time. Their voices were calm, almost friendly, but there was something about the way they wouldn't stop asking that made the situation feel wrong. They weren't making small talk. They weren't asking how old we were or where our parents were, just her name. Over and over, they moved closer into the yard. I remember feeling scared in a way I didn't understand yet. Not the kind of fear that comes from imagination, but the kind that makes your chest tighten and your legs want to move before your brain catches up. My sister froze for a moment, like she didn't know what to do. Then suddenly she grabbed my hand. We ran. We didn't look back. We ran straight into the house and slammed the door behind us. I remember my heart pounding, my breath coming out in short gasps. We were shaking when we found our mom and tried to explain what had happened. We told her about the old couple, how they kept asking my sister her name, how they came closer and closer. Our mom went to the window to look outside. They were gone. At the time, our mom tried to calm us down. She said we did the right thing by running inside. She told us not to talk to strangers, especially ones who make us uncomfortable. She didn't seem overly alarmed, probably because nothing had actually happened beyond a scary interaction. Life went on. We stayed closer to the house when we played outside after that, but eventually the fear faded into something dull and distant. Or so I thought. About a week later, I heard something on the news. I don't remember why I was listening. Maybe the TV was on in the background. Maybe my parents were watching. But I remember hearing the story clearly enough that it stopped me in my tracks. The news was talking about a teenage girl who had been approached by an elderly couple. An elderly couple. They had talked to her, gotten close to her, and then they kidnapped her. They raped her. The details were horrifying, even without going into specifics. It was the kind of story that makes you feel sick and angry and helpless all at once. What froze me in place was when they showed pictures. It was the same couple, the same faces, the same man and woman who had stood in our yard smiling, asking my sister her name. There was no doubt about it. I recognized them instantly. That calm, harmless appearance. That ordinary look that hid something monstrous underneath. I remember telling my mom. I remember the look on her face when she realized how close we had come to something terrible. The realization that if we hadn't run, if my sister had answered, if they had gotten just a little closer, things could have ended very differently. We were just kids. We didn't have any special awareness or training. We didn't understand how evil can hide behind a friendly smile or an elderly face. All we had was instinct. Something inside us told us to run, and we listened to it. That's what still haunts me. Not just what happened to that girl, but how easily it could have been my sister or me. How close danger came without making a sound. No van screeching to a stop, no weapon, just quiet questions and slow steps forward. People like to believe danger looks obvious, that you can spot it right away, that evil announces itself. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it looks like an old couple taking a walk. Sometimes it sounds like a simple question asked one too many times. That experience changed how I see the world. Even now, years later, I don't dismiss fear easily. I don't ignore that tight feeling in my chest when something feels off. I think about how lucky we were and how unlucky that other girl was, and how the difference between those two outcomes was just a few seconds and a decision to run. There were plenty of creepy stories about that cemetery, ghosts, spirits, whispers from the past. But none of those ever scared me the way this did, because the scariest thing we encountered there wasn't something dead. It was very much alive. This happened in 1989, in a small town in Wyoming. I was young then, still in school, still living in a world that felt predictable and contained. It was the kind of town where nothing much ever happened, where people recognized each other at grocery stores, where the same landmarks passed by your window every day until they barely registered anymore. One of those landmarks was a trailer park. I saw it every morning on my way to school. It wasn't remarkable, just rows of trailers, gravel roads, chain link fences, a few trees that never seemed to grow very tall. It blended into the background of daily life so completely that I never thought about it. It was just there, like the stop sign at the corner or the gas station down the road. Then one day, it wasn't just there anymore. The story broke quickly, and once it did, well, it spread everywhere. Local news first, then state, then national. People talked about it in hushed tones. Parents talked about it after dropping kids off at school. Teachers were quieter than usual. Adults looked distracted, unsettled. Even if they tried to shield us from the details, we could tell something was wrong. A woman had killed her 2 children. They were preschool age, still so young that they were barely separate from the idea of childhood itself. The kind of kids who should have been worrying about toys, cartoons, snacks, naps. The kind of kids who trust their parents completely because they don't know any other way to exist. She didn't just kill them. She dismembered them. That detail alone was enough to make people feel sick. But what made the story harder to understand, harder to process, was the explanation that followed. The woman had a severe psychiatric condition known as Capgras syndrome. It's a disorder where a person becomes convinced that people close to them have been replaced by imposters, by identical copies that look the same but are not truly the same inside. In her mind, her children were no longer her children. She believed they were something else, something evil, something dangerous. She believed she was protecting herself. That idea shook people deeply. It's one thing to hear about someone committing violence out of rage, cruelty, or greed. It's horrifying, but it fits into a framework people already understand. Evil choices, bad intentions, monsters hiding behind human faces. This was different. This was a mother who, in her own broken perception of reality, believed her children were not her children anymore, that the faces she had once loved were now masks worn by something else, something threatening. Trying to imagine that mindset is almost impossible if you've never experienced severe mental illness. Your brain rebels against it. It wants to reject the idea entirely, because if a mother can look at her own children and see something other than her children, then the world suddenly feels much less stable. What made it worse was the setting. This didn't happen in some distant city I'd never been to. It didn't happen in a place I'd only ever see on television. It happened in that trailer park. The one I passed every single day. The one that had always been part of the scenery. After the news broke, I couldn't look at it the same way. Every time the bus went by, then every time my parents drove me past it, I would stare. I would imagine which trailer it was. I would wonder what the inside looked like. I would picture normal, everyday things inside that space. A couch, a table, toys on the floor. And then my mind would fill in the rest, even when I didn't want it to. That's the part people don't always talk about with stories like this. How they change places forever. How a location becomes infected with meaning. That trailer park stopped being neutral. It became a symbol, a reminder that something unspeakable had happened in a place that looked just like anywhere else. The story became national news, and with that came explanations. Psychiatrists were interviewed. Terms were introduced to the public. People tried to understand Capgras syndrome, tried to wrap their heads around how someone could believe their loved ones had been replaced by clones or imposters. Some people reacted with sympathy, others reacted with anger, many reacted with confusion. For me, there was a strange, uncomfortable thought that kept returning. It would have been easier to understand if she had been on drugs. If someone had said she was high on PCP or something similar, my brain could have filed it away under a category I already knew. Drugs make people do terrible things. Drugs distort reality. Drugs wear off. There's a cause that feels external, but this wasn't that. This was her mind. That's what made it harder to live with. The idea that a human brain can betray itself so completely, so thoroughly, that it rewrites the identities of the people closest to you. That love, recognition, and attachment can be replaced with fear and certainty that you're surrounded by enemies. There's something especially disturbing about Capgras syndrome because it doesn't remove faces, it keeps them intact. The person looks exactly the same, sounds the same, moves the same. The only thing that changes is the meaning your brain assigns to them. You recognize the face, but you no longer believe it belongs to who it should belong to. That creates a kind of horror that's difficult to articulate. It's not hallucination in the way people imagine, seeing things that aren't there. It's misinterpretation, a fatal one. The woman believed she was surrounded by imposters, and her children paid the price. I remember adults saying things like she was sick and she needed help. Those statements were true, but they didn't bring comfort. They didn't soften the reality of what had happened. 2 children were dead. No diagnosis could change that. At the same time, calling her evil didn't feel right either. That word didn't fit neatly. Evil implies intent, awareness, choice made with understanding. This felt more like a total collapse of reality inside one person's mind. That gray area is terrifying because it suggests that the line between safety and catastrophe isn't always guarded by obvious warning signs. It suggests that someone can be walking around, living a life that looks normal on the outside, while their internal world is quietly unraveling. People asked questions afterward. Were there signs? Could this have been prevented? Did anyone know how bad her condition was? Did she ask for help? Did she receive treatment? Those questions never seemed to lead anywhere satisfying. Mental health care in the late 1980s wasn't what it is now, and even today, severe psychotic disorders can be incredibly difficult to manage. As a kid, I didn't have the language to explain why this story stayed with me so strongly. I just knew it felt wrong in a way that went deeper than fear. It wasn't just that children had been killed. It was that the person who killed them was their mother, and she believed she was doing the right thing. That idea lodged itself somewhere deep in my mind. Even years later, long after the headlines faded and people stopped talking about it, the memory didn't go away. Every time discussions about mental illness came up, that story surfaced in my thoughts. Every time someone talked about how the mind can lie to itself, I thought about that trailer park. I thought about how ordinary the day must have started. Breakfast, maybe cartoons on TV, maybe toys scattered around. nothing signaling the horror that would follow. That's another part that's difficult to accept. These events don't start with ominous music or warning labels. They start like any other day. The danger isn't visible, it's internal. The reason I say it would have been easier if she were just on PCP isn't because drugs are less serious. It's because drugs are something people can point to and say, that's not her, that's the substance. It creates distance. It allows you to believe that without that external influence, the person would never have done such a thing. With severe mental illness, that separation doesn't exist so cleanly. The illness is part of the person's experience of reality. There's no switch to flip, no moment where you can say, now she's herself again and understands what she did. In cases like this, even if the person later regains some clarity, the damage is already done. There's no undoing it. The story also changed how I thought about safety in general. It made me realize that danger doesn't always come from strangers or obvious threats. Sometimes it comes from within families. Sometimes it comes from illness. Sometimes it comes from places you pass every day without a second thought. It made the world feel less predictable. I think about those children sometimes, about how short their lives were, about how they never had the chance to grow up, to form memories of their own beyond that space. They became part of a story defined entirely by how they died, rather than who they were. And I think about how many people, including myself, still struggle to place that story somewhere comfortable in their minds. It resists neat explanations. It doesn't resolve into a lesson that feels reassuring. It just sits there, heavy and unresolved. Even now, decades later, when I think back to that time, I can still picture the trailer park as it looked before everything changed. And then I picture it after, when it carried a weight it never had before. That's what this story did. It didn't just shock people in the moment. It altered how a place felt. It altered how people thought about mental illness. It altered the quiet assumption that home is always safe. And once that assumption breaks, it's very hard to fully rebuild it. There have been many discussions about serial killers over the years, so people sometimes feel tired of the topic, like everything that can be said has already been said. But every once in a while there is a case that refuses to fade away, not because it is flashy or famous, but because it feels unfinished. Larry Murphy is one of those cases. Even now, long after his release from prison, his name still carries a quiet weight in Ireland, not because of what was proven in court, but because of what so many people believe he got away with. He was not some unknown drifter or shadowy figure passing through town. He lived an ordinary life on the surface. He had a home, a job, routines, the kind of man you might see on the road and never remember 5 minutes later. That normality is part of what makes the story so disturbing. When people talk about monsters, they imagine something obvious. Larry Murphy was not obvious. He blended in, and that blending in may have cost people their lives. He was eventually caught, but not in the way you would expect. It wasn't through a long police investigation or a lucky forensic breakthrough. It was almost accidental. A couple of hunters were out in the mountains, a remote area where you don't expect to come across anyone at all. These places feel empty, wide, and indifferent. The kind of landscape where sound travels strangely and where help is far away. They came across him there, and what they saw didn't sit right. He was with a woman. She was injured, terrified, and clearly not there by choice. It quickly became obvious that she had been raped repeatedly. He had brought her out to that isolated place with the clear intention of killing her. There is no softer way to say it. She survived only because those hunters happened to be there at exactly the wrong moment for him and the right moment for her. That single interruption likely saved her life. Murphy was arrested and later convicted of rape and attempted murder. Those charges alone were horrific, but they were only part of what made people uneasy. The deeper fear came from the bigger picture, the pattern that became impossible to ignore once people started connecting the dots. The area where he lived had already earned a chilling reputation. Locals referred to it as the Irish Bermuda Triangle. Several young women had disappeared over the years, vanishing without explanation. No bodies found, no clear suspects, just absences. These disappearances all happened within driving distance of Murphy's home and along routes he regularly took to and from work. It's important to understand how deeply unsettling that is in a small country. Ireland is not vast. Distances are short. Communities overlap. Patterns stand out more clearly. When multiple young women disappear in a similar geographic area, people notice. And when those disappearances stop the moment one specific man is locked up, people notice even more. While Murphy was in prison, the disappearances stopped. That fact alone has haunted people for years. There was no official declaration that he was responsible for those missing women. There was never enough evidence to bring murder charges, but the silence that followed his incarceration spoke louder than any press conference ever could. For many people, it felt like an answer without words. His own family believed he had killed others. That detail matters. Families often defend their own, sometimes fiercely. Denial can be easier than facing a horrible truth. But in Murphy's case, his family disowned him. They publicly stated that they believed he was responsible for more crimes than the ones he was convicted of. That kind of rejection doesn't come lightly. It suggests that the people who knew him best had seen enough to be convinced that the worst rumors were true. He served his sentence. That sentence, for many people, felt far too short for what he had done and for what he was suspected of doing. When word spread that he was going to be released, the reaction in Ireland was intense. Fear spread quickly, especially in rural communities and small towns. Old wounds reopened. Families of missing women were forced to relive their worst nightmares. The media coverage was relentless. Every movement, every rumor, every possible sighting became a story. If someone thought they saw him in a town, people reacted immediately. Vigils were held in places where rumors suggested he might be nearby. Communities gathered not in celebration, but in fear and solidarity. People watched out for each other. Parents warned daughters. Friends checked in more often. There was a collective sense that something dangerous had been reintroduced into the world. It wasn't just paranoia. This was a man who had proven he was capable of extreme violence. A man who had taken someone into a remote place with the clear intent to kill her. A man linked by geography, timing, and circumstance to multiple disappearances. The idea that he could simply walk free again felt like a failure of the system to many people. There is something uniquely disturbing about killers who are never fully accounted for. When someone is convicted of murder, there is a grim sense of closure, horrible but defined. In Murphy's case, the story remains open-ended. Questions hang in the air. Where are the missing women? What really happened to them? Did he act alone? Did he stop because he was caught, or because he chose to? After his release, reports surfaced that he had moved to Amsterdam. That alone made people uneasy. Big cities provide anonymity. They swallow individuals whole. For someone who thrives on blending in, it's an ideal place to disappear in plain sight. There were also reports that he had made connections while in prison, the links to international gangs and criminal networks. Whether all of that is true or partly exaggerated, the fact that such rumors exist speaks volumes about the fear surrounding him. Irish police have not forgotten him. They are known to keep an eye on him and have warned other law enforcement agencies about his background. That kind of ongoing attention is not given lightly. It suggests that even without new convictions, authorities recognize the potential danger he poses. They may not be able to act publicly, but they are watching. Still, watching is not the same as stopping. For many people, the most unbelievable part of the story is that he is not locked up for life. That a man so widely suspected, so deeply feared, so closely tied to multiple unresolved disappearances, is legally free. It exposes an uncomfortable truth about justice systems everywhere. They can only punish what they can prove. Suspicion, even when shared by entire communities, is not enough. This gap between legal truth and lived truth is where fear thrives. People don't need official confirmation to feel unsafe. They trust patterns. They trust their instincts. They trust the way things stopped happening when one man was removed from the picture. And when that man returned to freedom, the fear returned with him. What makes the case linger is not just the violence, but the sense of unfinished business. Somewhere, families are still waiting for answers. Somewhere, mothers, fathers, siblings, and friends live with uncertainty instead of grief. There are no graves to visit, no final words, just questions. So cases like this remind us that not all horror is loud. Sometimes it's quiet, procedural, wrapped in legal language and release dates. Sometimes it wears ordinary clothes and lives in ordinary houses. Sometimes it walks free because the system demands proof that no longer exists. Larry Murphy is not a household name around the world, but in Ireland, his shadow is long. His story is told in hushed tones, resurfacing whenever another disappearance makes the news, whenever people talk about unsolved cases, whenever the topic of justice comes up. He represents the fear that some people escape consequences, not because they are innocent, but because they were careful. And perhaps the most chilling part of all is this: the world may never know the full truth. The missing women may never be found. The evidence may never surface. The story may remain incomplete forever. All that remains is a man who should not exist in the margins of society, yet does, and a collective unease that refuses to fade, because deep down many people believe the worst already happened, long before anyone was watching. This happened about 8 years ago in a tiny town in southern Oregon, the kind of place people usually describe as quiet until something reminds you how thin that calm really is. Small-town drama was already common back then, but as technology and social media crept into every corner of life, it felt like everything got louder, faster, and more explosive. Everyone knew everyone, and when something went wrong, it went wrong in full view. At the time, I was working in an insurance office. It was a family business, and on most days it was just me handling policies and clients, while the office lady sat up front, greeting people and answering phones. The building itself was old but solid, made of thick cinder block, the kind of place that felt sturdy and safe simply because of how it was built. Most days were boring in the best possible way, but that day wasn't. It was dreary outside, gray and heavy, the kind of weather that makes everything feel a little slower and more tense without you realizing why. Business was quiet. Then we started hearing popping noises. At first, they were distant and irregular. Pop. Pause. Pop again. They sounded like gunshots. But my brain didn't want to accept that. We were inside city limits. Firing a gun there would mean serious fines, maybe jail time. People didn't just do that. Not in broad daylight, not in town. I tried to rationalize it away. Fireworks, a car backfiring, construction noise, anything but what it sounded like. Still, the sound kept coming. Something in my gut told me I needed to look. I walked to the front door, opened it just enough to stick my head out, and immediately wished I hadn't. Right there, in plain view, He was a man waving what looked like a six-shooter in one hand and a bottle in the other. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't running. He was standing there openly, drunk, erratic, and armed. My stomach dropped. I didn't hesitate. I quietly shut the door, locked it, and turned to the front desk lady. I told her as calmly as I could manage that she needed to get to the back of the building right now. The back walls were thick cinder block. A bullet would have a hard time getting through them, and the only other exit was back there if we needed to get out. She didn't listen. Instead of moving, she kept trying to go to the window to see what was happening. That moment still makes my blood boil when I think about it. Curiosity mixed with disbelief can make people do incredibly stupid things. I was trying to explain that there was a man with a gun outside, and she was trying to get a better look. Before I could physically drag her away, I heard sirens. A line of police cars came screaming around the corner and stopped hard, doors flying open as officers took cover behind their vehicles. The sound of authority entering the scene was immediate and overwhelming. Guns drawn, shouting, commands echoing down the street. I could hear the officers trying to talk him down. Their voices carried through the walls, tense but controlled. The man was yelling back, slurred and angry. I was still trying to get my coworker to move when everything escalated in an instant. Multiple shots rang out. The sound was sharp and violent, nothing like the pops we'd heard earlier. This was unmistakable. This was real. That's when she finally stopped arguing and let me drag her away from the window and toward the back of the building. My hands were shaking, adrenaline flooding my system, but there wasn't time to process it. All I could think was getting us out of sight. We stayed there, pressed against the back wall, listening. Silence followed, thick and heavy. Eventually, there was movement again. Officers shouting orders, radios crackling, footsteps. Then nothing. The office I worked in belonged to my family, and my mom, who ran the business, had no idea any of this had happened. She wasn't there that day. She only found out when police arrived to secure the area and block things off. Not long after, both my parents showed up. They took one look at us and decided the office was closing for the day. They sent my coworker home immediately. Apparently, I was more shaken than I realized. They later told me I looked pale, distant, like I wasn't fully there anymore. I barely spoke. I remember feeling numb, like my emotions had shut off after burning too hot all at once. My body had already reacted and my mind was lagging behind, trying to catch up. When we finally left the office, the street looked completely different than it had that morning. Police tape, squad cars, officers everywhere. And there, on the ground, was a body covered up. The six-shooter had been taken away. Seeing that did something to me. It wasn't dramatic grief, it was anger. A deep, simmering anger that sat in my chest and didn't move. Anger at the chaos. Anger at how fast everything had spiraled. Anger at how close it all was to us just doing our jobs like any other day. Later, we learned what had happened. The man had caught his wife cheating with the local real estate guy. The betrayal broke something inside him. He got drunk. He grabbed his gun. He tried to shoot his wife, but he missed. Then he went after her lover. He shot him too, but it was a minor injury, not fatal. The only person who died was the man himself. The cops in our little town don't play around with armed standoffs. When things cross a certain line, they end fast. That day, it ended with a body on the street. What stuck with me wasn't just the fear, it was the complexity of it all. On one level, what he did was absolutely wrong. He endangered innocent people. He brought violence into a public space. He forced police to make a decision that ended his life. None of that is excusable, but on another level, I couldn't stop thinking about the betrayal that set it off. Now, he had a right to be angry, a right to feel destroyed by what was done to him. His entire life probably felt like it collapsed in one moment. He just didn't have the right reaction, and because of that, Multiple lives were altered forever. What made everything worse in my mind was how quickly the media showed up. Reporters circling like vultures, cameras out, looking for sound bites and reactions. I wanted to get out of there before they tried to talk to me. I knew myself well enough to know that if someone shoved a microphone in my face, I might lose my temper completely. I was grieving the loss of life, furious at the situation, and not in any condition to perform composure for the news. People later referred to it as a minor shooting. Some even said it had a happy ending because no bystanders were hurt and the injured man survived. I never agreed with that. There was nothing happy about it. A man died. A family was shattered. A town was reminded that violence can erupt anywhere, even on an ordinary gray workday. I learned how quickly denial can turn into danger, how easily curiosity can override survival instincts, and how thin the wall really is between routine and catastrophe. Even now, years later, I can still hear those shots, if I think about it too long. I can still feel the tension in my shoulders, the frustration of trying to protect someone who didn't want to be protected, and the anger that came afterward. From the outside, it was just another small-town incident. From the inside, it was the day I realized how close normal life can sit to irreversible tragedy, and how no one walks away from that kind of moment unchanged. A close friend of mine was living in California when she met a guy, and they went on a date. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a normal date, the kind people go on all the time without expecting anything bad to come from it. She didn't feel a connection with him, and after that first meeting, she made it clear that she wasn't interested in continuing anything romantic. She thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. Almost immediately, his behavior began to change. At first, it was small things that were easy to brush off. He followed her on social media and started texting her more than was normal. She tried to be polite but firm, responding less and less, hoping he would take the hint and move on. Instead, the messages became more frequent. He reacted badly to being ignored. Every time she tried to put distance between them, he seemed to push closer. Before she fully understood what was happening, the situation had already escalated into stalking. He watched her social media constantly. He commented on things she hadn't posted publicly. He referenced places she had been without her ever telling him. Then it moved beyond the phone and into real life. She started noticing him around the city. At first, she thought it was a coincidence. Big cities are full of people, and you sometimes run into the same faces by accident. But it kept happening. She would see him near her school, then on her way home, then near places she visited regularly. Slowly, she realized it wasn't random. He was following her. What made it even more disturbing was that he went so far as to transfer schools and classes just to be closer to her. He reshaped his entire daily life around staying near her, watching her, inserting himself into her routine. The most terrifying part was discovering that he would follow her home and then wait outside for her to wake up in the morning. Knowing that someone had been standing outside her home while she slept changed everything. That was the moment when fear replaced confusion. This wasn't unwanted attention anymore. This was obsession. She did what people are always told to do. She contacted the police. She explained everything. The messages, the following, the school transfers, the waiting outside her home. She expected to be taken seriously. Instead, she was told that her word alone wasn't enough evidence to support an investigation. According to the first officer she spoke with, there wasn't enough proof. She was dismissed and sent away. Already shaken and afraid, she tried another route. She went to a teacher, someone she trusted, hoping that an adult in authority would listen and help. She explained what was happening and how scared she was. But just like the police, the teacher refused to take her seriously. She wasn't believed. She wasn't protected. She was left alone with the problem. By that point, she felt trapped. Out of fear and desperation, she made a decision that still breaks my heart to think about. As a last attempt to stop it, she decided to talk to him herself. She believed that if she confronted him directly, if she made herself absolutely clear one final time, he might leave her alone. That decision changed her life forever. This isn't my story, so I won't go into graphic detail about what happened next. But in short, he raped her. The person she had been trying to escape from took control in the most violent and irreversible way possible. Afterwards, she went to her parents. She told them everything. Together, they went back to the police, believing that now, finally, something would be done. Once again, the police refused to investigate, even after the assault. Even after everything that had happened, they still didn't act. The only thing they were able to do was file a restraining order. The restraining order was approved, but it didn't bring peace. It didn't make her feel safe. His behavior never truly stopped. There was always the fear that he would ignore it completely, that a piece of paper wouldn't protect her from someone who had already crossed every possible line. As a family, they realized that staying meant living in constant fear. They made a painful decision. They packed up their entire lives and moved to another country. They left behind their home, their routines, and everything familiar just to get away from him. They settled in my city, believing that distance would finally end the nightmare. For a while, it worked. Life slowly started to feel normal again. She went to school, she made friends, she laughed. She slept without constantly checking windows and doors. It seemed like the worst was behind her. Then one day she went to class and saw him. Just like that, everything collapsed again. He had somehow found out what country they moved to. He found the city. He found her exact school. She still doesn't know how he did it. No one does. All she knows is that the person she had fled across borders to escape was suddenly standing there, close enough to touch. The stalking started all over again. He followed her through the school halls. He waited for her at the front door. He watched her movements the same way he had before. She lived in constant fear, knowing what he was capable of and how far he was willing to go. At the time, none of us knew what was happening. We only noticed that she always asked us to walk her to the bus stop. She insisted on it every day. We didn't question it much. We thought she just felt safer in a group. She never told us the real reason, not for a long time. The real reason was him. Eventually, she found the strength to speak up again. This time, she went to the school police officer. She told the whole story: the stalking, the assault, the restraining order, the move to another country, and the fact that he had followed her anyway. This time, she was finally believed. Action was taken quickly. Evidence of his stalking and of him violating the restraining order was easy to prove. He was arrested for everything he had done. For the first time since the nightmare began, she wasn't the one being forced to run or stay silent. It was only after all of this was over that she told us everything. She told us about California, about the date, about the obsession, about the rape, about the move, about seeing him again at school. She cried as she spoke, finally letting out years of fear, pain, and exhaustion that she had carried alone for far too long. The worst part for me is that even now, some people don't believe her. Even after everything. Even after the arrest. Even after she showed proof of the case. Even after she broke down in front of us, just trying to release what she had been holding inside. Some people still choose doubt over compassion. I think that's what hurts the most. Not just what he did to her, but how many times the system failed her, and how many people looked away when she needed help the most. She did everything she was told to do. She reported it. She asked for help. She followed the rules, and still she paid the price. The only comfort, the only small saving grace, is that it's finally over. She survived. She was believed in the end, and he can no longer hurt her. But the damage didn't disappear just because the danger stopped. She still carries it, and so do the people who care about her. This story isn't just about a stalker. It's about how easily someone can be ignored when they speak up, and how much courage it takes to keep going anyway. And that's why I'll always believe her. A few years ago, something happened in a small Danish town that still makes people uncomfortable to talk about, even now. It wasn't the kind of place where you expect something like this. It was quiet, familiar, the kind of town where people recognize each other in the street and serious crime feels distant, like something that only happens elsewhere. The family involved seemed ordinary from the outside. There was a young man, late in his teens, living with his foster family. He had a foster brother, a foster mother, and a foster father. From everything people knew at the time, there were no obvious warning signs that something so violent was about to happen. No public breakdowns, no screaming matches in the street, just normal life continuing right up until it didn't. The motive, when it later came out, sounded almost painfully simple. A jealousy. Both brothers liked the same girl. A situation that happens all the time, especially among teenagers, and usually ends with hurt feelings, awkwardness, or distance. In this case, something inside the young man twisted that jealousy into rage. What happened next unfolded inside the family's home. At some point, violence broke out. The foster father was killed, then the foster brother. The exact order of events wasn't what people focused on the most, because what made the case truly chilling wasn't just that a family was murdered. It was how long it lasted and how helpless the people inside the house were while it was happening. The foster mother realized something was terribly wrong and managed to call the police. She stayed on the phone with them. That detail alone is hard to process. She wasn't calling after everything was over. She wasn't calling to report a crime that had already happened. She was calling while it was happening. She was waiting for help to arrive, listening to the dispatcher, knowing officers were on their way, and believing that if she could just hold on long enough, she might survive. While she was still on the phone, the two men in the house were killed. She could hear it. The police could hear it. The dispatcher was on the line as people in her family were being murdered, unable to do anything but listen, talk to her, and send help that couldn't arrive fast enough. And then, at the end, she was killed too, still on the phone with the police. That's the part that stays with people. Not just the jealousy, not just the brutality, but the image of a woman clinging to the line. She waiting for blue lights that never made it in time. The idea that her final moments were spent listening to a stranger's voice, knowing she was about to die, knowing help was close but not close enough. When the police finally arrived, it was already over. The house was silent. The family was gone. The young man was taken into custody, and the town woke up to a reality that felt unreal. People struggled to understand how something so extreme could come from something that, on the surface, sounded so ordinary. A crush, rivalry, jealousy. What made it worse was imagining those last minutes, the waiting, the fear, the hope that help would arrive before it was too late. The sound of violence happening in the same space, while the police were already on the way. It turns the concept of response time into something horrifyingly real. This wasn't a sudden, instant act. It wasn't over in seconds. It was prolonged enough for a phone call, for conversation, for waiting. That means there were moments where things could have gone differently, moments where survival still felt possible. That's what makes it so disturbing. For the police dispatcher, it was likely one of those calls that never leaves you. For the officers who arrived, the knowledge that they were only minutes away changes how you carry that job afterward. For the town, it shattered the sense that violence belongs somewhere else. And for everyone who hears the story, the creepiest part isn't just the jealousy or the murders. It's the phone call, the idea of being connected to safety, to authority, to help, and still being completely powerless. The idea that your last moments are spent waiting, listening, hoping, while the worst is still unfolding around you. It's a reminder of how fragile everything really is, how quickly normal family life can turn into something unimaginable, and how sometimes, even when you do exactly what you're supposed to do, even when help is on the way, it still isn't enough. That's why this case still feels so heavy. Not because it's complicated, but because it's terrifyingly simple, and because of how close the victims were to being saved. This is a story about my great-aunt, and it happened in the late 1930s, or at least that's what my family believes. It's one of those stories that's been passed down quietly, never fully explained, never discussed in detail, but never forgotten either. The kind of story that hangs in the background of a family's history, uncomfortable and unresolved. When my aunt was 17, she was known as one of the smartest people in her class. Not just academically strong, but genuinely respected. Teachers liked her. She was a favorite. Classmates liked her too. She wasn't isolated, bullied, or treated as strange. From the outside, she looked like a girl with a bright future ahead of her. Someone who would probably go on to do something important with her life. At home, she lived with her family, including her younger brother, who was only 8 years old. There was nothing, at least nothing anyone ever noticed or talked about later, that suggested hatred or conflict between them. No stories of constant fighting, no warnings, no obvious cruelty, just siblings living under the same roof. Then one night, everything ended. She took a gun and shot her little brother, killing him. There was no accident, no struggle, no panic afterward. When the police arrived, the house was already quiet again, like the violence had been carefully contained within a single moment. Officers questioned her, expecting fear, shock, hysteria, or some emotional breakdown. Instead, she was calm. When they asked her why she did it, her answer was simple. She said she wanted to see if she would get in trouble for killing him, so she did it. That sentence is what makes the story so disturbing. There was no anger in it, no jealousy, no revenge, no explanation rooted in emotion, just curiosity, a cold, detached curiosity about consequences, as if she were testing a rule instead of ending a human life. For the people who heard it, including the officers, it was immediately clear that something was deeply wrong. She was evaluated and declared clinically insane. Rather than prison, she was sent to a psychiatric ward. In those days, mental health care was nothing like it is now. Records were sparse. Patients were often institutionalized for life. Families were encouraged, sometimes even pressured, to cut ties and move on as if the person no longer existed. And that's exactly what happened. No one in my family knows what became of her. There are no records anyone has been able to find. No clear timeline. No confirmation of whether she lived out her life in an institution, was transferred somewhere else, or even when she died. She simply disappears from the family story after that night, like a door was closed and never opened again. What makes this even harder to understand is the contrast. She wasn't described as disturbed before that. She wasn't failing school. She wasn't acting out. She was intelligent, liked, respected, the kind of person no one would suspect capable of something like that. It raises questions that don't have answers. Was something wrong that no one noticed? Was there a mental illness already forming that hadn't shown itself yet? Was it something neurological, something chemical, something that simply hadn't been understood in that era? Or was it something even more unsettling? The idea that a person can appear completely normal while lacking the most basic sense of empathy. The family rarely spoke about her after that. The focus stayed on the loss of the little boy, which makes sense. He was 8 years old, innocent. His life ended for no reason that anyone could understand. Grief like that leaves no room for curiosity about the person who caused it. Still, the silence around what happened to her afterward feels heavy. In a way, she became a ghost before she ever died. A name that exists only in fragments. A person who once showed promise, erased from memory because there was no way to reconcile who she had been with what she did. The scariest part of this story isn't the gun or the violence. It's the calmness, the reasoning, the lack of emotion. The idea that someone could commit an act so final simply to see what would happen afterward. It forces you to confront how fragile the idea of normal really is. How little we sometimes understand about the people closest to us. How mental illness, especially in a time when it wasn't well understood, could exist unnoticed until it exploded into something irreversible. Even now, generations later, there's no closure, no ending, just a question mark where a life should be. My great-aunt remains one of the most unsettling figures in my family's history, not because of what we know about her, but because of everything we don't. And because the reason she gave, so simple and so empty, still doesn't make sense, no matter how many years have passed. This happened sometime around 2002 or 2003. It was late in the evening, well past 11 at night. I was living alone back then, a bachelor, and I owned a bike, a motorcycle to be precise. Riding at night was something I did often. The streets were quieter, the air cooler, and it felt like one of the few times the city slowed down enough to breathe. That night, I remember heading out for something ordinary. Nothing urgent, nothing dramatic, just going somewhere, the way you do when you're young and the night still feels open and forgiving. The neighborhood roads were dimly lit, not completely dark, but not bright either. The kind of lighting where shadows stretch long and details blur just enough to make everything feel a little unreal. As I was riding through one of these streets, another motorbike came up behind me and overtook me. He passed me fast. Really fast. Instinctively, something inside me reacted. That old, stupid impulse kicked in. For a moment, I almost convinced myself to race him. I twisted the throttle and sped up for a brief minute, chasing the sound of his engine, chasing the idea of proving something that didn't need proving, but then something clicked. I realized how pointless it was, how risky, how stupid. This wasn't a highway. This was a city street. People lived here. Cars could appear from side roads. Someone could be crossing. I slowed down. I let him pull away. I fell back and watched his taillight shrink in the distance. I remember shrugging to myself, almost laughing internally, telling myself it wasn't worth it. He must have been going around 50 miles per hour in a city street at night. Seconds later, everything changed. I heard a sound that still lives in my head, a loud, violent crash, not the kind of noise you mistake for anything else. It was metal meeting flesh and bone at full speed. The sound echoed through the street and immediately made my stomach drop. I sped up, not to race, but to reach the source of the noise. My heart was pounding before I even saw what had happened. The biker had hit someone crossing the street. The pedestrian was wearing dark clothes. That detail stuck with me because in that dim light, he would have been almost invisible. One moment he was just stepping across the road, maybe heading somewhere close by, maybe just stepping out for air, maybe going home. The next moment, his entire life was ripped apart. The bike dragged along the road for a long distance, 40 or 50 meters at least. Sparks, twisted metal, scraping sounds. The pedestrian was thrown into the air. I saw his body lift in a way no human body should, then slam back down onto the asphalt. The biker flew too, landing hard, his body tumbling and then going still. I stopped. I got off my bike. For a moment, everything felt unreal, like I had stepped into a scene that didn't belong to real life. There was blood, too much blood. Broken limbs bent at wrong angles. Both men were alive in that moment, but not really present. They were delirious, confused, making sounds that didn't quite form words. They looked like they were in a trance, not fully understanding what had just happened to them. People started pouring out of nearby houses, doors opened, lights turned on. Voices rose in panic and confusion. Someone called the police. I don't remember if it was me or someone else. My hands were shaking so badly that even simple movements felt difficult. I stood there, staring, helpless. Time felt strange, too fast and too slow at the same time. I remember thinking that I didn't know if either of them would survive. I still don't know. I never followed up. I never read about it afterward. Maybe they lived. Maybe they didn't. That uncertainty is part of what makes it stick with me. What haunts me the most is how random it all was. That pedestrian probably stepped out of his home for something small, maybe to buy something, maybe to meet someone, maybe just to walk. His family had no idea that their lives were about to change forever. No warning, no build-up, just one reckless decision by someone else, and everything shattered. And then the other thought hit me. If I had decided to race him, it could have been me. If I had let that impulse win, I would have been right there, side by side with him, or even ahead of him. I could have been the one hitting that person, or I could have been the one flying through the air. I could have been the body on the road, the broken limbs, the blood. I could have been the reason someone else's family was destroyed. That realization punched me in the chest. I had slowed down just in time, not because I was wise, not because I foresaw danger, just because, in that moment, I decided it wasn't worth it. A small decision, a few seconds, and it separated my life into two possible paths. One where I went home shaken but alive, and another where everything could have ended or been ruined forever. Even now, years later, thinking about it makes my chest tighten. It showed me how fragile life really is. How thin the line is between an ordinary night and irreversible tragedy. How someone else's recklessness can destroy lives in an instant, including lives of people who did absolutely nothing wrong. It also showed me something uncomfortable about myself. How close I came to being that reckless person. How easy it is to slip into dangerous behavior without thinking it through. How ego and adrenaline can override common sense in a heartbeat. That night changed how I ride. It changed how I think about speed. It changed how I see the road. Every time I'm tempted to push it, to go faster than I should, that image comes back. The sound of the crash, the bodies on the asphalt, the blood, the silence afterward, broken only by confused voices and distant sirens. Life doesn't announce when it's about to end or change forever. Sometimes it happens because someone wanted to feel powerful for a few seconds. Sometimes it happens because someone stepped out of their house wearing dark clothes. And sometimes survival comes down to a decision you almost didn't make. That thought still shakes me, really shakes me, because that night proved something I can never forget. I was one stupid choice away from destroying my life, or losing it completely. Sorry to... This is a personal story, and even now, years later, it still sits uncomfortably in the back of my mind. Not because something terrible actually happened, but because of how close it came to happening without either of us fully realizing it at the time. It started on an otherwise ordinary evening. My partner was at work, nearing closing time. Retail jobs have a way of wearing you down slowly, especially toward the end of the day, when everyone is tired and patience is thin. Customers get more demanding, more frustrated, more likely to take things personally when they don't get their way. Shortly before closing, a man came in and caused a problem. I don't remember the exact reason anymore. It could have been that he wanted to return an item he wasn't allowed to return, or maybe he wanted to buy something that couldn't legally be sold to him. Whatever it was, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Store rules are store rules, and she was just doing her job. He didn't take it well. At first, it seemed like just another unpleasant customer interaction. Raised voice, irritation, that kind of thing. But then, as he was leaving, he leaned in and hissed through his teeth that she would regret it. Not shouted, not said loudly enough for others to hear, just low, deliberate, and meant for her alone. He walked out after that. She didn't completely panic. Anyone who's worked with the public knows customers say stupid, aggressive things all the time. Most of the time, it's empty bluster. People vent, threaten, and storm out, and nothing ever comes of it. Still, there's something about the way he said it stuck with her. The tone, the certainty, the lack of drama, almost like he was stating a fact rather than making a threat. So she did the sensible thing. Instead of walking home alone after closing, she asked me to come get her. I was already out on my usual evening walk with the dogs, so it was convenient. It wasn't a big deal, just a small adjustment to be a bit safer. Better cautious than sorry. At the time, neither of us treated it like a serious situation. There was no sense of immediate danger, no fear running through our heads. It felt like one of those just-in-case decisions you make and don't think about too much afterward. I met her about 20 minutes later. The store was closed, lights dimmed, the parking lot mostly empty. We were standing a couple of feet to the side of the building, chatting casually. The dogs relaxed at my side. Everything felt normal, quiet, uneventful. Then we heard movement. It came from the back of the building near the dumpsters, maybe 20 yards away. At first, it was just a rustling sound, then a voice, loud, angry, cursing under its breath, but not really trying to be quiet about it. She froze. She later told me that the moment she heard the voice, she knew. She recognized it instantly. Same voice, same tone, the same man from earlier. Before either of us could even react properly, there were footsteps. Quick, heavy footsteps. Then the sharp sound of car tires screeching as a vehicle tore out of the lot and disappeared. The whole thing lasted only seconds, but those seconds changed the way I think about that night. It became clear almost immediately what had happened. He had waited. He had stayed near the store after closing. He had been lurking by the dumpsters, expecting her to come out alone. Whatever he planned to do, he hadn't planned on her being accompanied. And he definitely hadn't planned on what he saw instead. I'm a big guy, around 230 pounds at the time, solid build. I was standing there with two Amstaff mixes on leashes. They're sweet dogs, gentle, affectionate, absolute goofballs with people they know. But they don't look gentle. They look powerful, muscular, intimidating, and when they're alert, they command attention. The three of us together didn't look like easy targets. It doesn't take much imagination to figure out why he decided not to follow through with whatever he had in mind. At the time, we were shaken, but we tried to brush it off. We went home, talked about it, agreed it was creepy, but told ourselves it was over. He was gone. Nothing happened. End of story. But it wasn't over. Months later, she was watching the news and saw his face on the screen. She recognized him immediately. The report was about a man who had been arrested a couple of towns over. He had a long criminal history, battery, violent assaults, and most chilling of all, multiple cases of manslaughter. Crimes committed not in the heat of some massive conflict, but triggered by petty grievances, being wronged in small ways. Someone disrespecting him, someone telling him no, someone doing their job. People like my partner. The realization hit hard. This wasn't just some angry customer blowing off steam. This wasn't an empty threat made in frustration. This was someone with a documented pattern of extreme violence in response to minor slights. Someone who escalated quickly, someone who hurt people badly, sometimes fatally because they didn't get what they wanted. And he had waited for her. That's the part that still makes my stomach tighten. He didn't leave and cool off. He didn't go home. He stayed nearby. He positioned himself out of sight. He listened. He waited for her to exit the store. If she had walked out alone that night, there's no way to know how it would have ended. And that uncertainty is what makes the story frightening, even though nothing technically happened. Looking back, it's easy to play the what-if game. What if she hadn't asked me to come? What if I had been delayed? What if I hadn't had the dogs with me? What if he had decided to act anyway? Sure, we might have been able to fight him off. I boxed amateur for years and knew how to handle myself. I carried a pocket knife at the time. The dogs, for all their sweetness, are fiercely protective if they sense real danger to their owners, especially if I don't actively calm them down. But none of that is comforting when you really think about it. Violence is chaotic, unpredictable. A single blow with a tire iron can kill someone. A knife changes everything in seconds. Even people who know how to fight can lose badly when things go wrong. There are no winners in that kind of situation, only different levels of damage. The idea of having your skull crushed because someone with severe anger issues felt disrespected is horrifying in its sheer randomness. It's not dramatic, it's not meaningful, it's just senseless. And it can happen on an ordinary night, over something as trivial as store policy. That's what stuck with me the most. Not the fear in the moment, but the delayed realization of how close we were to something irreversible. How easily that night could have ended with police tape, hospital lights, or worse. How thin the line is between nothing happened and everything changed forever. When people talk about trusting their instincts, this is the kind of situation they mean. She didn't panic. She didn't overreact. She just made a small, reasonable decision to not be alone. That choice, casual as it felt at the time, may have prevented something truly awful. The man was eventually caught. Months later, in another town, arrested again for violence. I don't know where he is now, and honestly, I don't care. I just hope he's somewhere he can't hurt anyone else. Every so often I think back to that night, to the sound of movement behind the dumpsters, to the sudden recognition in her face, to the tires screeching away into the dark. And I think about how many people never get the chance to tell stories like this, not because they did something wrong, but because they crossed paths with the wrong person at the wrong time. We were lucky. That's the simplest and most honest way to put it. I was 6 years old at most when this happened, maybe even younger. At the time, it didn't feel scary at all. It felt like one of the best trips of my childhood. I remember loving every part of it. The outdoors, the freedom, the excitement of being somewhere different from home. Everything about it felt like an adventure, and I wanted it to last forever. We were camping as a family, tucked into a campsite that felt perfect to me back then. There were trees all around, open space to explore, and that quiet hum of nature that kids don't consciously notice but somehow still enjoy. I remember running around, playing, probably getting dirty, probably being told more than once to slow down or stay close. To me, it was just fun. Nothing about the place felt dangerous. At some point during the trip, something unusual happened. A mountain biker came flying down a trail or service road near our camp and crashed hard into a service road sign right behind where we were set up. I remember the sound more than anything. Metal bending, something snapping, the sudden chaos of it all. The sign was completely wrecked, bent, twisted, ruined. His bike didn't fare much better. What stood out, even to a kid, was that the guy got up. He was shaken, scraped up, probably sore as hell, but he walked away. Just bruises and scratches. The adults checked on him, made sure he was okay. Then things settled down again. To me, it was just another exciting thing that happened. Something to tell people about later, a story. The trip went on, and I was having such a good time that I didn't want it to end. When my dad told us we were leaving the next day, I was furious. But truly angry in that very real, very intense way kids get when they feel something unfair is being taken away from them. I begged him. I argued. I tried everything I could think of to convince him to let us stay one more night. One more day, one more campfire, one more morning waking up in the woods. He wouldn't budge. He said he had to get back to work, that it wasn't optional, that we had responsibilities waiting for us at home. At the time, that explanation meant nothing to me. All I heard was no. All I felt was disappointment. I remember sulking, probably crying, probably thinking he was ruining everything for no reason. We packed up and left. The next day, everything changed. News broke that a mountain lion had attacked a family camping at that exact campsite. Not nearby, not somewhere similar, the same campsite. The same spot where we had been sleeping, eating, laughing, sitting around a campfire just hours earlier. When footage aired, it showed the area clearly. You could see the wrecked service road sign from the mountain bike crash. You could see where our campfire had been. The place I recognized instantly. The place that, to my 6-year-old mind, had felt so safe and happy. A mountain lion had come into camp and attacked. That's when it hit me, even though I was still very young. The weight of it, the closeness of it. The realization that if my dad had given in, if he had let us stay just one more night, we might have been there when it happened. I didn't fully understand death or danger the way adults do, but I understood enough to feel that cold, sinking feeling in my stomach. The kind that comes when you realize something terrible almost happened to you without you ever knowing it at the time. As I got older, that story took on more meaning. I started to understand how rare but how real something like that is. How mountain lions usually avoid people. How attacks are uncommon but not impossible. How the wilderness doesn't care that you're a family on vacation or a kid having fun. It just exists on its own rules. I also started to understand my dad's decision differently. At the time, I thought he was being unfair, boring, stubborn. I didn't see him as someone making a choice that might save his family from harm. I just saw him as the guy who wouldn't let me stay another day. Now I see it as something else entirely. He didn't know a mountain lion would attack the next day. He couldn't have known. But he trusted his instincts about timing, about responsibility, about leaving when it was time to leave. And that choice put us somewhere else when danger arrived. The scariest part is how ordinary everything felt before we left. There were no warning signs, no feeling of dread, no sense that something bad was coming. Just a great camping trip, a kid who didn't want it to end, and a dad who said no. That's what makes it unsettling to think about now. How close we were, how easily our story could have been completely different. How something life-changing can happen just one day after you leave a place. Sometimes I think about that wrecked sign and that mountain biker, about how he walked away with minor injuries while something far worse was already looming in the same area. It feels like a strange coincidence. Like the place was already reminding us that accidents and danger were possible there, even if we didn't fully grasp it. I also think about the family who was attacked, about how their camping trip didn't end with disappointment and sulking, but with trauma, with fear, with injuries, possibly worse. I don't know all the details, but I know enough to understand how lucky we were. Looking back, it's almost surreal. A childhood memory that starts out warm and happy and ends with the realization that it could have ended in tragedy. A story where the punchline is "Thanks, Dad, for saving my life." But underneath that humor is something much heavier. It taught me, even if I didn't realize it right away, that timing matters, that leaving when you're supposed to leave can be just as important as staying, that adults sometimes make decisions kids don't understand, not because they're cruel or boring, but because they see things kids can't yet see. I still remember being mad. I still remember how badly I wanted to stay. But now that memory is layered with gratitude. Thanks, Dad. Seriously. It happened in my hometown, the kind of place where nothing ever feels truly hidden. Everyone knows the big parking lot I'm talking about. It's massive, the kind you see outside places like Walmart, stretching so far back that the last few rows feel almost forgotten. Most people park closer to the entrance, under the lights, near other cars. The back of the lot is quieter, darker, and usually empty unless the store is packed during the holidays. One car had been sitting back there for days. At first, no one noticed it. That alone is unsettling when you think about it. Cars get left in parking lots all the time. People forget where they parked. Some leave their vehicles overnight. Some break down and get picked up later. A single car sitting quietly at the far end of a huge lot doesn't raise alarms. It just blends in with everything else. The life went on around it. People pulled in, grabbed shopping carts, loaded groceries, complained about prices, checked their phones, and drove away. Kids cried in the back seats. Couples argued softly while pushing carts. Old people took their time crossing the lanes. Employees went on breaks, smoked cigarettes, joked with each other, and went back inside. All of it happened within a short distance of that parked car. Inside that car, a woman was dead. She was in her 60s, maybe a little older. Police later said she had been missing in the area for several days. No one knows exactly when she died, only that she had been there long enough for her body to start decomposing, long enough for the smell to become noticeable, but only if you were close, long enough for her to become something people didn't see anymore, even though she was right there. The only reason anyone noticed was because of a kid. He worked at the store, one of those jobs you take when you're young and need money. He was pushing carts back into the corral, walking the long rows under the open sky. It's boring work. You zone out. You think about getting off your shift, about dinner, about your phone buzzing in your pocket. You don't expect anything unusual, especially not at the back of the lot. At some point, he noticed the car. Maybe it was the smell. Maybe it was the way the windows fogged or darkened. Maybe curiosity made him look inside. However it happened, he saw something that didn't make sense at first. A shape. Stillness. Something that didn't look right. He saw a body. Imagine being that kid. You're just doing your job, pushing carts in the heat or the cold. And suddenly you're staring at death through a car window. Not in a movie. Not on a screen, a real person rotting, alone, forgotten. He reported it immediately. Police arrived, lights flashing in the same lot where people were still parking and shopping. Officers walked over to the car and opened the doors. Inside, they found her. A woman who had once driven that car, parked it, and never left. A woman who had likely expected to go home that day. She had been there the entire time. That's the part that sticks with people. The idea that for days, maybe longer, a dead body sat in plain sight while the world continued around it. People walked past it without knowing. Families parked nearby. Employees took smoke breaks within view of it. No crime scene tape, no warning signs. Just a car at the edge of a parking lot. There is something deeply unsettling about that kind of invisibility. We like to believe that death is loud, that something dramatic happens. Sirens, chaos, attention. But sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it sits unnoticed while people live their lives a few feet away. The woman didn't die in some hidden forest or abandoned building. She died in one of the most public places imaginable, and still no one saw her. Another terrifying thought is how lonely her death must have been. To die in your own car, parked somewhere meant for brief errands with no one realizing what's happening inside. No one knocking on the window, no one calling for help. Just sitting there as hours pass, then days. Cars are supposed to be safe spaces, temporary shelters, a place you sit while the world moves around you. The idea that you could die inside one and simply be overlooked is hard to process. It makes you wonder how often people disappear quietly, not because they are hidden, but because no one thinks to look. Then there's the kid. People often forget about him when stories like this are told. But he's the one who found her. He's the one who saw something no one should have to see at that age. Pushing carts is mindless, repetitive work. It's not meant to end with trauma. Yet now, every time he walks through a parking lot, every time he sees a car sitting alone, that image is probably still there. How do you unsee something like that? The smell, the sight, the realization that the person inside was once alive and waiting for something that never came. That's not something you leave behind at the end of a shift. That follows you home. It shows up when you try to sleep, and it comes back when you least expect it. What makes this story even scarier is how ordinary everything else was. There was no sign that something was wrong, no screams, no shattered glass, no obvious crime. Just a parked car doing exactly what parked cars are supposed to do, blending in, being ignored, existing quietly at the edge of attention. That's what makes people uncomfortable when they hear about it. It forces you to realize how close death can be without announcing itself, how easily it can sit among us without being noticed. We imagine danger as something dramatic, something that stands out. But sometimes the most disturbing things look completely normal. Even now, people who remember the story say they think about it when they park far from a store. They glance at cars that have been sitting too long. They notice windows, reflections, shapes in seats. The story rewires the way you see everyday places. A parking lot becomes something else entirely. It becomes a reminder that someone could be right there, unseen, that life can end quietly, that the world doesn't always stop when something terrible happens. Sometimes it keeps going, unaware, uncaring. And maybe that's the most frightening part of all. Not the body, not the decay, not even the shock of discovery, but the idea that death can exist in plain sight, surrounded by noise and movement and life, and still be completely invisible. This is one of those stories that feels like it rewired something inside me, even though nothing actually happened to me that night. It's strange how close you can come to disaster without ever being there, and how that closeness can still haunt you just as deeply. My friend was the kind of guy everyone relied on for rides. He loved driving. He loved being the one behind the wheel, the one who picked people up, the one who decided where the night went. If there was somewhere to go, he was usually the driver. To us, that made him feel dependable, almost safe by default. When you're young, you don't always separate confidence from responsibility. Sometimes you assume they're the same thing. That night started like so many others. He called me and asked if I wanted to hang out. Nothing dramatic, just a casual invite. See, he suggested we go to the casino for a bit. Maybe mess around, spend $20 or so, nothing crazy. It wasn't pitched as anything wild or reckless. It sounded harmless, almost boring, just something to do to kill time. I was 17. I remember exactly where I was when he called. I had summer school work to do, papers and assignments spread out in front of me, the kind of work that feels pointless and endless when you're that age. I didn't want to be doing it, but I also didn't want to get in trouble. I asked my dad if I could go out, and he said no. He didn't argue. He didn't lecture. Just a simple no. Finish your work. At the time, I was annoyed. Not furious, not rebellious, just irritated in that quiet teenage way where You feel like you're missing out on life because of something small and stupid. I remember thinking it wasn't fair, that it was just a short trip, that nothing bad was going to happen. I didn't go. What I didn't realize until much later was that I was the first person he called. That detail matters more than it should. If I had said yes, I would have been in the passenger seat, not in the back, not somewhere else, right there next to him, where I always sat. Since I said no, he picked up someone else. I didn't know the guy. He was a friend of my friend, someone from another circle, someone who wouldn't have been there at all if I had gone. The kind of small substitution that feels meaningless in the moment. Just another person filling a seat. They went out that night. I stayed home, annoyed, doing schoolwork, probably checking the time more than I needed to, wondering what I was missing. I had no sense that anything was wrong, no bad feeling, no intuition screaming at me to stay put. Just a normal night that felt slightly disappointing. Later that night, everything changed. I don't remember how I first heard about it, whether it was a phone call, a text, or someone knocking on a door. I just remember the shock, the way the words didn't seem to make sense at first. My brain kept rejecting them like they belonged to a movie or a rumor, not something real. My friend had been in a police chase. From what came out afterward, it started with something small. He ran a stop sign or a red light, or did something minor that caught a cop's attention. The kind of traffic violation that usually ends with a ticket and a lecture. The kind of thing people laugh about later. But he didn't pull over. Instead, he ran. No one really knows exactly what went through his head in that moment. Panic, maybe. Ego, fear, the thrill of it, the belief that he could get away. Young people are especially bad at understanding consequences. They exist in theory, not reality. You know they're real, but you don't feel them yet. The police chased him. What should have been a brief pursuit turned into something much worse. He kept going, faster, farther. The chase stretched on for 30, maybe 40 miles. That's a long time to be running from the police. A long time to make the same bad decision over and over again. A long time for fear and adrenaline to override any sense of reason. At some point, control was lost. The car wrapped itself around a pole. That phrase is brutal, but accurate. The force of the impact was so violent that the car didn't just hit the pole. It folded around it. Metal twisted, glass shattered, the kind of crash that leaves no room for survival. My friend lived. The passenger didn't. The other guy, the one who took my seat, was killed instantly. When I learned that, my first reaction wasn't fear. It was disbelief, then confusion, then a strange, hollow feeling in my chest that I didn't have words for yet. My brain immediately did the math, even though no one asked it to. That could have been me, not in some abstract way, not in a dramatic what-if sense. Literally me, in the passenger seat, in the exact spot where someone else died. If my dad had said yes, I would have gone. If I hadn't had summer school work, if I'd been a little more stubborn, if I'd lied, if I'd snuck out, if any small detail had been different, I would not be here. That realization didn't hit all at once. It came in waves. At first, I felt guilty. Guilty that I was alive. Guilty that someone else died in my place. Guilty that I had been annoyed about staying home when staying home saved my life. Survivor's guilt doesn't always come from surviving an event directly. Sometimes it comes from avoiding it by accident. Then came fear. I started replaying the night in my head, imagining myself in the car, imagining the moment the police lights came on, imagining the acceleration, the sirens, the tension, imagining the panic building with every mile, imagining the crash, the sound, the impact, the sudden end. I didn't even need to imagine it vividly. The knowledge alone was enough to make my stomach drop. What made it worse was how normal everything had seemed beforehand. There was no sense of danger, No big plan, no bad crowd, no obvious red flags, just a friend offering a ride and a casual night out. That's what made it terrifying. Not the crash itself, but how easily it could have been part of my life without warning. I also had to confront something uncomfortable about my friend. I wanted to believe he was just unlucky, that things spiraled out of control, that anyone could have made that mistake, and maybe that's partly true. But he made choices. He chose not to stop. He chose to keep going. He chose to turn a minor situation into a fatal one. Reconciling the version of him I knew with the version of him who led police on a 40-mile chase was hard. It forced me to accept that people are more complicated than we want them to be. That someone can be fun, generous, familiar, and still capable of catastrophic decisions. The passenger's death didn't feel real to me at first because I didn't know him. That almost made it harder. He was a blank space, a shadow, a person who existed mostly in relation to me as the one who wasn't me. That's a horrible way to think about someone, and I hated myself for it. But it was unavoidable. Someone died because I stayed home. That thought followed me for a long time. I started noticing how fragile everything felt, how much life depended on timing, on small decisions that don't feel important when you make them. Saying yes or no to a phone call, doing homework, listening to a parent, ordinary moments that quietly decide everything. I also started thinking about my dad, about how annoyed I had been with him, about how his simple, unremarkable decision saved my life without either of us knowing it. So he didn't know what he was protecting me from. He wasn't being heroic. He was just being a parent, and that was enough. There's something deeply unsettling about realizing how close you were to dying without ever feeling at risk. I didn't walk away from a crash. I didn't wake up in a hospital. I didn't have scars or physical trauma, but mentally, something shifted. I lost a sense of invincibility I didn't even know I had. I became more aware of how easily things can go wrong, how quickly fun can turn fatal. For a long time afterward, every time I got into a car, I thought about it. Every time someone drove too fast. Every time I saw police lights. Every time a friend suggested doing something impulsive. The memory hovered in the background, quiet but persistent. What haunts me most is that there was nothing special about that night until there was. No prophecy, no warning, no dramatic build-up. Just a phone call, a no, and a chain of events that ended someone's life and spared mine. It feels unfair in a way that's hard to articulate. Not because I wish I had gone, but because I didn't earn my safety. I didn't make a wise choice based on danger. I just stayed home because I had homework. Sometimes I think about the passenger, about his family, about how their lives were shattered because of a decision he didn't even make. He trusted my friend to drive him, just like I always had. That trust killed him. That's the part that still makes my chest feel tight. It's easy to frame this story as a lesson about listening to your parents, or not getting into cars with reckless drivers, or the dangers of police chases. And those lessons are real. But the deeper truth is harder to accept. Life isn't fair and it isn't orderly. Sometimes survival comes down to being in the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time. Sometimes it comes down to a phone call you don't answer, or plans you cancel without thinking twice. I'm alive because I stayed home. Someone else died because I did. That knowledge doesn't come with closure. It doesn't fade neatly into the past. It just sits there, a quiet reminder of how thin the line is between an ordinary night and a tragedy that defines the rest of your life. Even now, when I think about it, I don't feel relief as much as I feel humility. A heavy awareness that I'm here by accident and that nothing about that should ever be taken for granted. This happened a few years ago, but it still feels close, like something that never fully left my body. Some memories fade with time. This one didn't. It settled in quietly and stayed there, waiting for moments of silence to resurface. I was around 15 years old then, old enough to have some independence, but still young enough to feel safe in ways I didn't even realize I was taking for granted. That night had been completely ordinary. Nothing strange. Nothing off. I went to bed the same way I always did, not locking my door, not worrying about anything. I used to sleep with my bedroom door wide open because it made the house feel less quiet, less empty. I liked hearing small sounds from the rest of the house. It made me feel protected. Sometime during the night, I woke up feeling extremely cold. At first, I didn't understand why. I remember pulling the blanket closer around me, curling up tighter, assuming I had kicked it off in my sleep. But the cold felt different. It wasn't just the kind that comes from a draft or bad insulation. It was sharper, more present. I didn't fully wake up, though. I drifted back into sleep, half aware, my body reacting, but my mind not questioning it. Later, I would realize that cold had a reason. It was around 7 in the morning when my dad came home from his night shift. I didn't see him come in, but I heard his voice carry through the house. That's what woke me properly. He sounded irritated, tired in the way only someone who has worked all night can be. He was talking to my grandma, complaining, asking her why she had left the front door open. That sentence alone didn't alarm me at first. My grandma usually woke up early, around 5:30 in the morning. She sometimes stepped outside to get fresh air, sometimes forgot small things. It wasn't unusual for my dad to question her about something like that. From my bed, half awake, it all sounded normal, but then I heard her answer him. She told him she hadn't gotten up yet. She told him she had been asleep the entire time. That's when the atmosphere changed. Even from my room, I could feel it. That shift in tone when something suddenly doesn't make sense. Confusion replacing irritation. Silence stretching longer than it should. I sat up in my bed, the cold from earlier suddenly clicking into place in my mind. The front door hadn't been left open by mistake. My dad started walking through the house. I could hear drawers opening, footsteps moving faster now, more purposeful. Then his voice again, louder, sharper. He called out that something was wrong. They found a rock in the kitchen sink. It sounds like such a small detail, but that rock is burned into my memory. A rock doesn't belong in a sink, not in a normal house, not without explanation. It had been used to break the kitchen window. The glass had been shattered quietly enough that none of us woke up. Whoever did it had reached inside, unlocked the window, climbed into our home. My laptop was gone. Then more things. My dad's valuable belongings. Items he kept in specific places, things that meant something to him. Things someone had to search for. This wasn't a quick grab-and-run situation. Whoever it was moved through our house. That realization hit me harder than the theft itself. Someone had been inside while we were all sleeping, as the adults talked and pieced things together. I just sat there, my heart pounding, replaying the night in my head, the cold, the open door, the silence, and then the thought that made my stomach drop. My bedroom door had been wide open. It always was. There was no barrier between me and the hallway, no lock, no closed door, just open space. If the intruder had walked down that hall, they would have seen me immediately. A teenage girl asleep in her bed, completely vulnerable, completely unaware. They saw me. There is no version of this story where they didn't. That's the part that still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. Not just that someone broke in, but that they had the opportunity to do more. They could have come into my room. They could have stood there watching me sleep. They could have touched me, hurt me, taken me, and they didn't. I don't know why. I will never know why. And somehow, that uncertainty is scarier than a clear answer would have been. Was it fear? Was it hesitation? Was it because someone else was in the house? Or was it because they simply didn't want to? I lay there afterward, listening to my family talk, realizing just how close something worse could have been. How thin the line was between a robbery and something far darker. It made me feel sick. After taking what they wanted, they didn't even bother to close the front door. They just walked out. That detail haunts me too. The carelessness of it, the confidence, the idea that they felt no urgency, no need to hide what they had done. The house had been violated and they left it exposed, open to the cold air that had crept into my room and woken me up earlier. That cold wasn't random. It was the outside air filling the space where safety used to be. We called the police, of course. They came and did what police always do in situations like that. They asked questions, they looked around, they took notes. They checked the broken window, the door, the missing items. They nodded sympathetically, reassured us in calm voices. But even then, I knew. We were never getting our stuff back. Robberies like that don't end with neat conclusions. There are no dramatic arrests, no recovered laptops, no satisfying sense of justice. The police eventually left, and the house fell quiet again, but it didn't feel the same. The silence had changed. Every sound meant something now. Every creak of the floor, every shift of the house settling, every unexpected noise sent my heart racing. I couldn't sleep with my door open anymore. But I couldn't sleep at all without checking the locks multiple times. Even during the day, the house felt different, like it had lost something invisible but essential. Safety is one of those things you don't notice until it's gone. Before that night, my home was just my home, a place where I could exist without thinking. Afterward, it felt like a space that had been breached, like the walls themselves had failed at their job. I became hyper-aware of windows, doors, shadows. I noticed things I had never paid attention to before. I kept thinking about the intruders' movements. Where did they enter? How long were they inside? Did they pause outside my room? Did they hear me breathe? Did they consider opening the door wider or stepping inside? Those questions replayed endlessly in my mind, with no answers. And there never will be answers. That's the part people don't talk about enough when it comes to crimes like this. It's not just the loss of property, it's the loss of certainty, the loss of the belief that bad things announce themselves loudly. Sometimes they happen quietly, inches away from you while you're asleep. Sometimes the only sign is cold air on your skin. Years later, I still think about that morning, about waking up and hearing my dad's voice, about the rock in the sink, about the front door standing open like an invitation, about how close danger came without touching me. I think about how easily things could have gone another way. And I think about how, somewhere out there, the person who did it moved on with their life, while I learned what it feels like to never fully relax in your own bed again. This story happened long before I was born, during my mom's first marriage. It's something she told me years later, almost casually at first. But the more she talked about it, the more unsettling it became. Over time, the details settled into my mind in a way that made it impossible to forget. It's one of those stories that doesn't rely on ghosts or shadows or unexplained sounds. It's terrifying because it's real, because it involves something small and innocent, and because it reveals something deeply wrong about a person. When my mom was younger, she had a kitten. It wasn't just a pet in the background of her life. It was something she cared about deeply. She had raised it when it was tiny, when it needed warmth, food, and attention. Anyone who has ever had a kitten knows how fragile they are at that age. They trust completely. They don't understand danger. They just exist in the moment, playing, sleeping, following you around the house with blind confidence. That kitten depended on her. At the time, my mom was married to a man who, on the surface, seemed normal enough. Like many people in bad relationships, she didn't see the full picture right away. You don't marry someone believing they're capable of terrible things. You marry the version of them they show you when they want to be loved, accepted, and seen as decent. One day, she came home from work. Nothing about that day was supposed to be different. She expected the usual routine. Walk inside, maybe greet her husband, maybe look for the kitten who would normally come running or meowing or weaving around her legs. Instead, what she found stopped her cold. Her husband was sitting on the porch. He was sobbing, not quietly, not holding it together. He was fully breaking down. Next to him was a cooler. That image alone is strange enough to make your stomach tighten. A grown man crying on the porch with a cooler beside him. It doesn't fit into a normal domestic scene. It feels wrong before you even know why. When she asked what happened, he told her the kitten had gone crazy. That was his explanation. He said the kitten had suddenly become violent, uncontrollable, like it wasn't itself anymore. He said he didn't know what else to do. He said he had to snap its neck to stop it. There are moments in life where your brain refuses to process what it's hearing. This was one of those moments. The words don't immediately register because they are too extreme, too sudden, too horrific. A kitten doesn't just go crazy in a way that justifies killing it. Anyone who knows even the basics about animals understands that. But at the time, my mom was young. She was in a marriage. She didn't yet have the distance or clarity that comes with years of hindsight. Shock can make you accept things you would otherwise question. Grief can blur logic. And when someone you live with tells you something terrible in a calm, explanatory way, part of you wants to believe them because the alternative is unthinkable. The kitten was dead. That was the undeniable truth. However it happened, however it was explained, the kitten was gone. A small, defenseless animal that had done nothing wrong was killed. Its life ended violently, and there was no undoing that. At the time, my mom didn't fully understand what she was seeing. But now, decades later, with the marriage long over and the truth about that man fully exposed, she sees it differently. She knows about his history with drugs. She knows how often he drank. She knows how unpredictable and dangerous he could become when he was high or drunk. She believes he snapped the kitten's neck while intoxicated, not out of necessity, not out of mercy, but because he was impaired, reckless, and capable of cruelty. The story about the kitten going crazy sounds less like a real explanation and more like an excuse someone makes when they know what they've done can't be justified. The sobbing on the porch doesn't feel like grief when you look at it through that lens. It feels like panic, like regret mixed with fear of consequences, like someone realizing too late that they crossed a line they can't uncross. What makes this story especially disturbing is how common this pattern is. People who hurt animals often don't start with people. Animals are smaller, weaker, easier to control, easier to explain away. A kitten can't tell anyone what happened. A dead animal can't testify. The violence disappears as soon as it's done, leaving only a story behind. That story becomes the only thing standing between truth and denial. The fact that my mom's ex-husband was later revealed to have serious substance abuse issues makes the situation even darker. Drugs and alcohol don't create cruelty, but they remove restraints. They lower empathy. They allow impulses to surface without fear or care. If someone already has something wrong inside them, intoxication gives it space to act. The most horrifying part is how casual the explanation was. He didn't rush the kitten to a vet. He didn't call for help. He didn't ask my mom what to do. He decided on his own that killing it was the solution. That level of certainty in an act of violence is deeply unsettling. When my mom talks about it now, there's a heaviness in her voice. Not just sadness, but something closer to guilt. The kind that comes from realizing years later that you lived with someone capable of doing something monstrous, and you didn't fully see it at the time. That you trusted them, that you shared space with them. That realization doesn't go away easily. For me, hearing this story as an adult hit differently than it would have if I were younger, especially now because I have a cat of my own, a cat that my mom and I raised from the time she was a kitten. I know what it means to protect something that small. Now I know how fragile they are, how much they rely on you. When I look at my cat, I see innocence, I see trust, I see a creature that assumes the world is safe because the people around her have made it so. The idea that someone could take a baby animal like that and hurt it intentionally makes my stomach turn. It's not just sad, it's terrifying, because if someone can do that to a kitten, what else are they capable of? There's a reason stories like this linger. They force us to confront an uncomfortable truth about humanity. Not everyone who looks normal is safe. Not everyone who cries is remorseful in the way we want them to be. Some people are capable of unspeakable acts and will wrap them in excuses that sound just believable enough to delay judgment. Animal cruelty is one of the clearest warning signs there is, where it shows a lack of empathy so severe that it bypasses natural instincts most people have. Even people who don't like animals usually don't want to hurt them. To kill a kitten requires something broken at a fundamental level. What makes it worse is knowing that this man continued living his life afterward, that the kitten's death didn't stop time. There was no justice for it, no consequences that matched the act. Just a story that got tucked away, resurfacing years later when clarity finally arrived. Now, when my mom and I talk about our cat, there's an unspoken understanding there, a shared protectiveness, a shared horror at the idea of anyone harming her. The past informs the present in quiet ways like that. That story didn't just teach us that some people are dangerous. It taught us that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it sits across from you at dinner. Sometimes it cries on the porch and tells you a story that almost makes sense. Sometimes it wears the mask of someone you thought you knew. And that is what makes it truly terrifying. My bedroom is on the second floor of the house. There's no patio, no porch, no overhang of any kind beneath my windows. Nothing that would make it easy for someone to stand there, lean there, or reach up to the wall. That detail matters because even now, years later, it's the part my brain keeps circling back to. This happened a couple of years ago, but I remember it with uncomfortable clarity. It was around 2 in the morning. I was in bed, lights off, TV on low volume, doing that late night half watching where you're not really paying attention anymore, just letting the noise fill the room while your mind drifts. The house was quiet in the way it usually is at that hour. Everyone else asleep. No movement, no voices, just that deep nighttime stillness that makes even small sounds feel louder. That's when I heard it. At first, it sounded like an animal, a little louder than usual, but not enough to immediately alarm me. We get squirrels on the roof sometimes. You can hear them scrambling, running across shingles, occasionally dropping something or misjudging a step. I've heard it enough times that my brain automatically labels those noises as harmless. Annoying, maybe, but normal, so I ignored it. The sound kept happening, though. Not constantly, but often enough to pull my attention away from the TV. It was repetitive, scraping, thudding, something like movement against the side of the house. Still, I assumed it was on the roof. Animals don't respect sleep schedules. I figured it would pass, but then it started to sound closer, not above me, but beside me. I remember lying there, staring at the glow of the TV, trying to convince myself I was overthinking it. The sound didn't have the quick, light rhythm of something small running across a roof. It felt heavier, slower, more deliberate, and it seemed to be coming from the direction of my window. I told myself it was nothing. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The noise didn't stop. If anything, it became more irritating because of how inconsistent it was. It wasn't a single loud crash that you could react to. It was persistent, subtle, like something testing the space. Enough to keep me awake, not enough to clearly identify. At some point, I checked the time. I had been listening to it for at least 40, maybe 45 minutes. That's when irritation turned into frustration. I was tired. I wanted to sleep. My patience was gone. So I did something impulsive. I banged on the wall. Just 2 quick hits with my fist. Not full force, not violent. Just enough to make noise. The same thing you'd do if you thought an animal was hanging around somewhere it shouldn't be. My hope was simple. Scare it off so I could finally get some rest. The sound echoed in the room and then faded. For a split second, there was silence. Then it happened. 2 bangs came back. They were on the wall next to the window. From outside. Not random, not delayed, immediate, perfectly matched. 2 bangs answering my 2 bangs like a response, like acknowledgement. Every part of my body reacted at once. My heart slammed into my chest so hard it felt painful. I jumped out of bed so fast I don't even remember my feet touching the floor. My skin went cold, like all the warmth had drained out of me in a second. There was no confusion in that moment, no trying to explain it away. Whatever was outside had heard me, and it had answered. That was the moment fear fully took over. I didn't wait. I didn't sit there listening. I didn't try to convince myself it was still an animal. My instincts were screaming at me to move, to put distance between myself and that window. I ran. The living room is on the other end of the house, and it has a bay window that faces the side. From there, you can see my bedroom window from an angle. As I rushed downstairs, my thoughts were scattered, overlapping, racing ahead of my body. I remember thinking about calling the police. I remember thinking about whether the doors were locked. I remember feeling exposed, like the house itself wasn't solid anymore. I reached the living room and crouched near the bay window, careful not to turn on any lights. The last thing I wanted was to announce my position. I peeked out, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing in front of my house, directly below my bedroom window, not walking past, not looking around, standing still. He was close to the wall, close enough that I could see his posture clearly, close enough that there was no doubt in my mind that this was the source of the noise. In his hand, he was holding a knife, not a big one, a small pocket knife, but sharp enough, real enough. And he was touching my house. Petting is the only word that fits. His hand moved slowly along the front of the house, fingers dragging across the surface like someone touching something familiar, something they liked. It wasn't aggressive, it wasn't rushed, it was calm, casual, almost affectionate. That detail still makes my stomach turn. That this wasn't someone trying to break in, not at that moment. This wasn't someone in a hurry. This was someone taking their time. Someone who had been there long enough to make noise for nearly an hour. Someone who had listened when I banged on the wall. Someone who decided to respond. I realized then how vulnerable I had been. I had been lying in bed, distracted by TV, slowly getting annoyed by sounds I assumed were harmless. Meanwhile, a stranger was outside my bedroom window, touching the house, holding a knife, fully aware that someone was inside. I was about to call the cops. My hand was already moving. My phone was nearby. Every part of me wanted to scream, to yell, to do something loud and decisive. But before I could make that call, before I could even fully process what I was seeing, he moved. He looked away from the wall. Then he ran, not slowly, not cautiously. He took off down the street and disappeared into the darkness. No shouting, no confrontation, just gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there frozen, staring out the window long after he vanished. My legs felt weak. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. It felt heavy, suspicious, like the night itself was holding its breath. I don't know how long I stayed there before I finally checked the locks and turned on some lights. I don't know how long it took for my heart rate to slow down. I know I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I stayed awake until morning, replaying everything over and over in my head. I kept thinking about the timing. 45 minutes. That's how long he had been there. 45 minutes of noise I brushed off as an animal. 45 minutes of him standing close enough to hear the TV through the wall, close enough to know exactly where I was in the house, close enough to respond when I made noise. I also kept thinking about the height. My bedroom is on the second floor. There's nothing beneath the window, no ledge, no structure, nothing that explains how he was close enough to bang on the wall next to it. That realization crept in slowly and made everything worse. It meant he hadn't just wandered up casually. He had positioned himself intentionally. He had found a way. And then there's the knife, not a weapon in a struggle, not something he pulled out in anger, just there, in his hand, while he touched the house, while he listened. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know why he was there. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't banged on the wall, or if I had ignored the noise longer, or if I had fallen asleep. That's the part that still unsettles me the most. There's no ending to analyze, no motive explained, no arrest, no closure. He never came back, at least not that I know of. But that night changed the way I hear sounds. It changed the way I think about safety. It changed how quickly I dismiss things as probably nothing. I learned that night that sometimes the scariest situations don't announce themselves clearly. They blend into the background. They sound like animals. They sound like normal house noises. They wait for you to stop paying attention. And sometimes when you finally react, something answers back. That's the part I'll never forget. Not the sight of the knife. Not even the fear. The response. If tonight's stories stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.